She might be a second incarnation of the bloodline progenitor. That's why she looks exactly like the portraits in my house, James had said excitedly. Aside from the giant portraits, the Potter family kept an entire room of smaller ones, each with distinct expressions and poses. Sirius had begged old Mr. Potter to let him take one of the smaller portraits. Carefully, he preserved the platinum curl alongside the portrait, storing it in the ancestral home at 12 Grimald Place. Mother. Ungrateful child. Why are you back? Do you want to make me so angry I'll live forever? Wolfsburg was still upset that Sirius had brought Lupin back to the ancestral home. The Black family line will not end on my watch. What do you mean? Sirius's expression softened. The next generation of the Black family is about to be born. You finally, Wolfsburg's face lit up with joy, then she seemed to realize something. Who is the mother of this child? Sirius did not answer her directly. Rest assured, the mother is pureblood. That's more like it. Wolfsburg seemed to exhale. You finally let her go. Sirius offered no further explanation. The mother of the child is very beautiful. What matters is that you love her, Wolfsburg said, beaming. May I meet her? This was the first time she had asked politely. I'm sorry, mother. The child will be raised in the ancestral home. You've already seen his mother. His eyes flickered. As a Gryffindor, he was clearly not skilled at lying. You seem satisfied? Wolfsburg squinted. Will Lucius agree? Mother, don't ask. I will bring the child to you. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. The Malfoys will never forgive you. Wolfsburg's worry showed. My child will have nothing to do with the Malfoys. He will inherit everything from the Black family alone, Sirius said firmly. That's good, you grown up and still making me worry every day? Who told you to choose to be a mother? Sirius's eyes held no trace of impatience. You and Regulus are my pride. It's a pity I never told you this in my lifetime, Wolfsburg said, tears streaming down her face. Sirius turned away. He did not want his mother to see him in such a disheveled state. His striking features were twisted from crying. His shoulders trembled slightly, one hand rested on his forehead, the other fumbled through his hair in helplessness. At this moment, Wolfsburg no longer had the arms to hold and comfort her son. Not far away, Creature quietly stepped back, giving the lady of the house and the young master some privacy. Past regrets and mischances would in time fade away. Because Lupin had been dismissed early, Dumbledore couldn't find a replacement right away, so Sirius resumed his position as defense against the dark arts professor. Yet after this brief resignation and reappointment, it was unclear whether Voldemort's curse had been broken. When Sirius appeared at the teacher's table in the Hogwarts Great Hall, thunderous applause erupted once more. I've seen photos of Remus Lupin. He doesn't hold a candle to Professor Black. You can never get tired of a feast. Leftovers are only a last resort. Don't you think? Professor Black seems even more handsome when he's happy. The ring symbolizing the head of the Black family was on his ring finger. Draco and I exchanged glances. Sirius had always been discreet, and now, without anyone realizing, he had become married. Gray, Thunkel, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. In the original story, Remus Lupin had once mistakenly thought Nymphadora Tonks was interested in Sirius, even joking about how irresistible Sirius was. Who's our aunt then? Draco teased, wiggling his eyebrows. Only Harry stood silently to the side, his expression unreadable. He didn't join in the congratulations. I found it odd, but since I had successfully prevented Lupin from becoming Hogwarts professor, I didn't dwell on it. Just then, Cedric approached us. He was slightly tanned from the holidays, which in Western eyes was considered good. His prefect badge gleamed proudly on his chest. At Hogwarts, students in their 5th year could be selected as prefects, 1 male, 1 female per house. Lucius and Narcissa had been prefects in their 7th year, with the chance to become student council president later. Draco and I both hoped to continue that tradition. I couldn't hide my admiration, wishing that when we reached 5th year, we could claim the prefect badges from Snape. Cedric noticed my gaze and said, Aurora, by the time you're my age, you'll definitely make it. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I replied, smiling sincerely at his blessing. Cedric's popularity was undeniable. He had just become captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team this year. I noticed that in the original story, Harry's first crush, Autumn Chang, was also watching us. Their feelings had already begun to sprout at this point. Cedric followed my gaze and caught Autumn's eyes. The petite, black-haired girl blushed and lowered her head. I teased him, Cedric, you really are popular. He turned his head, but showed no pride, lowering his voice instead. Not as much as you. This playful, teasing attitude was very different from the humble, upright, and gentlemanly impression I had of him. He smiled at me, then turned and walked toward the Hufflepuff table. Many students, both older and younger, looked up to him with admiration. He blended seamlessly with those around him. In Slytherin, student interactions often reflected family status. It was almost like a miniature society. Such a friendly, equal atmosphere had never existed there. That Cedric Diggory has something unusual about him. Harry, what did you sense? Following the boy's subtle gesture, we slipped into a corner where no one was paying attention. I felt the presence of a Horcrux on him, the same kind as in the Albanian Black Forest. Impossible. In the original timeline, Cedric was killed by Peter Pettigrew during the final stage of the Triwizard Tournament. When could he possibly have become entangled with Voldemort? Makes sense, Draco murmured after a moment of thought, agreeing with Harry. You mean, there's a Horcrux on him too? I can't be certain, but something about him is definitely off. Faced with the certainty in Draco and Harry's eyes, I found myself lost in thought. The Marauder's map will come in handy from now on. At Hogwarts, everyone's location appears on the map. There's no need to worry about losing track of him. Aurora, aside from Tom, be careful with Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry said solemnly. So I should be careful with you too, right? Don't forget the main soul resides in you, I teased. That's exactly my hope. Harry's eyes glimmered with a gentle, timeless warmth that made my heart skip. What do you mean? Someday, I might not even be Harry anymore. No way, I cut him off. That day will never come. I'll always be watching over you. Thank you, Aurora. Cousin and cousin-in-law say you're the family's good luck charm, and that I get a little of it too, he said, taking my hand to toy with it. That's enough. Stop trying to take advantage of Aurora, Draco said, holding my other hand. You can say the same to yourself, Harry replied, a hint of red flickering in his emerald eyes. They must be exhausted, 13 years old and already showing signs of presbyopia. Enough, both of you stop fighting, okay? I exclaimed. Voldemort was still scheming, slowly drifting away from the original story. The other Horcruxes never simply waited to be destroyed, they acted independently. Caution and vigilance were the only way forward. Draco held me close, my body pressed against his chest. I could feel the resonance of his heartbeat clearly. Harry, unwilling to be outdone, moved closer as well. His strong arms wrapped around my waist, warm chest pressed to my back. I was sandwiched between the two of them, like a cookie filling. My face burned, wishing I could disappear into a crack in the floor. I braced my hands against their firm chests. It was like pressing against two solid walls. Stop teasing, okay? My tone carried a hint of playfulness. The two boys exchanged a knowing glance. Then it'll depend on how you behave. Aurora, behave. Stay away from Cedric, Harry said gently, though I knew the stubbornness and dominance ingrained in him. I will. Good girl, Harry chuckled softly. Behind me, I couldn't see his expression, only feeling his arms gently loop around my neck. I couldn't help but lean back, meeting his deep emerald gaze. Flexible, his eyes sparkled with mischief. One of my hands pressed against his waist, the other supporting my back to keep me steady. Draco's lips met my forehead. I felt completely helpless, melting into his embrace. Damn it all, our secrets revealed in front of everyone. You little liar, Draco hissed in my ear, his voice sharp with accusation. Look at you drawing all this attention. I didn't, I denied it vehemently. He sighed. It's not entirely your fault though. Following his gaze, I looked around. Indeed, our movements had caught the eyes of nearly everyone nearby. My Aurora, his hand brushed gently against my cheek. Unlike Narcissa in the original story, I didn't hide my features behind distracting earrings. My appearance was striking enough to rival Fleur de Lacre herself, naturally drawing the gaze of countless admirers. I buried my face in his chest, unable to resist Draco's closeness, heart and body both surrendering. I want to visit the Room of Requirement, I murmured. In the original, Ravenclaw's diadem was hidden there, and now that I was back at Hogwarts, I had to find it immediately. A faint blush colored Draco's face. Aurora, father wouldn't. I interrupted, nudging him lightly. Stop thinking that. I'm looking for something. What's something? Harry's voice came from behind. I hadn't realized he'd gotten so close. I could tell him though. After all, he was the first to notice Cedric's unusual behavior. I smiled mysteriously. You'll see if you come with me. After a drowsy lesson in magical history and a quick lunch, we finally wound our way up to Hogwarts' 8th floor. Wait! I held up the Marauder's map, pointing at a name that had just vanished. Cedric went in. He knows how to open the room of requirement too. Draco's hand on my shoulder tightened. I felt his tension. A thought began to form in my mind. Maybe we should wait until he comes out, I suggested, preparing to back off. Before I could move, the door of the room of requirement appeared out of thin air. Aurora and your two companions, aren't you a bit early? Cedric teased. Don't judge a gentleman by the thoughts of a scoundrel, I snapped, cheeks burning. I didn't say anything, it seems the one confessing is you. Cedric stepped aside, giving us room. Hope you get what you came for. We might have already missed the optimal moment. That foolish Hufflepuff, what's he so proud of? Draco scoffed. I'd bet his insides have already switched to Slytherin. Harry glanced at Cedric's retreating back. You mean? In every sense of the word Slytherin. Here, Slytherin referred not only to the house, but to Salazar Slytherin's bloodline. Voldemort had once emerged as the ultimate heir of Slytherin. Do we go in? I asked. We've come this far, we might as well, Draco said. Once we stepped inside, the room of requirement transformed. Silver and green shimmered together, revealing a bright, cozy bedroom reminiscent of Malfoy Manor. Cedric wasn't wrong. Aurora, what on earth is going through that little head of yours? You really need to reflect, Draco teased. I ignored them and began rifling through the room, searching frantically. What are you looking for? We can help. If it were me, where would I hide Ravenclaw's diadem? Are you looking for this? Cedric returned. None of us knew when he would once again open the door to the room of requirement. In his hands, the exquisite Ravenclaw diadem danced and flipped with effortless grace. You! I exchanged a glance with the other two, forcing myself to stay calm. What do you want me to trade for? I suspected that Cedric might have been influenced or even possessed by the fragment of soul within the Ravenclaw diadem. Whether this effect was temporary or permanent, I couldn't tell. In the original story, the boy known for his humility and sense of fairness and justice would never so casually toy with such a rare treasure. Clever. I like talking to clever people, unlike that entire room of Hufflepuffs. His easygoing, friendly demeanor was all a facade. Disdain flickered in his eyes. The real Cedric would never look down on those inferior to him. The fact that he was deliberately showing this side of himself meant he had an ulterior motive. Harry Potter, Cedric stepped closer. I'm very interested in him. You know why I came to you, he added, looking directly at Harry. Though he appeared calm and in control, I noticed he remained on high alert, his fingertips gripping his wand tightly. Harry cleared his throat twice. Aurora, Draco, could you give us some privacy? Harry, you're going to face him alone? I asked. This was a fragment of Voldemort's soul. The Ravenclaw diadem's soul fragment was not at all like the one in the notebook. Years ago, Voldemort had retrieved the diadem from Albania's Black Forest and hidden it in the Room of Requirement, driven solely by his obsession with immortality and domination of the wizarding world. Don't worry, this is Hogwarts, right under Dumbledore's nose. He won't touch me. Harry raised an eyebrow. Cedric's eyelid twitched. Exactly. No matter how biased Dumbledore might be, Voldemort's fear of him ran deep, ingrained into his very bones. Then Aurora and I will wait outside, Draco said, exchanging a glance with Harry. He took my hand and led me away from this perilous place. Don't look. She doesn't belong to you, Cedric called after us. The door slowly closed in front of us. Finally, Diggory says something sensible, Draco said, a smile tugging at his lips. Why are you colluding with the Ravenclaw diadem? I asked, incredulous. He's willing to reveal his identity, which clearly means he needs something from us, Draco mused. We have nothing, we're only third years at Hogwarts. His goal is to use us, through the Malfoys, to contact my father, Draco added thoughtfully. The method mirrored exactly what Quirrell had done back in the day. No matter how powerful Voldemort had been, now he was trapped in a body that wasn't truly his own. Any ruler without a solid economic foundation cannot command followers. In the original story, the first thing Voldemort did upon regaining a body was gather his former followers. Even those who had once avoided him entirely, the few loyal ones, were restricted and anxious. Lucius, as the Death Eater's financial backbone and strategist, was an obstacle Voldemort could not bypass. Father has kept the removal of the Dark Mark a secret. Right now, he had no leverage to threaten us. Will Harry be in danger? My unease grew heavier by the second. Aurora, your worries are unnecessary. Voldemort knows himself better than anyone, Draco said, locking eyes with me. They may have reached some private understanding. Rather than worrying about Harry, we should worry about ourselves, he continued. What do you mean? I asked. After all, they are part of Voldemort. Just as Tom said, Harry could very well become the next Voldemort. Harry carried 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and now Ravenclaw's diadem had entered the picture. The events were slipping further from our control. What did these Horcruxes want? I stood anxiously outside the room of requirement. When the door opened again, I rushed inside without a second thought. Harry, are you okay? I called. The black-haired, emerald-dyed boy opened his arms toward me, watching me release several spells. I'm fine. Don't worry. Don't mess up my hair just because you're taller than me. I hastily covered my curls with my hands. Both he and Draco knew full well that my wavy hair required careful daily maintenance. A gust of wind could turn it into a golden lion's mane. In the original story, Lucius's hairstyle was mocked as resembling an Afghan hound for the same reason his hair was straight, so less troublesome. Finally, I understood why Narcissa always helped comb the hair off my forehead. Beautiful as they were, curls were really difficult to manage. All right, I won't mess with your hair, but did you find anything? He asked, grabbing my wrist. A spell silently shot into his body. I didn't know if he sensed anything unusual, but his eyes were filled with warmth and amusement. Nothing. I was just so worried about you. I lied without flinching. Sorry, Harry. I have to protect the Malfoys first, and only then everything else. All right, take your little girlfriend and get out of here. Don't forget our deal. Cedric's face showed impatience. The gentlemanly demeanor he usually wore was completely gone. Where did Cedric go? I couldn't help asking. In my mind, he had always been a worthy Hogwarts champion. Even in the original timeline, I had mourned his fate. Now, his soul might already have vanished into the ether. Oh, the Malfoys are feeling restless, Cedric teased, tapping his long fingers to his temple. Did he fall asleep? Perhaps, he said, giving nothing away. He was careful, unwilling to reveal any useful information. Aurora, we still have classes this afternoon. Draco's meaning was clear. We didn't need to waste more time here. Suddenly, Cedric tossed something. I instinctively caught it. It was the Ravenclaw diadem. My token of sincerity, he said, looking at Harry. Why me? I asked, puzzled. Consider it a betrothal gift from Harry, Cedric teased. Shut up. Draco's face turned bright red with anger. I quickly shoved the diadem into Harry's arms and threw a silencing curse his way. Cedric dodged sideways. Quite the temper. That's enough. Harry's emerald eyes narrowed. Don't come out unless I call. If I need you, I'll find you. His entire presence shifted. The gentle, shy demeanor he usually displayed vanished completely. I had always known it was just a mask. Aurora, did I scare you? I shook my head. Only you, Harry. The Harry I knew would never sacrifice those who had once helped him for personal gain. I trusted his true heart. A faint smile curved his lips as he folded away the terrifying aura he had just exuded. Cedric sneered from the side. Has the Malfoy family fallen hard enough yet? Not turning back until hitting the wall. Is that one of your family traditions? I'm not like you. Harry's eyes were now devoid of any softness. If you can't speak properly, you can choose to stay silent. You. Jealousy makes you lose your tongue, Harry said, deliberately provoking him. Cedric's eyes glowed bright red with anger, a clear sign Voldemort was about to use magic. I hurriedly shielded Draco behind me. Aurora, don't worry, Harry crossed his arms. You can't attack me. The main soul won't allow us to fight among ourselves, he said coldly. True enough, Cedric muttered, seemingly thinking of something. But, in a blur of motion, he lunged and captured me, pressing his wand against my neck. The main soul doesn't forbid attacking others, especially those who could restrain you. Harry's hand tightened around his wand, veins standing out. Let go of Aurora or you'll regret it. Besides being the main soul's vessel, you don't seem to have anything special, Cedric said casually. Actually, I'm trying to help you now. Put your wands on the ground. Harry and Draco instinctively dropped to their knees. Suddenly, the situation flipped. Draco and I unleashed our vines at the same time, one wrapped around Cedric's wrist, the other around his neck. Reverse suspension. Cedric was hoisted upside down, bound tightly. I took the opportunity to snatch his wand. If I weren't afraid that a stray curse might reduce the room of requirement to ashes, I really would have tested out Crabbe's method. Now will you speak properly? Harry lightly tapped Cedric's cheek. The boy turned his face aside. You're not terrible. The vines binding him spontaneously burst into flames, yet he effortlessly freed himself. Except your weapons. He didn't even use his wand. Cedric's wand was back in his hand. Now does that prove my strength? This was far beyond the level expected of a fifth-year student. Why are you targeting us? I asked, unable to hide my doubts. I want to survive, the boy said bluntly. I know the Slytherin locket is in your possession. Tom had told me that each soul fragment was internally connected, but I hadn't realized just how tightly. I hadn't mentioned taking the Slytherin locket from the Black ancestral home to anyone. I wanted to tear the mouth off that diadem. I'm right, you're planning to destroy us completely, your goal I can't fathom. Cedric, or rather, calling him the diadem seems more appropriate. The Malfoy family prospered under my protection, that's undeniable. Yet you, a descendant of Malfoy, choose to turn against me? Lucius, is this how you raised them? He had a point. While Voldemort held power, thanks to Abraxas, he had shown favor to the Malfoys. But now, with his return, the situation had reversed entirely. All past favor had turned into oppression and humiliation. I couldn't forget the future, where he ordered Draco to attempt the impossible task of assassinating Dumbledore. I couldn't forgive Lucius kneeling before him to beg forgiveness for his son, his arrogance on full display. Seeing my agitation, he wisely changed the topic. I know the notebook soul obeys you. He noticed my grip on my wand tighten and quickly added, I wonder what method you used to make it agree. What? You want to be bound to me too? Everything you think, everything you do completely under my control, this is what you want? Even so, how could I constantly monitor Tom and Abraxas? Two idiots, full of half-baked ideas, were living their new lives far away in Germany. I didn't want to intrude on their little world. The diadem fell silent, then finally, begrudgingly accepted. Survival is the first priority. This is favorable for you. What do we get out of it? A loyal little dog, Draco scoffed. You! Draco seemed unable to forgive the diadem for its previous insolence, meeting it head-on with disdain. Exactly, for once, Harry and Draco were on the same side. The dead cannot be brought back. Whether it was Lily or James, or Regulus lying at the bottom of the lake, we heirs of the Malfoy family had little hope of visiting the Crouch estate. But Mr. Diggory, as a ministry colleague, could do so with ease. Cedric, the sole heir of the Diggory family, following his father there, made it almost trivial. Moreover, inside Cedric was the idol of young Bartemius Crouch himself, Voldemort. Yet would the diadem conspire with young Barty, acting in tandem? I wasn't about to gamble on Voldemort's character. Better to have Tom handle it, far safer for the Malfoys. Cedric could open the door, but cultivation was up to the individual. After careful consideration of the risks and benefits, I spoke. My cousin Regulus Black died because of you, and his body is now missing. I didn't finish the sentence. Voldemort, clever and perceptive as ever, surely understood the implication. Collecting the body of Orion's youngest son is my gesture of goodwill, I added. He looked at me intently, then turned and left. The door to the room of requirement closed fully in front of me, and I finally exhaled. As the ultimate boss of the Harry Potter saga, I had a deep understanding of Voldemort's cunning. His level of danger was second only to Albus Dumbledore. I clung to Draco's neck, almost melting into his body. Where did the strategic Aurora go just now? Harry teased. I pouted. He's a tyrant. I could not bear to see the family I loved most crawling at his feet. Harry's expression was unreadable. Remembering the Voldemort fragment within Harry, I hurried to explain. As the number of split soul fragments increased, his reason diminished, and his temper grew more violent. By the end of his reign, father endured countless agonizing injuries, pain so extreme that even grandfather could not intervene. Mom was even pregnant at the time and nearly suffered from the same torture. I witnessed that scene in his memory. Fortunately, Voldemort retracted the curse in time, Harry said, still shaken. Perhaps, at that moment, it was Voldemort's only shred of conscience. Though he had forgotten that Narcissa was his kin, the bond between their lives had not been completely severed. I will not let this happen again. Chapter 288. Regulus rescued. I didn't understand why he was telling me all this. I trust you, Harry. The confrontation with the diadem had drained me completely. I could no longer support myself and flopped onto Draco, drifting toward sleep. Sleep, Aurora. Rest well, I'll stay here with you, he murmured. Then he instructed Harry, Aurora will surely wake up asking for the next lesson's notes. Harry, I'll leave that to you. You only ever speak politely at times like this, the black-haired emerald-dyed boy replied with a resigned tone. Crabbe and Goyle are useless, and Miss Granger is far away at Durmstrang. We can only rely on you here. Don't forget to get me and Aurora excused. From Draco's tone, it was obvious he was wearing a smug, self-satisfied grin. Draco, sleepy, I cut off their playful banter. All right, little liar, he murmured softly, drawing me closer and tightening his arms around me. I had long since gotten used to falling asleep in his embrace. Every so often, Draco would check on the growth of the fruit's seed within me. As long as we stayed close every day, the development would proceed smoothly. The best way to ensure this was through intimate contact. If we were like Mom and Dad, a proper, legitimate couple, it would be so much easier, Draco sighed. Why do you say that? I asked. Intimacy is what encourages the vines to grow. His voice held a slight huskiness. The closeness we have now, it's far from enough. Who told you to plant it inside me so early? I murmured, tracing along his body. This helped ease the discomfort caused by the growing vines as much as possible. A tingling sensation ran through me. Aurora, I can't wait any longer. In the room, the plants stretched their leaves and branches as if celebrating the joy of their master. The crown acted quickly. Before long, a corpse, long unrecognizable, appeared before us. I had no idea how he had found Regulus in his decayed state in the cavern and brought him to Hogwarts. Truly, the Dark Lord's abilities were nothing to underestimate. Only the last remaining black could confirm his identity. Sirius had been estranged from his family since childhood. The gap between him and his younger brother was like a chasm. Yet at the moment they met, I knew I had been wrong. Sirius did not need blood magic to recognize his brother. Regulus's letter, signed Araby, had tormented him for nights. Even with spells to block sound and sight, the room of requirement could clearly hear Creature, the Black family's devoted house elf, wailing loudly. Master Regulus, Creature has finally seen you. The corpse's stiff jaw twisted into what could almost be called a smile. He still has self-awareness, Sirius exclaimed. His crisp suit was a mess, but he didn't care. Perhaps, given time, he will gradually regain his consciousness, the crown said ambiguously. Thank you. Are you Hufflepuff Cedric Diggory? Sirius stepped forward and embraced the mastermind behind the restoration. The crown quickly pushed him away. Professor Black, it was nothing. I am honored to have been of help. His expression was supremely sincere. I had to admit it was quite the performance. Bringing your little uncle back to a familiar environment will help restore his human memories. Sirius froze for a moment, then realized little uncle's identity, and a gentle smile spread across his face. Creature, I'll be counting on you. It's no trouble at all. Taking care of Master Regulus is no trouble. Creature would give his life without hesitation. The elderly self's tears streamed freely. Creature snapped his fingers, and Regulus's body vanished from the room of requirement. House elves aren't bound by Hogwarts restrictions, they can apparate, Sirius patiently explained. Mother has always worried about Regulus' safety. Being able to bring him back fulfills at least one of her wishes. Sirius continued, Aurora, thank you. Why did he know it was my doing? That's easy, Draco said, clarifying for me. Diggory and the Black family were never close. Who else would go all that way into a cavern to retrieve the body of a stranger? That only leaves you, meddlesome little liar. Aurora, you're even more like your mother. The Black family will always honor your heart, Sirius said, as if he could always attribute any achievement to Narcissa. I shed a sympathetic tear for Lucius. In the following days, Sirius frequently traveled between the Black ancestral home and Hogwarts. Where the original timeline had estranged brotherly ties, Regulus' loss of human consciousness drew them closer ironically. Creature later came to Hogwarts on behalf of Mrs. Black, presenting a precious gift, sobbing profusely in gratitude. I felt mortified down to my toes. I was never comfortable accepting thanks. It only made my inner burden heavier. I preferred to keep my distance. Except, Aurora, you always try to give everyone else a happy ending. Could you maybe think about yourself for once? Draco said, gently stroking my hair. We're fine as we are, I replied. Fine, I can't argue with that, Draco said, clearly pleased. You know I can't live without you. I wrapped my legs around his waist. Do you think Harry knows how clingy you are in private? His voice was different from usual, sending a shiver down my spine. Blame yourself, I teased. Blaming me again, he punished me with a kiss to my brow, admiring how helpless I was. The Ravenclaw diadem is in Harry's hands. He's been studying it day and night these past few days, Draco continued. What is he planning to do? The diadem has already been offered with his utmost sincerity. His goal is, like Tom, to regain a physical body. But Cedric's body could already fulfill that wish, couldn't it? I asked, still confused. Cedric is different from Quirrell. He has a strong sense of self and hasn't submitted to Voldemort. He's only temporarily the master of that body. The longer the suppression, the stronger the resistance. It could lead to mutual destruction. In other words, Cedric's body might become a dud. At that point, the diadem would need to find a new host. And right now, the only body capable of bearing Voldemort's soul is one you can create. That's why the soul fragment needs you, Aurora. Draco lay down beside me, our fingers intertwined. I understand your concern. The diadem isn't like Tom, who was restrained by his love for his grandfather. The Ravenclaw diadem was one of Voldemort's soul relics, created in his later student years. Ravenclaw represents wisdom. Perhaps that's why it was the first Horcrux to develop a will of its own. If it hadn't reached out to us, it might have left Hogwarts via Cedric. Through Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, it could gain access to Azkaban and release loyal followers: Bellatrix, Lestrange, the Caro siblings, and others. Everything that has happened could yet work in our favor. The key is knowing how to use it. The problem was how to draw him out of Cedric's body. Would he think we were merely trying to help Cedric reclaim his form and act accordingly? The diadem is very particular. Perhaps none of the current Slytherins meet his standards. Even you? I teased deliberately. Forgot? I'm an elf, and then there's you. Possessing an elf isn't easy unless the souls are on the same frequency. Draco's expression darkened. What's wrong? Nothing, even if I'm not possessed. If you sense something unusual about me, you must stay away, Draco said earnestly. Why did he keep emphasizing this point again and again? I obediently nodded, filing it away in my mind. He exhaled, then pinched my waist lightly. You've derailed the conversation. The diadem may have considered Harry once, but he seems to want to retain some self-awareness. So the choice is yours. A single move could affect everything. The Malfoys will always be your backing. The Malfoys had also entrusted the choice to me. They lifted me with their full hearts, with all the power they possessed. What sense was there in hesitating any longer? Tom had heard about this and requested a private meeting with the diadem. I didn't know what they discussed, but when he left the study, his expression was grim. Aurora, don't bring this despicable creature back. Why? The diadem stood nearby, amused. What else? Afraid you won't be able to hold him? That's all. It is so little confidence in yourself. Had I just set Tom up with a rival? Mr. Malfoy, I am Cedric Diggory. For some reason, Tom hadn't told Abraxas Cedric's true identity, and the diadem seized the opportunity. Hello. I hear Amos speaks of you often. Abraxas exchanged polite words. He noticed Cedric in his Hufflepuff uniform, a boy with a face worthy of a movie star. He shook the boy's hand with faint regret. In his heart, no Hufflepuff, however capable, could compare to a Slytherin. Beside him, Tom seemed to gain a small victory. I'm Draco's rival on the Quidditch pitch. The diadem steered the topic towards something Abraxas would find interesting. I'm Hufflepuff's seeker and captain. You must be a great flyer, Abraxas said casually. Not necessarily, Tom muttered under his breath. Why don't we have a match? The diadem whispered in Tom's ear. Let's see who's more suited to be by Abraxas' side. Chapter 2, 191. The Secret of Bartemius Crouch. How utterly childish. And yet, he's not exactly young anymore. Tom was born in 1926, making him nearly 70 years old. Yet here he was, wrapped in the guise of a young man, still acting like a teenage hero on a Quidditch pitch. Shameless, really. The thought that this man was also one of my grandfathers. Aurora, stop it. Draco rubbed his forehead. I didn't say anything, I replied, only thinking it in my head. Your inner monologue is practically written all over your face. As for who ultimately won or lost, that was never officially settled. I only knew that Tom clung to Abraxas even more tightly. Through the diadem's deliberate influence, the Diggory family soon received an invitation from old Bartemius Crouch. In the original story, this was the stage when the Triwizard Tournament was moving into its operational phase. Lucius, leveraging the Malfoy family's wealth, secured a minor post at the Ministry of Magic, allowing him to act swiftly amid the constantly shifting circumstances. Though not a high-ranking position, it carried considerable influence. As the literal big spender, even Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, treated him as a VIP. Old Bartemius Crouch, director of the International Magical Cooperation Office, was primarily responsible for overseeing the Triwizard Tournament, a task requiring the global reach and backing of the Malfoy commercial empire. Lucius brought the three of us along. Before departing, in the Malfoy study, Dad, I lightly knocked on the study door. Narcissa sat on Lucius's lap, the two wrapped in tender intimacy. Her eyes were slightly red at the corners, sparkling with warmth. Aurora. Narcissa was about to rise, but Lucius held her firmly in his arms. Aurora, what is it? No matter what happened, Lucius never kept secrets from his wife. Mom, Dad, you're both here, perfect timing. I pulled out a parchment scroll. On it were the names of 2 Bartemius Crouches. Lucius studied it for a long moment. The Marauder-style map was no secret to the Malfoys. Back in the day, the 4 Marauders had created a map of Hogwarts, and with Tom's help now, making one for the Crouch estate was hardly difficult. Dad, are there any other Crouches with the same name? I've checked this map with Tom multiple times. Nothing went wrong during its creation, I said, feigning ignorance as I met Lucius's probing gaze. Crouch family's only son, also named Bartemius, died in Azkaban. Lucius paused, his finger tracing the map. Old Bartemius was once the leading candidate for Minister of Magic, but his son's allegiance to the Death Eaters ruined his career. Perhaps old Bartemius wasn't as upright as he appeared, Lucius added with a wry smile. Hiding criminals at home, bold indeed. I remember him even searching the Malfoy manor with the Weasleys back then. Narcissa gently stroked Lucius's throat. Luke, Aurora is our lucky star. Lucius held his wife's mischievous hand. For ministry officials to cheat and scheme so brazenly, they have no shame. Luke, Crouch would pay any price to trade with us. But anyone who knew this secret was likely executed by old Bartemius. This time, we cannot afford to alert them, he said, lifting Narcissa's chin softly. This mission is extremely dangerous. Narcissa nodded. I'll stay at the manor. You two be careful. Never underestimate a father protecting his child. Yes, just as I protect you, Lucius said boldly. I thought that you would be more accurate than you all. His gaze toward Narcissa was overflowing with tenderness. She freed a hand to hold me close, and the 3 of us embraced together. Draco leaned lazily at the doorway. Mom, Dad, can I have Aurora back now? Narcissa pinched my cheek and teased him with a smile. Already trying to steal people from us at your age? He's originally mine anyway. I was just lending him to you for a while, he said, trying to sound tough, though his face flushed crimson, and he couldn't even bring himself to look at me. I bid good night to the Malfoys and left the study with light, brisk steps. What's the plan? I had already coordinated with Draco beforehand. We both agreed that such evidence would only achieve its full value and purpose in Lucius' hands. In the original story, I could never understand how 3 inexperienced Hogwarts students could possibly outmatch the cunning, decisive head of the Malfoy family. The only explanation was that J.K. Rowling forced the plot to lower their intelligence. We've got the Crouch family's leverage. How we use it, Father will decide, Draco said. Old Bartemius would never hand over young Barty easily. The only way is to make them turn on each other, he added after a moment's thought. Self-defeating either way, I said, exchanging a knowing smile with him. Malfoys were never the type to play fair, and they never sought happy endings for anyone. Everything was for the family's benefit. Narcissa watched us disappear through the Malfoy Manor fireplace. She wore a black silk dress, her lashes adorned with lace, radiating elegance. Lucius draped a cashmere shawl over her shoulders and bid her a reluctant farewell. "Don't worry, we'll be home soon." He had crafted several Malfoy family door keys, hanging them around our necks, making sure Tom and Cedric weren't left out. "You really think ahead, Sissa," Lucius said, both exasperated and amused. "We're visiting friends, not storming a dragon's lair." "I think it's about the same," Narcissa insisted. "Fine." Tom broke the couple's tender gaze. "Time's almost up." His eyes betrayed a restless impatience. "I guessed it was because Grandpa wasn't there to see him off." "Father's not feeling well," Narcissa chided him. "Yesterday someone overdid it, and today you're blaming others for not seeing you off," Cedric said, twirling his wand with a teasing grin. Unexpectedly, Tom didn't get angry, he seemed almost pleased. The Crouch family fireplace was spotless, obviously cleaned regularly. Old Bartemius Crouch and the house elf Winky were waiting in the hall. Bartemius, typically stern and unsmiling, now forced a hospitable grin. His hair was streaked with gray, and deep lines etched his face. Though a contemporary of Abraxas, he appeared much older. Middle-aged disappointments, a terminally ill wife, and a willingness to die in Azkaban for his son. Clearly, the ancient Crouch family had fallen to its lowest. Their only son endured the Cruciatus curse daily, living day to day like a hollow shell. His gaze lingered on Draco's and my platinum hair. I remembered that in the original story young Barty's hair had also been a pale yellow. Barty Crouch, a 12th student, had once been his father's pride during departures and welcomes. Now he hid under an invisibility cloak, barely clinging to life. He greeted us politely, keeping the conversation simple. Suddenly, Winky let out a sharp cry, shattering the calm atmosphere. "Winky, what are you doing? You're shaming the Crouch family in front of our guests," old Bartemius scolded. Janshin pointed at Tom's face, too stunned to speak. To avoid arousing old Barty's suspicion, Tom had already drunk the polyjuice potion. Right now, the face he wore was plain and unremarkable. Just now, I think I saw that person's face." That person, needless to say, was the name everyone in the wizarding world used to refer to Voldemort. I glanced at Tom. Even with such a bland exterior, that slight curl of his lips betrayed a charm that could still captivate anyone if the person inside was truly him. "Just now I heard Mr. Crouch call you Shanshan, right?" Tom crouched down to meet the house elf at eye level. This gesture of equality immediately won Shanshan's favor. Coupled with Tom's innate charisma, she calmed down. "Apologies, Mr. Malfoy. I misjudged. I've offended you." Shanshan slammed her head against the wall. Old Barty, now rarely hosting guests of any status, silently watched as the elf harmed herself, making no move to stop her. As the thuds continued, I quickly interjected, "Mr. Crouch, Father still has many important matters to discuss with you." "Yes, don't let such a fool waste your time." Old Barty finally stopped Shanshan's punishment. Her forehead was already badly swollen. Though I wasn't like Hermione, rising up to defend house elves' rights, Shanshan had served the Crouches with absolute diligence in canon. Her loyalty was as unwavering as creatures. There was no reason for her to be treated so harshly. Crouch glanced at the others. Lucius understood immediately. The two of them silently made their way toward the study. The rest were left in Shanshan's care, as she meticulously attended to the other house elves and guests. In canon, Shanshan had always cared for little Barty. Bound by the Crouch family's contracts, she could never reveal his affairs. Tom had revealed his true face just now so little Barty, hidden under the invisibility cloak, could see. Shanshan had deliberately made noise to shield her young master. I felt a pang of sympathy. Even a high-IQ criminal like little Barty had a loyal house elf by his side. Meanwhile, Draco had been easily betrayed by Dobby, and later, Crabbe. Well, some things simply weren't fated. When Shanshan reappeared, her eyes were red and her body trembling, clearly terrified. She approached Tom and said, "This Mr. Malfoy, your master invites you to come along." She wasn't good at lying. Tom nodded at me and shot a warning glance toward Cedric. "Does your master only specially entertain him alone?" Cedric teased Shanshan, seemingly unconcerned with the potential trouble. Mom asked. Even Crouch's house elves looked on the verge of tears. "Please lead the way," Tom said politely, giving Cedric a sidelong glance. putting on airs. I couldn't understand why Cedric harbored such hostility toward Tom. They were obviously the same person. Draco whispered excitedly in my ear, "The fish has bitten." Crouch, like the Malfoys, was one of the ancient pureblood families. After his wife passed away, old Bartemius never remarried. His only son had also proven to be a profound disappointment. Any hopes of career achievement had long slipped away. Having devoted himself entirely to his work, I wondered if, looking back over his life, he felt even a twinge of regret. In the original story, young Barty imitated Voldemort and killed his own father. The reason I hadn't allowed the diadem to come into contact with young Barty was clear. The diadem, once turned into a Horcrux, had already caused the death of old Tom Riddle. Before that, Tom had created the Gaunt Ring as a Horcrux. Tom, as the first Horcrux to be split, hadn't yet become completely unhinged. Would young Barty recognize his master? Undoubtedly. In the original story, he was fanatically devoted. I could even sense an unusual possessiveness in him toward Voldemort, and Voldemort's feelings for him were unlike those he had for any other Death Eater. Half-blood status, a failed father among the Death Eaters, only young Barty dared to address Voldemort by name. Perhaps Voldemort saw a reflection of his former self in young Barty, someone brilliant and ambitious, yet unacknowledged no matter how hard they tried. But leaving Tom and young Barty together, was that truly the right decision? I didn't know. Life itself was a gamble with both wins and losses. Before long, Tom reappeared in our sight. I had so many questions I wanted to ask him, but there was no chance, so I let it go. Lucius and old Bartemius were deep in conversation, and it was impossible to imagine the tension that had once existed between them at Malfoy Manor. 2. Ancient foxes. Their eyes met briefly, conveying the information they needed without words. "Let's leave it at that for today." Lucius, the head of the Malfoy family, checked his pocket watch, which held a photo of his wife. Old Bartemius smiled knowingly, his eyes heavy with loneliness. Perhaps he was thinking of his frail, prematurely deceased wife, who couldn't even die in her true form, simply wrapped in straw mats and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. He turned his head, blinking hard. Lucius watched him for a long moment. With a sigh, our visit came to an end. Even young Barty Crouch had something to say. As soon as we returned to Malfoy Manor, Tom recounted the entire conversation. I nestled beside Narcissa as she gently combed through my long hair with her fingertips, in a way that reminded me of grooming an animal. When I could only appear in unicorn form in the elf sanctuary, I loved how she handled my mane. In the original story, upon learning that Draco was safe, she had even concealed the truth of Harry's survival. Like Lily Potter and Mrs. Crouch, she was willing to sacrifice anything for her children. I, however, never wanted her to face a life-or-death situation again. I only wished for her years of quiet peace. Young Barty doesn't care at all that Mrs. Crouch replaced him and left him to die in Azkaban, Tom said, his expression difficult to read. Tom's daughter, Narcissa, had also become a mother. He could scarcely imagine that such a person existed in the world, someone who would trample a mother's unconditional love. He has lived under the imperious curse all this time. Today, our visit allowed him to remain lucid for a rare moment. Tom glanced at Lucius nearby. "He despises you." "Me? I don't recall ever provoking him," Lucius said, confused. "You escaped punishment and continue to live a pampered life. In his eyes, that's proof of your disloyalty." Tom shot me a quick glance. I'm only relaying young Barty's thoughts. He knew my protective nature all too well. "That's also a testament to your father's cunning," I muttered. Tom understood me too well. I could not bear to see my family's actions misrepresented by outsiders. "Aurora, don't mind it," Narcissa said softly, and I gradually calmed down. But, aside from expressing his loyalty to me, he also revealed a secret. Peter Pettigrew is still alive and he's made contact. What? But he had clearly lost his animagus ability and supposedly died in Azkaban. Tom continued. "He faked his death. Before the guards could intervene, he deliberately dirtied himself eating, drinking, and relieving himself on the spot. The stench spread to nearby cells, so the guards wouldn't approach and only sent Dementors to check." I didn't need him to say more. The negligence of the Azkaban wardens had allowed this notorious criminal to escape once again. Once flung into the sea, he drifted, narrowly avoiding shark attacks, and regained his freedom, a bloody but successful gamble. Peter Pettigrew had cunning, courage, and audacity in equal measure. Tom's expression showed admiration. Unlike Voldemort in the original story, He didn't look down on this unremarkable subordinate. Pettigrew became the first person in history to escape from Azkaban successfully. Should we tell Sirius that Peter Pettigrew is still alive? Sirius had finally started a new life. If he learned Pettigrew was still out there, he would travel 1,000 miles to hunt him down. The Blacks were all prone to obsession. Once, Sirius had been willing to sacrifice his own life out of guilt, enduring Azkaban even if falsely accused. How could he now teach at Hogwarts knowing his enemy roamed free? Now is not the right time. Harry shook his head, noticing my worry. Since Pettigrew has already contacted young Bartemius, he clearly has other plans. Executing him publicly isn't necessary. Legally, he's already dead, so dying again changes nothing. Indeed, Pettigrew had more enemies than just Sirius. I stepped forward and took Harry's hand. We won't let him run free. But what does he want with young Bartemius? I asked. They each need something, Tom hinted. Bartemius has been trapped for years and craves freedom. Pettigrew is hiding and needs protection. Their goals align. So, planning a comeback? Abrasax teased Tom. Your subordinates already made contact. You know I have no such intentions. Tom's hand brushed Abrasax's waist, and Abrasax stiffened for a moment. Sorry, I went too far yesterday. Tom's words sounded apologetic, but his expression was pure triumph. Cedric's face darkened. I'd heard that the crown within Cedric had once tried to reveal its identity to Abrasax, but they parted on bad terms. Abrasax couldn't accept someone from the next generation. Tom in human form was only a year older than Cedric now. Cedric was biologically straight, with a girlfriend in the original story, Harry's first love, Autumn Jang. Cedric was the sole heir of the Diggory family. Entanglement with Abrasax could threaten the Diggory line. Add a jealous Tom into the mix. Abrasax truly lacked the means to intervene. Speaking of comebacks, the most likely candidate is someone else. Tom skillfully deflected the trouble elsewhere. No one knew the crown better than he did. Can you handle it? Abraxas asked, ignoring Tom's teasing and addressing Cedric directly. You actually think that? Cedric's tall, sturdy frame seemed smaller somehow, his eyes red as if he'd been wronged. Showing weakness in front of Abraxas always worked on him. The crown contained the third fragment of Voldemort's soul, slightly older than Tom, yet it had spent most of its existence sealed within the Ravenclaw diadem, unlike Tom, who had been free to move. Later, it could detach slightly from the diadem and act through others' bodies, but its fastidious nature kept it mostly in the room of requirement, waiting for a more suitable host. In short, the crown had experienced less than Tom. No matter what, the only person both Tom and the crown ever competed over was the former Malfoy patriarch Abraxas himself. Whether driven by possessiveness or the Malfoys' power and wealth, once the crown got involved, it had no intention of backing down. It didn't seem obsessed with asking me to create a new body either. Its motives remained unclear. All that was certain was its growing closeness to Tom recently. After returning to Hogwarts, news occasionally trickled in about young Barty and Peter Pettigrew. Peter was extremely cautious. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't dare act to control old Barty. Being caught would be far worse than a return to Azkaban. It would mean immediate execution. Both were considered dead in the eyes of others. Tom understood perfectly. I never knew that even the incarnation of a unicorn could be so. He smiled faintly at the thought. Draco and I may not be skilled in dark arts, but that doesn't make us blank slates. We understand what every Malfoy family member does, he added. Why soil your own hands when you could use others' power? Peach, you're just like Abraxas, always pushing me to the front. As the Malfoys' public face, and in pursuit of elevating the pureblood family's prestige, Voldemort had indeed taken a few actions back in the day. Grandfather, I quickly softened my tone, lowering my voice to a coquettish whisper. Malfoys always put family first, and now, you're one of us too. Tom relaxed slightly. All right, I'll help you this time, but don't drag Abraxas or me into trouble again. Look at the people you've brought back. His gaze landed on Cedric, attentive and courteous beside Abraxas. The boy lifted his head and gave Tom a teasing smile. Do your best. I patted Tom on the shoulder. Don't forget what you promised me. In my last life I must have owed the Malfoy family a huge favor, Tom muttered as if resigned. Voldemort's soul fragment was astonishingly efficient. Once, the family seat of Barty Crouch Asar, a former popular candidate for Minister of Magic, had been robbed. One member of the Order, Montagus, witnessed it. In the original story, he had coveted the Black family's treasures, stealing the real locket box and delivering it to Umbridge's thief. According to the Daily Prophet, Montagus was caught by Barty Crouch, a SR just returning from work. In the ensuing scuffle, an invisibility cloak was accidentally revealed, exposing a scandal of monumental proportions. Thus, the Crouch family's scheme of hiding Azkaban prisoners at home was inadvertently uncovered. Fudge, already opportunistic in his rise to power, seized the chance to go after Barty Crouch's SR completely. Even more surprising was that old Barty wasn't harboring just one criminal little Barty. When Aurors came to search the Crouch estate, they found traces of a release tracking curse. Following the trail, they discovered the whereabouts of the supposedly dead prisoner Peter Pettigrew. News of Peter Pettigrew's successful escape completely ruined Fudge's previously inflated sense of pride. He had no choice but to hold a press conference and sincerely apologize to the public. Though he tried to appear tearful and remorseful, it was clear he wasn't much cleverer than old Barty Crouch. How old Barty managed to let a wolf in the fold, and how he happened to knock over little Barty's invisibility cloak, remained a mystery. It was simply a case of strategic planning paying off. Little Barty confessed openly to his father's actions. He never wanted to live like a walking corpse again. He laughed nervously and said, "My master will trample you all underfoot." Then he glared viciously at Peter Pettigrew, trapped alongside him. He assumed Pettigrew had leaked information. Previously, Peter had been temporarily replaced and served as a confidential informant for the Potters. Now, little Barty believed Pettigrew had switched sides again, seeking greater advantage and a more secure ally. Internal strife would ultimately be wiped out in one fell swoop. Fudge's position as Minister for Magic teetered precariously due to the sudden collapse of his reputation. He hated the two of them with a passion. Figuring out what to do with them became a serious problem. The live broadcast of their trial inevitably revealed other minor scandals. Fuming, Fudge returned to his office, abandoning his usual friendly demeanor. With a loud bang, he slammed into the minister's office door. Lucius, what are you doing here?" He was about to bark out a few words when he saw the head of the Malfoy family, casually twirling his snake-headed wand and crossing his legs with elegant composure. He couldn't understand why, every time he met Lucius, he instinctively softened his tone. Clearly Lucius was the one with a favor to ask, so why was it he who bent low? "Connolly, long time no see," Lucius said, massaging the tension from his brow. Connolly was Fudge's given name. "You have been waiting long?" Fudge rubbed his hands together, embarrassed. He owed much of his successful rise to Lucius. Glancing at his desk, he saw there were no sensitive core documents present. Lucius, of course, could read Fudge's mind. "So, Connolly, I heard you shouting from outside." "That's not like you," Lucius said bluntly. Fudge sank into his chair, pounding the desk with both hands. "If only everyone, I mean, the Malfoy family, supported me as you do, I wouldn't have." Lucius covered Fudge's short, thick fingers with his own hand. "No need for such formalities. What can I help you with?" Fudge didn't withdraw his hand. His temper gradually cooled, and he lowered his voice. "It's all old Barty's fault. He brought his son out and I turned a blind eye. Yet he didn't handle the aftermath properly and the people over there exposed it." People over there undoubtedly referred to the Order of the Phoenix under Dumbledore's leadership. In recent years, Fudge had felt secure in the ministry, no longer relying solely on Dumbledore's advice. The fawning of pureblood families, people like Lucius, appealed to him even more. In plain terms, Fudge had grown bold. Lucius suppressed the smile in his eyes and adopted a concerned expression. He reassured Fudge briefly before getting to the point. "Are you really prepared to follow Dumbledore's advice and hand over Peter Pettigrew and little Barty?" "I certainly don't want that. Who knows what else they might spill? Ruin my reputation." He grasped Lucius's long fingers like a lifeline. "You'll help me, won't you?" "What are you saying?" Lucius replied, his tone teasingly ambiguous. "Since both of them are Azkaban escapees, sending Dementors to apprehend them seems only fitting." "That's impossible. What if innocents get hurt?" Fudge hesitated, unsure. Lucius masked the impatience in his eyes. He had never found Fudge so insincere. "Just bring the Dementors to the Crouch estate, under the guise of a search." Fudge could no longer hide the glint of excitement in his eyes and pressed on eagerly. "Won't the Order of the Phoenix make a fuss about this?" Originally, the records Barty Jr. and Peter Pettigrew filed at the ministry were for all intents and purposes already dead, Lucius hinted openly. Fudge's lips twitched into a smile he could no longer suppress. He patted Lucius on the shoulder in a display of camaraderie. "Without you, what would I do?" It's my honor to ease your burden, Lucius replied. He withdrew his hand and with practiced ease, picked up a glass from the side of Fudge's desk. I'll pour. Fudge took the glass, casually brushing against Lucius's fingers. Malfoy Manor never fails to produce exquisite things, Fudge said, savoring the complex, balanced notes of the drink as it passed over his tongue. Glad you like it. Fits a connoisseur like you, Lucius complimented at just the right moment. When will you invite me over again? I still haven't congratulated your father, Fudge implied. My honor, Lucius said, concealing the flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Clearly, the ministry had planted its own observers within Malfoy Manor. Those in power never trusted anyone completely. Fudge was both inflated with pride and quietly fearful. His vanity had been gratified, but he wanted more. He even felt some indefinable emotion toward Lucius. Bound by face and interest, the head of the Malfoy family had to deal with him diplomatically, feigning compliance. Fudge, unwilling to see any single family dominate like Dumbledore had restrained him, found himself subordinate to the ascendancy of the Malfoys. A disobedient superior, the next one would be far more enticing. Lucius finally left the minister's office. At the door, the secretary's eyes lingered on the two men with a suggestive glimmer. Thank you for your hard work, she said to Lucius, winking. Only those who worked closely with him knew that Fudge was far less easygoing than he appeared. He was grandiose, headstrong, intolerant of dissent, eager to dictate yet lacking vision or strategy. Many things Dumbledore had previously managed were now under the control of the head of the Malfoy family. Lucius made no scene. As he exited the ministry building, he removed his gloves, brushed off imaginary dust, and tossed them into the trash can. Once home, he gathered Narcissa into his arms. Breathing in the sharp floral scent of her hair, his mood seemed to calm. Lucius. Sissy, let me hold you a little longer. Narcissa relaxed into his embrace. May I pet the fox? Lucius asked. It's daytime, she demurred softly. Lock the door, I'll be careful. Before she could finish, a nine-tailed fox emerged from Narcissa's clothes. It placed its paws on Lucius's thigh, resignedly closed its eyes, and bared its belly. Such a fine texture, Sissy. He buried his head in the soft belly of the nine-tailed fox. The fox tucked in its paws and gently massaged the man's cheeks with its pads. Then it leaned closer, licking his lips. I'm fine, Sissy. I just want to carry your scent, he murmured. The fox looked at him with worry, her wine, red eyes angled upward, filled with concern. Her fluffy nine tails swirled behind her, shifting with his emotions. Do you want your tail stroked? Lucius asked softly. The fox's bright red eyes reflected human-like shyness, yet she obediently offered her tails. The glands in the tail are richest, and there's also the cheek area. Lucius reached out. Don't worry about shedding, he added with a small smile, noticing the fox frown while inspecting the wizard robe dusted with white fur. Maybe it's just from eating something salty lately. The fox flicked her nine fluffy tails, curling into a ball to hide her face. Shy, Sissy? Lucius half forcibly lifted her, unfazed by the fox's averted, bashful gaze. It's about to change, he murmured to himself. The fox's paw touched his mouth. They'll want me to speak? Relax, I've already cast silence, Lucius coaxed. The fox opened her mouth but made no sound. Sissy, I understand you remember? I'm the reincarnation of the Elf King. I can communicate freely with plants and animals. I just think. The fox's voice sounds like someone laughing. It's weird. Narcissa let out a tiny squeak, burying her face in her tail shyly. You just said it's about to change. What do you mean? Her sparkling eyes were full of curiosity. Fudge may no longer be fit for the position of Minister of Magic. Is he useless now? Kind of, but not exactly. You still carry his scent. I don't like it, it's so greasy. Don't let him touch you, Narcissa said possessively. Shall we replace him then? Lucius's lips curved slightly. He enjoyed seeing his wife's display of possessiveness. But I know there must be another reason. His hand is reaching too far, Lucius explained. Fudge is planning to implement the Muggle Competition Act across the British wizarding world. His secretary is drafting the proposal. As the name implies, it's essentially an anti-monopoly law. The Malfoy family's holdings span the globe. With such a vast commercial empire, monopolistic issues are inevitable. Fudge clearly thinks the Malfoys are a fat sheep ready to be sheared. Was this Dumbledore's idea? Narcissa guessed. He helped, yes. So sly, everywhere and nowhere at once. Narcissa's expression turned sharp. A traitor through and through. The Malfoy family has spent so long offering advice and support, giving both money and effort, and now at the critical moment he betrays his allies just to solidify his own position? This proposal, he probably wanted me to see it, Lucius analyzed. What, you mean, he expects us to trade something in exchange for delaying the proposal? People's greed truly knows no bounds. A flash of red ignited in the nine-tailed fox's eyes. That's likely. Perhaps I've spoiled him too much, Lucius admitted. He wants to have his cake and eat it too, but only if he has the strength to back it up. The totem on the fox's forehead flared like fire. Don't be angry. I'm telling you this not to upset you, Lucius soothed the furious fox. I'm not really angry, just frustrated that he's unworthy, after all the gifts he's taken, she replied, slightly embarrassed. Not angry? Look at your tails. Lucius gestured at the 9 tails, flicking wildly behind her. You deliberately made me take Animagus form to mock me. She muttered a transformation spell and reverted to human form in Lucius' arms. She squeaked sharply, suddenly aware that she was standing naked before her husband. The man chuckled and tugged the embroidered blanket closer. Narcissa, comfort me properly with actions. During Fudge's tenure, no wizarding anti-monopoly bill was ever introduced, yet sending Dementors to the Crouch estate to discreetly handle Peter Pettigrew and young Barty Crouch earned him widespread praise, guided by Lucius' advice and the Daily Prophet's reporting. Better late than never. Our minister finally showed some backbone. Peter Pettigrew caused our dear Sirius over a decade of wrongful imprisonment. He deserved swift justice, and he actually got away? Finally caught one in the act. I've always said it, Britain's wizarding world shouldn't be without the death penalty. It should have been corrected long ago. Fudge's popularity surged again. He warmly invited the Malfoys to a casual gathering at his estate. Why isn't Narcissa coming along? Fudge asked with a smiling glint in his eyes, opening his arms to embrace Lucius warmly. Success in one's career is the best rejuvenation for those in power. Narcissa needs her rest, Lucius said, his expression conveying more than words could. You two are inseparable even now, stuck together since school like an old married couple, and you're still so devoted? Fudge teased. Minister Fudge, hello. Draco and Harry greeted him politely. His children also welcomed us warmly. We often attended Fudge family gatherings. Wealth and influence paved the way, making everything run smoothly. I handed a carefully prepared gift from Narcissa to Fudge's eldest son. Lucius, you don't have to be so formal. Fudge waved it off. His son took the gift inside. Fudge's home was extravagantly decorated, reflecting his status and taste. His taste for luxury and indulgence was obvious. I noticed that many of the items around him were rare treasures, either personally gifted by Lucius or presented by the Malfoy family. He caught my gaze and offered a warm, affable smile, signaling the servants to bring drinks. To our friendship, he proposed first, raising his glass. He watched Lucius take a sip, the deep red liquid sliding down Lucius's refined jaw and tracing the elegant curve of his neck, disappearing beneath his shirt. Fudge swallowed nervously. Lucius had an impressive tolerance for alcohol, truly capable of drinking 1,000 cups without staggering, but now, after less than a single drink, a faint flush colored his cheeks. Dad, are you okay? I stepped forward to steady him. Lucius wobbled slightly, nearly tipping his glass. Dad, there's something off with the drink. Draco also noticed the anomaly, taking the glass from Lucius. Lucius rested his head on Draco's shoulder. For the first time, I realized just how tall the boy had grown. Lucius, shall I help you to your private chambers? Fudge offered to escort him. No need, I can manage, Lucius said, and Draco's arm went around his waist as I stepped in to help as well. Together, we supported Lucius's tall frame, guiding him to the inner room to rest. Dad, you're so warm. Lucius's eyes glimmered with a faint red flush, and even his breath felt heated. That damn Fudge daring enough to treat the head of the Malfoy family like some forbidden prize. I'm fine. His eyes were already clear and steady. The flush on his cheeks had completely faded. I just neutralized it with my magical energy. Lucius glanced around. Through that vantage point, he can see everything in the room. He wants you. Draco's fists clenched. Though the Malfoy family knows the ways of power and influence, they've never treated themselves as bargaining chips or spoils. Dad, about my earlier suggestion, I hinted. I'll consider it, he said, hand gripping the handle of his serpent-headed wand. The door creaked open, and Fudge slipped in, looking furtive. He wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. You two go play outside. I'll keep your father company. Father? I noticed that Lucius, who had been alert just moments ago, was now slumped on the sofa, eyes closed, feigning rest. His platinum hair cascaded over half his face, radiating a fragile, delicate beauty. His hand barely rested on the serpent-headed wand, and with the slightest misstep, it could fall to the floor. Fudge, of course, knew Lucius would conceal his wand inside the wand's serpent head, and he grinned at this realization. Dad, I worried, knowing that everything Fudge had planned was backed by meticulous preparation. To hold the position of Minister for Magic, even without outstanding ability, one must be cunning. In a shadowed corner where Fudge couldn't see, Lucius subtly twisted his family ring. It was a secret signal unique to the Malfoys. Father was feigning drunkenness intentionally. I felt reassured and took Draco's hand, leaving the inner chamber. How's cousin-in-law? The moment we stepped out, Harry grabbed my arm, concern etched on his face. He had sensed something was off. I shook my head almost imperceptibly. Father sent us out. Harry frowned. Should I inform cousin? Probably, not necessary. Narcissa was still early in her pregnancy and didn't want unnecessary attention drawn to her condition. Father hadn't taken Mother to a social gathering in ages. Was that why Fudge thought he had an opening? After all, the Malfoy family's inclinations were a mystery. Abraxas openly had a same-sex partner. Even if Lucius were attracted to both men and women, he wasn't indiscriminate. Fudge, though not ugly, was short and stout, hardly impressive in any crowd. Yet power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. He thought all he had could buy him a moment with Lucius, an impossible dream he had coveted since student days. Suddenly, a commotion came from the inner chamber. I rushed inside, worried for Father. For Narcissa's sake, I had to protect Lucius's honor too. Fudge lay on the floor, his face bruised, eyes wide and confused. Lucius stood above, looking down imperiously. Father, I threw myself into his arms. I'm fine. We should go. He didn't even spare Fudge a glance. Seeing my worry, Lucius soothed me. Don't be afraid. I placed him under the cruciatus. With his weak will, breaking free is virtually impossible. Father, don't take risks. You knew something was wrong with that drink. I'll tell Mother as soon as we get home. Calm expression Lucius had worn just moments ago finally cracked. His panic was obvious. I really am fine. Liar. You just said you only suppressed the potion's effect. I grabbed his arm and rushed for the door. Go find Mother to neutralize it. The cruciatus's effectiveness depends on a wizard's strength. Perhaps Father hadn't originally intended to act against Fudge, but repeated provocations pushed him past his limits. Fudge thought power alone placed him at the top. He didn't realize that without backing he couldn't even organize a campaign rally. One must always place one's own people, Lucius muttered. Will he regain his consciousness? I asked. I'll have someone watch him, Lucius replied, a hint of contempt in his expression. Even the plants in the inner chamber seemed to respond, quietly stretching their branches. Since awakening my elf blood heritage, I had noticed many details I had long ignored. Plants and animals can serve as our hands and eyes. Through the environment around him, Lucius could know anything he wanted to. Afterward, he bid Mrs. Fudge and the children farewell with a beaming smile. Connolly said he'd look after me, yet he drank too much and tripped. He patted the man on the shoulder. Mrs. Fudge's eyes were conflicted. She avoided meeting mine. More or less, performing such acts in front of children weighed on her conscience. Toward Lucius, there was a hint of jealousy. I had always thought she was harmless. Yet it turned out she was one of the accomplices. She ensured her husband's affairs were managed smoothly. Her coordination with Fudge suggested this was not the first time she had done something like this. As Fudge's spouse, how could she not sense her husband's intentions? Having been a full-time housewife for years, she had long lost the drive and skills for work. To maintain marital stability and family harmony, she feigned ignorance. Perhaps even the spiced drink had been her preparation, ensuring her husband got what he wanted, willing to act in secret alongside him. On the way back, I muttered quietly, Dad, they've already taken so many gifts from us. One day, everything will be returned to its rightful owner. Don't worry, Lucius reassured, smiling. Just like Sissy, always a little money-minded. Grabbing a hot potato only burns yourself, he added pointedly. Dad, the potion's kicking in soon, right? I glanced toward Narcissa, who was hurrying from not far away. Yes, you two go ahead and eat, you don't need to wait for us. He paused for a moment, then, spotting her, his smile turned determined. Though the chill of the outdoors clung to him, he removed his coat and draped it over his wife. Sissy, help me. It seemed this assistance would take quite some time, so I quickly called Draco and Harry and returned to our room. Dad clearly let himself get caught on purpose. He can distinguish even the faintest sense. On one hand, elves' sense of taste and smell far surpasses humans. On the other, even without awakened bloodline abilities, the Malfoy family's long-standing training was enough to prevent being drugged. He's just using it as an excuse to be close to Mom, but Mom wouldn't reject him, so was it really worth the risk? I still didn't quite understand the full reasoning. Maybe, just to enjoy it more fully. Draco's face flushed bright red, and without waiting for me to ask further, he rushed into the bathroom. Right earlier, worried about Dad, he had sniffed Fudge's spiced drink at the rim of the cup. Could it be that he got caught too? I pounded on the bathroom door. Draco, are you okay? MMM. Drawing closer, I pressed to the door and could hear faint breathing and muffled moans. But Harry was still right there. Suddenly, the door swung open from the inside, and I was pulled in. The door slammed shut behind us. Draco's heavy breaths were right by my ear, and my heart pounded like a drum. His body was burning hot, and his neck glowed red, as if it were bleeding. His platinum hair was plastered to his scalp by the cold water. You're so warm. His clothes were soaked too, clinging uncomfortably to his body. I'll help you. I lowered my head, carefully undoing the buttons of his shirt. Unknowingly, the boy's physique had developed impressively. Beneath his milky, white skin, unlike the heavy body hair of Western men, flowed smooth, well-defined muscles. 8 neatly aligned abs shifted subtly with each heated breath. As my gaze traveled downward, his breathing grew more rapid. He curled a strand of my hair around his finger, gray eyes observing my awkward hesitation. Who said they'd come in to help me just now? A mischievous smile flickered across his face. I didn't know it would be this kind of help. Like someone under a spell, I instinctively reached out, lightly tracing his taut muscles. So firm. Completely different from a girl's body. I had never touched a boy my age like this before. His muscles tensed for a moment, and the skin at his neck seemed to burn, flushed a deeper red. Stop touching me. His grip on my wrist was sudden and strong, throwing me off balance and causing me to fall against him. The floor is too slippery, my face pressed against his chest, fully aware he couldn't resist teasing right now. Draco's smile was laced with helpless amusement. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Stop, Harry's still outside. But he didn't pause. Wouldn't that make it even more to your liking, little tricks? This time it was my turn to panic. When had he grown so bold? My hands braced against his shoulders, trying to halt him. Why do you seem more excited than I am? He teased in my ear. I gave him a sharp pinch. Planning to murder your husband, are you? My wrist was trapped again against his chest. Then, he pushed me up against the glass door of the bathroom. You really need a lesson. Exactly what I wanted. My lips hovered dangerously close to his earlobe. Draco pinned my hands above my head. You really are spoiled, thinking I wouldn't dare do anything to you, huh? I pressed my lips together in silence, though a smile threatened to escape. His eyes glinted for a moment, and before I could fully process it, I felt an unusual stirring within me. A guy couldn't stand, sinking to the floor in a crouch. My body curled in on itself, biting my lip to suppress the thrum of my pulse. A storm surged inside me. Aurora, you're getting as messy as I am. He lifted me up. Don't sit on the floor, you'll catch a chill. Stop. My trembling voice barely restrained itself. My legs wrapped around his lean waist, arms climbing his neck, pressing against him insistently. Draco was like an oasis in the desert. Too bad it felt like a mirage. Distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. Just moments ago, I thought I'd had the upper hand, but now it was I who was at a disadvantage. Still being naughty? He asked, fully letting go of my hair and playing with it. I had no choice but to rely on my own strength, wrapping him up like a vine. No. The lingering after-effects still left my hands weak and my legs trembling. I barely had the strength to stand. Draco, you've gone bad. You never told me that the core of that fruit would do this. I clung to him, protesting. If I'd told you, you wouldn't have agreed to plant it, Draco said smugly, grinning. Seeing me remain silent, he quickly changed the subject. Let me see your abilities. He pursed his lips and glanced at my palm. I focused, gathering energy, and a few thin tendrils sprouted. So this is the legendary vine? I said, frowning. Every day lately, the fruit core had been stirring from dawn till dusk, especially at night. It only quieted when I fell asleep in Draco's arms. And after all this, I remembered how the vines my father and he had produced could strangle several trolls at once. It just rooted and hasn't fully merged with you yet. What you've achieved now is already very good. The vines seemed almost sentient, reaching toward Draco's hand. Feels like it's just tugging, not intimidating at all. Aurora, you don't have combat awareness yet, so it's natural that the plants can't take an offensive form, Draco said gently, reassuring me. Wearing wet clothes for too long will make you catch a cold. As he spoke, the bathtub quickly filled with water, steam forming a fog on the glass doors. Want to join me? He asked. I hesitated. At our age, we didn't quite know what might happen. I won't force you, come on. He lifted me into the tub, wrapping me head to toe in a towel. And yours? I asked, noticing he was still soaking wet. I'll rinse over there. The Malfoy family's bathroom was large enough for the two of us comfortably. Out of respect for me and his promise to my father, Draco hadn't pushed anything further. Don't go, I held onto his wrist. I could see he was hesitating too. My wet clothes clung tightly to me, outlining every curve. Take off your clothes first, sticking like that must be uncomfortable, Draco said with a sigh, turning his back to me when I hesitated. I quickly stripped off my wet clothes. The Malfoy bathtub automatically sprayed a thick layer of bubbles, dotted with fresh rose petals. Once I was sure nothing was exposed, I finally relaxed. I'm ready. He removed his already soaked shirt and casually laid it on the counter. His trousers highlighted the length of his legs. I have to admit, Draco's physique was absolutely incredible. Looking at him, anyone's blood would start boiling. Why are you so red in the face? Is the water too hot? The boy playfully brushed the foam from my face. I've turned into a little kitten, I muttered. You want to come in? I summoned my courage to invite him. Seeing him squint, I worried he might let his playful side get the better of him, so I quickly added, the bathroom is huge, we won't touch each other. All right, Draco agreed readily. I covered my eyes with my hands. I heard soft laughter by my ear, followed by the rustle of clothes. Can I take my hands away now? I asked, knowing the answer already. Through the gaps in my fingers, I caught sight of Draco's perfect body like a Greek sculpture. Ah, he had turned toward me. Even little Draco was impressive. He gently lifted my hands from my eyes himself. Aura, you're bleeding from your nose. Sure enough, tiny red spots had appeared in the bathwater. Draco guided me to tilt my head back and pressed a towel against my nose. Oh my god, how embarrassing. This wasn't at all how I had imagined this scene. Once the nosebleed finally stopped, I used a wad of tissue to block it instead of the towel. Haha, Aura, you look like a little pig. Ugh, ruined. All the romantic atmosphere destroyed. Seeing me sitting grumpily in the bathwater, Draco moved closer. Don't be angry. Want me to help you? His face flushed. How will you help? I asked. Turn around. Could it be that he? I edged toward the side of the bath, hands gripping the ledge so tightly my veins bulged. Why so nervous? Gently, I closed my eyes tightly from the tension. I heard his soft chuckle again, warmth spread across my back. You want to help me wash my back? I turned around. What else would I be doing? What were you expecting? He asked nonchalantly, though his gaze betrayed him, lingering on my chest. Don't look. I hastily covered myself. The foam in the water had thinned from time, barely hiding anything. He reached around my waist. Just a little higher, and he could brush against the heavy, snow-white curves. My Aura, all grown up now. He kissed the nape of my neck. Then, wrapping himself in a towel, he left the bath. He rinsed quickly in the shower area, restraining himself. I felt terrible. I had been pushing him to his limits, teasing him while he struggled to control himself. "I'll go out first. Get you a clean set of clothes," he said, not daring to look at me. Harry's still outside. For some reason, he had a triumphant smile on his face. "All right." "Harry." "Oh no, with all the noise we just made, didn't he hear everything?" I was hesitating, unsure whether I should go out now. "Aurora, can I come in? I've brought your change of clothes." It was Draco's voice. Damn it, after spending so long with me in the bathroom, now he asks if he can come in. Clearly he already knows. "Why, you can come in." Draco didn't enter. He set the clothes on the chair by the door and left. I wanted to call after him, but he shook his head so subtly I barely noticed. Dad knows what happened just now. What? I threw on a nightdress in record time and went out. I thought something happened in there, so I told my cousin-in-law, Harry said with an innocent expression. Lucius looked extremely serious. "Aurora, Draco, come with me to the study." He seemed thoroughly displeased at being interrupted, and now he was taking it out on us. "What do we do?" I squeezed Draco's pinky. "Either way, we're in trouble. Just wait until Dad finishes scolding us. It won't take long. He's not done with his own business yet," Draco whispered, glancing at the wide hem of Lucius's robe. In front of Lucius sat piles of parchment and a massive desk. He leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Male Malfoys usually favor tailored clothing both to show off a perfect figure and to look dignified. Lucius, however, was clearly hiding something. Sure enough, he lectured us briefly, basically telling us to be more discreet next time and not leave ourselves exposed. Before he even finished speaking, he let out a muffled groan, as if trying to suppress something, and his face flushed slightly. Draco barely suppressed a smirk. "Got it, Dad. Was it like this with you and Mom back then?" He leaned toward Lucius and whispered. "You little brat, mind your own business." Lucius rapped the back of Draco's head, pushing him away. "Dad, that's domestic violence," the boy quipped. "All right, that's enough, I still have things to do." Lucius gave a clear sign for us to leave. "Dad, we're going." Draco tugged my hand and dashed out of the study. "Why are you in such a hurry?" I asked. "Mom's in there too," he whispered in my ear. "No way." Under the table. I saw her just now when I got close. Draco's face was flushed bright red. No wonder Lucius had been acting oddly while scolding us, cutting his words off at strange intervals. Heavens, the study was supposed to be off-limits and Lucius and Narcissa had been so bold. Maybe Harry's visit just now had interrupted their private moment. Draco started, but I quickly covered his mouth with my hand. "Don't say it. I mean, this is still inappropriate." His voice, muffled by my hand, sounded oddly soft. "Why are you panting so hard?" I teased. A playful light danced in his eyes. "What do you think I was going to say? I'm not a mind reader, I wouldn't know. Do Malfoy men just naturally become pranksters as they grow older?" Narcissa certainly paid the price. I could still picture her angry yet helpless expression. Maybe that's what my future life with Draco will look like. Not bad actually. Harry's gaze was fixed on the hands Draco and I were holding. "Earlier, your cousin suddenly called you over. He didn't say anything, right?" His worry was written all over his face. If I didn't know he was the instigator, I almost would have believed his innocent expression. "Harry, how could you?" I started, unsure how to even question him. "What did I do?" His emerald eyes narrowed slightly. "Nothing. No matter what, I couldn't let what Draco and I just did become public knowledge." My conscience twinged slightly. "Your hair isn't dry yet. I'll help you." He took the towel without a word. "I'll handle it," Draco said, reaching to take it. "Take care of yourself first," Harry said, nodding toward Draco's damp hair. His hands moved gently through my hair, slowly absorbing the moisture with the towel. I sat back in the chair, head tilted, my long hair nearly brushing the floor. His fingers ran smoothly through it from root to tip. "Finished? I could just use magic to dry it," I whispered. "Patience, not yet. You've been in there so long, can't you wait a little?" Harry's voice was soft, but I could hear the hint of hurt and quiet reproach. My heart softened. I'd always known Harry harbored ambiguous feelings for me, though he had never confessed directly. Seeing me silent, he unconsciously sped up his movements, restraining his own desires. He didn't need to be so humble. He was usually strong-willed, self-centered, especially in front of Ginny or Autumn Jang. Most Leo boys were like that. All done, he said quietly. He placed the towel in my hands and turned to leave. Harry, thank you. At the sound of my voice, his eyes lit up. I idly played with a strand of hair that had fallen forward. Then a warm touch brushed my cheek. It was Harry tucking that strand behind my ear. Aurora. I stared at him, surprised by his boldness. Want me to help you style it? Can you? I had never known him to be so deft. Try and see, he teased. Be gentle, I muttered, wary of his skill yet unable to refuse, preparing myself to lose a few strands. His touch was surprisingly soft, separating my hair into sections while letting the rest fall freely. It was my usual hairstyle. This style really suits you, he said gently. In the mirror, his fingers moved deftly, focused and precise. Around his wrist was the hair tie I'd lost long ago, silver and green woven together, the one I mislaid during the first Quidditch lesson. Because Draco had made it, I had been upset for ages, and now, here it was in Harry's hands. Remember this? Now it's back where it belongs. He leaned down, placing his hands on my bare shoulders, and together we looked into the mirror. The boy before me was tall and striking, his voice deep and magnetic, unlike Draco's clear, bright tone. I finally understood the power of a voice. A beautiful voice could charm and captivate unlike anything else. Tom had it, and so did Harry. No wonder both were twin wand bearers, even their traits mirrored each other. Even among half-bloods, most lived as orphans in this world. Even with the same black hair, their facial features bore some resemblance. In the original story, even Voldemort acknowledged that Harry resembled him. The original owners of the Deathly Hallows, the three Peverell brothers, included Cadmus, the first possessor of the Resurrection Stone. His descendants were the Gaunt family, and Voldemort was the last heir of that line. Another brother, Ignatus, owned the Invisibility Cloak, and the Potters were his descendants. 1,000 years ago, Harry and Voldemort's ancestors were brothers. Though the bloodline connection had long since faded, their distinctive facial features and black hair persisted. The wizarding world really is extraordinary. Seeing me staring blankly at him in the mirror, the boy looked slightly embarrassed. What are you thinking about? He asked casually, trying to change the subject. Tom, I murmured. He furrowed his brow. Why bring him up? You look a little alike. Speaking of looks, you and your cousin resemble him even more, Harry said with a sigh. Apart from hair and eye color, you three generations basically share the same face. That Narcissa was a descendant of Tom wasn't a secret from Harry. Lately Tom has been spending a lot of time with Cedric. I've noticed. Could they be? Draco, who seemed to be listening to our conversation all along, joined in. Are you worried they might betray us? I voiced our concern. Of course, Voldemort's character is terrible. For immortality, he won't hesitate to do anything. Why did that sentence feel so familiar? Could it be that Harry and Draco had also read China's biography of Daru? Tom used my blood as a medium to regain a body. If he ever harms the Malfoy family's interests, his soul fragment will instantly be obliterated, disappearing from existence. But Cedric isn't under control. I understood Harry and Draco's worry. Wearing the Ravenclaw crown enhances intelligence. Helena, Ravenclaw's daughter, once tried to cheat by stealing her mother's crown, hoping to gain success without effort. The soul fragment attached to the crown also amplifies its wearer's intellect. Voldemort was already cunning enough, adding the crown's soul fragment made him even more formidable. It's not like Tom. This one is a product of Voldemort's remnants of conscience. Conscience? You actually believe Voldemort's words? Harry scoffed. I had never seen him like that. That expression of utter disdain. Draco froze, suppressing the anger boiling within him. He was proud and ambitious by nature. How could he tolerate such contempt? I quickly interrupted. Harry, why say that? The Voldemort soul fragments. Harry tapped his temple. Sometimes they create a strange empathic resonance. I can sense what they're thinking. It's filled with evil and bloodlust. Does it affect you, or control your body in any way? I asked, worry tightening my grip on his hand. Not for now, but I don't know if it might in the future. If that day comes, please, don't hesitate. Kill me. He was serious. At our age, he was already ready to die at any moment. I should keep my distance from you, but, no matter if it's plants or animals, they are drawn to sunlight. Sunlight. He compared me to sunlight. Aurora, my name, literally means dawn or northern lights. I never imagined that, as a Malfoy, as a Slytherin, I could embody the justice in the original story, the very person Harry would chase. I'm always second, guessing, worrying that one day the original plot might assert itself, that Harry, body and soul, might be corrected back to the path of so-called righteousness. Everything I've done would be for nothing. At the core, he remains elusive to me, even though I've already changed so many storylines. I'm no exception, Aurora. Now is not the time for heartfelt confessions. Draco's face darkened as he interrupted. Talking about it in private won't help either, best to wait and see. Just like Tom, Crown had an extraordinary possessiveness over Abraxas. Because he occupied Cedric's body, he had never been able to approach Abraxas directly. I had heard that he once proposed merging with Tom, but Tom refused. Tom would not allow another fragment of his soul to share his beloved. Cedric was unsurprised by Tom's refusal, as if it had been expected. He even suggested giving up his own consciousness entirely to become part of Tom. Tom's expression remained unreadable. I knew that proposal tempted him greatly. Voldemort's soul was split into 7 pieces. The constant agony of a torn soul fueled his growing volatility and loss of reason. Merging with a fragment could ease that pain. Why not take the opportunity? Yet merging soul fragments is as dangerous as splitting them. One slip, and the 2 fragments could clash internally, risking complete loss of sanity. How could Tom risk losing himself, losing Abraxas, just to fulfill Crown's desire? Their negotiation would not be simple. Even once the same person, differing interests and positions could easily turn allies into enemies. You've figured it out, and you know where to find me. Cedric waved at Tom, but his gaze had already landed on me. In an instant, he was before me. This boy, he tapped his temple lightly, there's something different about him toward you. Do you want him back too? He asked, looking down at me, his eyes a little eager. I could sense it. Cedric's soul too awaited my answer. Diggory is innocent, he shouldn't be caught in this conflict. Cedric Diggory, the last member of the Diggory family. In the original story, his death as an only child devastated his parents. I would not let history repeat itself. If there were a chance, this upright, humble, and kind young man could freely control the body that was rightfully his. Too bad, I'm not Santa Claus, I don't grant wishes. He wore a helpless expression, which made me want to scold him. The light in his eyes dimmed. No, I care about him. I had to say something to restore a spark of survival instinct in the boy. Power contained in Voldemort's soul fragments far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Only those with extraordinary will, like Harry, could coexist with it. Cedric had shared space with it for so long, yet retained his consciousness, a remarkable feat. How could I not offer words of encouragement? Aurora, are you serious? Yes, I agreed. In the original story, such an exceptional boy was killed by Wormtail in a single move simply for being extra, truly a tragic waste. Several members of the Diggory family had held important positions in the Ministry of Magic. Aldrich Diggory, for example, was the 4th Minister for Magic in British history and the one who proposed the Auror recruitment program. Suddenly, he staggered slightly, and I quickly reached out to steady him. All right, still trying to reclaim control of my body, huh, he murmured, rubbing his forehead. The crown? I asked cautiously. You can tell us apart. The crown gave a faint, amused smile. Of course, Cedric isn't like you. And how am I different? He asked, curious. Full of spirit and pride, I replied. He smiled at that. The crown was a fragment of Voldemort's soul, split off after he became student council president during his Hogwarts years, a naturally ambitious, spirited youth. I'll take that as a compliment, he said without anger. Aurora, you can't save everyone. The crown's eyes seemed to see right through me. I was stunned. Even Draco didn't know my innermost thoughts. How could he define me this way? He said nothing more, simply turned, waved at me and vanished from my sight. For a long time I never saw him again. By 3rd year, Hogwarts had added divination as an elective. In the original story, it was Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor who made the prophecy that led Voldemort to murder the Potters. I was very curious about her. In canon, Hermione had always considered her a fraud. Yet, whether in a conscious or unconscious state, Trelawney's prophecies were accurate. She once saw a black dog in tea leaves, predicting that Harry might be in danger, which wasn't surprising, since the black dog in the original story was none other than Sirius Black, imprisoned in Azkaban. Even mundane events were predicted precisely. She warned Parvati of an upcoming fright, and soon after, Parvati's pet died. She cautioned Neville to be careful, and he immediately shattered a cup. Despite her abilities, students and even Professor McGonagall rejected her wholeheartedly. Gryffindors always seemed to insist that their own perspective was unquestionably correct, and this subjective bias made it impossible for them to heed other voices. Aurora, you chose divination? Draco asked, surprised. My gaze drifted toward Harry, and Draco understood immediately. I chose it too. Harry waved his timetable slightly, reassuring me. He reached out and held my braid, where he had tied the hair ribbon back on me. Professor Snape said that when Trelawney lost consciousness and entered a transcendent state, she gave that prophecy without realizing it. And all of this was Voldemort's choice. Professor Trelawney only spoke the truth in advance. His rational acceptance of such a disaster was truly remarkable. Harry had witnessed Voldemort murder his parents, though whether he retained any memory from infancy was unknown. If he did, it would be devastating. I tried to read some clue on his face, but found nothing. The boy had long mastered the art of concealing emotion. In this, Draco too had been advised by Lucius to learn from Harry. People always say that only through countless trials and hardships can one achieve greatness. But is achievement truly that important? Don't the Potters wish for Harry to live a calm, peaceful life, perhaps even to grow up under his parents' love as a mischievous little tyrant like Draco in the original story? It was as if he could read my thoughts. It's all past. I'm fine, aren't I? I forced a smile for him, feeling a small sense of comfort. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. The unicorn's compassion will only harm you. Why does everyone seem to think I'm the one who's hurt? Whether Draco or Harry, perhaps it's the result of caring too much. I couldn't understand. Trelawney was as eccentric as in the original story, yet perhaps because Harry's gaze was too sharp, his presence too strong, she hadn't volunteered to make a prophecy for him as she had originally. Harry's brow furrowed slightly. I knew he wanted to feel more of divination's allure. This time the unlucky target selected was Ron. You! Trelawney seemed to have eyes on the back of her head, spinning around suddenly. Her enormous eyes made her look like a startled mantis from a distance. Poor child, your luck has been stolen from you. She gazed with pity at the red-faced blushing boy. And you, and your family. Her prophecy proved uncannily accurate. In the original story, Ron had always hovered around Harry along with her, Hermione. As part of the Golden Trio, he had always shared the spotlight, eventually even becoming prefect and student council president. Now, his ordinary features and unremarkable grades marked him as nothing special in Gryffindor. His older twin brothers, though mediocre academically, drew attention as Gryffindor Quidditch players and mischievous personalities. Percy, despite not always fitting in with his siblings, was a prefect and carried some recognition. Only Ron remained quietly unnoticed. When Trelawney announced that his luck had been stolen, he seemed to have finally found an excuse for his unremarkable life of over a decade. "Professor, do you know who stole my luck?" Ren asked earnestly. Trelawney's large eyes swept across the classroom. "Really? Could such a thing even happen? Is this professor reliable? I heard she's a fraud. She predicts misfortune every year. It seems to be her way of making an impact." Draco snorted. "The Weasleys are dirt poor." Trelawney probably just noticed Ron's shabby clothes and labeled him luck, stolen to spare his pride. Somewhat comforting for his fragile ego, Harry added. "You too, your tongues grow sharper by the day." I quickly lowered my head, covering my mouth, my shoulders trembling slightly. "Have you forgotten how the Weasleys spoke to us? What I said is mild compared to that." Weasleys and Malfoys seemed like mortal enemies. Though both were pureblood, the Weasleys, branded as traitors to their bloodline, could never truly fit into the pureblood circle. Economic disparity, of course, played a part. "Miss Malfoy, so, you're here." Trelawney came up to me. "The one who stole Mr. Weasley's luck. It's you." Professor Trelawney's voice struck me like a thunderclap. shaking me to my core. What do you mean? What does this have to do with Aurora? She's talking about the Malfoy family stealing the Weasleys' fortune, right? How did this become personal? Murmured the others. Professor Trelawney, what exactly do you mean? Draco was the first to speak, his voice sharp. Such baseless accusations could result in the Malfoy family exercising their right to pursue legal action. Draco couldn't bear to see me wronged in the slightest. But deep down, I knew she was speaking the truth. It was indeed me who had altered Ron's original life path. In the original story, Hermione became the second Muggle, born Minister for Magic, and her husband was Ron. When one person rises, everyone around them benefits. The Weasleys, as core members of the Order of the Phoenix, fully enjoyed the post-war dividends. The Malfoys, having concealed the truth that Harry was alive, were not formally punished, but their retreat during the battle had left every family member figuratively nailed to the pillar of shame. Their family's reputation and standing plummeted. I hadn't just taken Ron's luck, I had also dashed the Weasleys' hopes for advancement. Ron stared at me, but the look in his eyes wasn't the hatred I expected. I was surprised but didn't dwell on it. Trelawney, apparently rattled by Draco's words, returned to the podium with a look of humiliation rather than the anger of being caught in a lie. She's clearly just looking for attention. This time she kicked the wrong hornet's nest. I've heard she picks an unlucky student every year and announces her ridiculous prophecy theory in the first class. She knew the Malfoys and Weasleys have been feuding for generations. She did this on purpose. Sabini nudged my shoulder. Don't listen to that crazy old woman. My mother says her prophecies are never right. The name Sybil Trelawney comes from a Greek myth, a priestess cursed by Apollo, so that her prophecies were always accurate, but no one would believe her. This time was no different. Perhaps after years of being dismissed, Professor Trelawney had lost faith in her own genuine talent, relying instead on exaggeration and theatrics. Though a Hogwarts professor, she always felt inferior to her colleagues, drinking away her sorrows in her North Tower office. How tragic! Still, no matter the outcome, rumors spread like wildfire. Ginny's gaze was venomous. She had long harbored feelings for Harry, and now hearing rumors that I had stolen Ron's fortune only added new resentment to old grudges. After Voldemort's fall, Gryffindor and Slytherin had remained tense, each side looking down on the other. No Gryffindor would casually sit at a Slytherin table. Ginny approached, holding a drink, and her very presence made me uneasy. She's probably coming to reclaim her brother's fortune, Draco muttered with a smirk, but he positioned himself in front of me. Harry, she's your little fangirl, handle her. Draco pushed Harry forward. A fleeting look of disgust crossed Harry's eyes. Miss Weasley, the Gryffindor table isn't here, he said pointedly. She's coming for me. It's Astoria Greengrass. In the original story, Draco's canon partner. I wasn't coming here to. Ginny's protest was cut off. I had no idea what Astoria whispered in her ear, but the red-haired girl gradually calmed down. She shot me a sharp glare before Astoria led her away. As they left, Astoria gave me a meaningful look. In the original story, Draco's and Harry's official partners were now both standing before me. Such a bizarre scene. Aurora, since when did you get this close with that know-it-all? Draco frowned. Astoria equals know-it-all? Well, she ultimately helped me, didn't she? I lightly pinched Draco. You have to repay a favor, right? Aren't girls supposed to dislike know-it-alls? You really have a big heart. More like not caring about the opponent at all, Harry offered, voicing his suspicion. Of course, Greengrass can never compare to Aurora, Draco murmured in my ear. Felt happy but too shy to show it, quickly changing the topic. I still don't know when that rumor will die down. The hardest to guard against are the Weasley twins' endless pranks. They would sprinkle powders on utensils or slip things into others' drinks. Though they often played harmless jokes on Ron, at critical moments they would go all out to get revenge for their brother. Nothing truly harmful, but embarrassing, especially for me, the Malfoy family's prize jewel. Being brought down from my pedestal is certainly an entertaining spectacle. So I paid extra attention to everything: food, books, personal items, even benches and chairs. Has Aurora lost her mind? Draco lightly touched my forehead. No fever, why so cautious? I'm just afraid of the Weasleys' tricks, Harry snapped. Overly cautious, Draco looked disdainful. Still, both of them always checked things for me first, every time. Their meticulous care did not go unnoticed. It was remembered by those who paid attention. Day after day of checks yielded nothing, and gradually I let my guard down. I picked up a custard tart from the table and took a bite. I loved all kinds of dairy treats. The rich, sweet creaminess was irresistible. This was one of the few desserts at Hogwarts that surpassed even Narcissa's skill. Much later, Draco teased me privately that my healthy development might have something to do with my diet. The custard's aroma was different from usual. I thought the Hogwarts kitchen must have gotten new house elves. Then, a sudden warmth spread through my body. One of the sensations triggered by a transfiguration spell. I vaguely remembered a scene from the original story. Neville ate a custard tart from the twins and temporarily became a feather-shedding canary. It would revert after a minute. But I wasn't human anymore, I was a house elf. What would happen if I ate a canary tart? Nobody could predict. My body burned hot and even my vision blurred. Aurora, what's wrong? Draco and Harry called out anxiously from nearby. Brother, save me. My last conscious thought was of collapsing toward Draco. Harry removed his robe and wrapped me completely in it. The fine silk brushed against my skin, cool and smooth, easing the burning heat coursing through my body. I instinctively pressed closer, seeking more comfort from the fabric. Hurry, Aurora won't hold on much longer. Damn it, what's happening? Why is this happening? Draco muttered incoherently. He glanced at Harry, a determination hardening in his eyes. Hold on to me. Cradling me, he vanished from the spot, Harry still enveloped in the same motion. When I opened my eyes again, we were in the infirmary. You can apparate within Hogwarts? Harry's shock was evident. Apparition is impossible inside Hogwarts, shielded by ancient magic. But Draco, being a house elf by nature, was exempt from these constraints. Apparating in front of Harry risked revealing his identity entirely. The Malfoys are one of Hogwarts' benefactors, their status akin to the four founders, Draco explained. Extraordinary privileges extend not only to me and my parents but to you, Aurora, as well. I see. Harry nodded, pressing his hand to my forehead. Getting hotter by the second. Let's get her inside. Madame Pomfrey, Draco called loudly. Though he usually disdained the infirmary's capabilities, in this emergency, outside help was crucial. Without the Malfoy family's expert team Orsent, Mungo's chief physicians. Please, come quickly, Aurora, she. Madame Pomfrey flicked the curtain aside in an instant. As Hogwarts' school nurse, she was constantly dealing with the daily chaos of mischievous young witches and wizards. Her temperament was honed to remain unshaken in emergencies. Professional precision was key. Usually, the patients were Gryffindor students, occasional but mostly minor incidents. Slytherins rarely required such urgent care. I had already lost consciousness, my brows furrowed, my body burning, and damp hair clinging to my forehead. This doesn't look like a fever. She's in an incomplete transformation state, Pomfrey muttered, scanning my body with diagnostic spells. Did you feed her anything? She asked abruptly, suspicion sharpening her tone. Harry shook his head. We ate in the Great Hall together. Aurora's careful, she never eats anything suspicious. Draco studied my face and noticed crumbs near my cheek. He gathered some in a handkerchief and handed it to Madame Pomfrey for analysis. The Weasley twins again, one of their inventions, she said. Normally, their again, milk biscuit turns people into canaries temporarily, reverting once feathers fall. But Miss Malfoy's fever hasn't subsided. This must be a rare exception. She didn't realize my true form was that of a house elf, only that my physiology was unusual. The twins' canary biscuits had never been tested extensively. Harry carefully pocketed Draco's handkerchief. The Weasley family is going to be in serious trouble. In the original timeline, the twins' joke shop hadn't even opened, and these items weren't mass-produced. Therefore, the canary biscuit was only in their possession. I lay unconscious, yet the Weasley family was inevitably implicated. I will never let them get away with this. And yet they blindly believe some unreliable prophecy and claim Aurora stole their luck? If Dumbledore or Voldemort had taken it, they wouldn't dare make a sound. Draco deliberately lowered his voice, his eyes bloodshot with obvious rage. Aurora isn't someone you can just bully. Harry replaced the towel on my forehead with a fresh one. If the transfiguration charm in the biscuit had worked properly, Aurora might have been fine by now. but her body resisted the potion, which caused this prolonged high fever will wear her out. What do we do? Draco held me anxiously. He instinctively pressed a kiss to my brow. I couldn't help but let out a pained moan. She's reacting, Harry exclaimed in delight. My brow, Draco murmured. It was the only vulnerable spot on my body, also sealed by his mark. Don't be afraid, you'll be fine soon, he continued, kissing that spot. Between moments, he instructed Harry to draw the curtains. Fever finally broke. I slowly opened my eyes. What happened? I asked, bewildered, glancing at Harry and Draco. How did I turn into a unicorn? I looked at my hands, they were now hooves. You were drugged. The potion couldn't take effect immediately, but it's fine now. Is this the animagus potion? I asked, intrigued. Your body isn't like a normal person's. For anyone else, it would turn them into a molting canary. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and held me close. Draco wasn't about to be outdone and hugged me tightly as well. You two are holding on too tightly. The transformation granted by the canary biscuit only lasts a minute. Almost instantly, I reverted to human form in front of them. I let out a short scream, instantly muffled by Harry's cloak. He turned his head away. Let us know when you're dressed. He clenched his fists, ready to leave the room, stopping at the door. Draco, aren't you coming out? Draco cleared his throat twice. Of course, wait for me. His eyes seemed unsure where to look, yet his peripheral gaze remained fixed on me. The feeling was strange, part shyness, part pride. I had fully inherited Narcissa's beauty and exquisitely sculpted figure. Even a plain school uniform looked graceful and alluring on me. Many girls subtly asked if I had altered my skirt length. Whether I admitted it or not, they had already imagined that I was deliberately trying to attract the attention of all the boys at school. Normally, when I was with Draco and Harry, I didn't feel particularly special, but I noticed people secretly photographing me from different angles and even selling my pictures. It wasn't easy to take photos of me. With Draco and Harry nearby, or Crabbe and Goyle in tow, I was rarely alone. Anyone caught taking clandestine photos would be taught a lesson at the very least, but everyone understood the principle. High risk, high reward. Who's there? I heard the clicks of cameras and flashes. Crap. At this moment, I was wearing nothing but a man's robe. Draco was just about to leave the room when my shout made him turn back. Camera, it's coming. Quick, restrain him. Draco and Harry moved in perfect coordination, catching a sneaky boy red-handed. It was Colin Creevey from Gryffindor. A muggle, born photography enthusiast. He was a year below us, short in stature, and supposedly one of Harry's biggest fans. He even planned to start a Harry Potter fan club with Ginny. Wait, isn't he Harry's fan? Why was he sneaking photos of me? Draco snatched the film from the camera. The roll ignited in the palm of his hand. Oh no, you can't do that, Colleen screamed. Of course I can, you filthy Gryffindor, Draco fumed. The Weasley twins' pranks had already tested his patience enough. If he hadn't acted quickly, my sustained high fever could have damaged my brain or caused a magical backlash ranging from a harmless explosion to life-threatening consequences. I had just regained human form, and now this being secretly photographed. A few of us who had been panicking moments ago hadn't even noticed Colleen. Nor did we know if he had seen my animagus form. How long have you been here, Colleen? Harry asked, his face darkening. Suddenly, his eyes glowed bright red. Colleen clutched his head in fear. Have you learned legilimency? Draco asked seriously. And without a wand. A silent, wandless spell. With Harry having absorbed the Master Soul, his power was incomparable. He didn't see, Harry told me. I knew exactly what he meant. I hadn't revealed my ability to transform into a unicorn. In that fleeting moment, he had searched Colleen's memory and drawn his conclusion. Good, I exhaled relieved. But he mustn't go unpunished. I had appeared almost naked in front of people, wearing only a man's robe. The three boys' gazes were fixed squarely on me. Draco smacked Colleen on the back of the head. Stop hitting me, the boy yelled, clutching his skull. You snuck photos of my sister. Hitting you is the lightest punishment. Draco kicked him and barked, turn around now. Colleen looked resentful yet oddly fascinated. What should we do? Hand him to Professor McGonagall? Draco whispered to Harry as I quickly pulled on my clothes. I could sense their glances flickering toward me every now and then. "You two behave," I called out. "I'm watching him, so this Gryffindor creep doesn't try to sneak another peek," Draco defended himself. "Hand him to the Gryffindor head of house? She seems fair, but she's just as biased as Dumbledore," Harry frowned. "You're right," Draco mused. "Better give him to the Godfather. He loves deducting points from Gryffindor." My goddaughter being spied on deducting 200 points would be a light punishment. "No," Colleen begged. "Tell us, who taught you to do this?" Harry grabbed Colleen by the collar, almost lifting him off the ground. In Harry's hands, Colleen was like a helpless chick, completely powerless. "I. No one forced me, I set up the ambush myself. A single photo of Miss Malfoy is worth several galleons. They sent me to stake out." Colleen spoke in a rush, but I didn't believe a word. His eyes darted nervously, his speech far faster than usual. Draco and Harry, used to dealing with adults, immediately recognized he was lying. "If you don't want to talk, I don't mind trying legilimency again," Harry said, each word deliberate. I'll tell." Colleen swallowed hard. "It was Ginny Weasley from my year," she said. She adjusted the canary tart recipe and insisted Miss Malfoy make a complete fool of herself. "How did you know we'd end up in the infirmary?" Harry pressed on. "Professor Trelawney made a prophecy. In another class, she said you'd be in danger. Combining that with Ginny's little scheme, I came here early to stake out." Then he screamed again. "I've told everything. Why are you still using legilimency on me?" "I never promised I wouldn't. I need to verify the truth," Harry replied casually, completely indifferent to Colleen's suffering. "I wasn't some selfless saint either. If I hadn't discovered his presence, who knows how many people would have circulated my half-naked photos. Ginny Weasley, you really outdid yourself." In the original story, Ginny was intensely jealous, hating every female around Harry indiscriminately except Hermione. In the end, Hermione's appearance simply couldn't compete with her. Fleur went out of her way to please her mother-in-law, Mrs. Weasley, while Ginny, as the younger sister-in-law, secretly called her future sister-in-law Sticky Snot, just because Fleur's pronunciation sounded similar. In canon, whenever Harry faced danger, Ginny replaced Autumn Jang with Luna to keep them apart. Even Fleur's sister, Gabrielle, couldn't earn her favor, as Ginny feared her beauty so similar to Fleur's might attract Harry's attention. Perhaps Ginny had been plotting against me for a long time. Last time Astoria saw through her, and now she finally succeeded. The thought that I might be exposed in my unicorn form, completely naked, before the entire school made me tremble with anger. "I'm telling my godfather." Among the Hogwarts staff, he was the only one who could see justice done for me. "I'll inform him to bring Veritaserum," a voice said from behind. It was Phineas Nigellus Black, Sirius's great-grandfather, the first Slytherin headmaster of Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey pushed the door open, offering me a cup of hot cocoa. She must have heard the commotion. Her expression was complex. Her hands, faintly scented with disinfectant, gently adjusted my hair. She shot Colleen a sharp glare. "Madame, save me. I don't want to be expelled," Colleen pleaded, but Draco immediately cast a Tante curse. Madame Pomfrey seemed oblivious to Draco's little trick and left quietly. Professor Snape arrived soon after, his face dark as a cauldron's bottom. I could no longer hold back, throwing myself into his arms, trembling from the ordeal. The scent of potions on his robes was strangely comforting. "Aurora, it's all right now. Those who hurt you will pay," he murmured. "Godfather." I had never addressed Snape that way at Hogwarts. To avoid awkwardness, I usually called him Professor Snape. During our infancy, Lucius was constantly busy with Malfoy family affairs, minimizing the fallout after Voldemort's downfall. Most of the time, it was Narcissa and Snape who took care of us. Draco and I were like shadowing puppies, always trailing behind them. In English, godfather can also be simplified to father. For convenience, Draco and I usually called Snape father. In my heart, Snape was like a stern, no-nonsense father, slowly healing the wounds of his own lost loved ones through caring for us, finding redemption in our well-being. "Don't worry, Lucius will be here soon." He assumed I called him father out of longing for Lucius. I didn't correct him. Any father, seeing his daughter harmed, would turn into a dragon. "This isn't fair." Miss Malfoy is in Slytherin, so she calls in her own professor for backup. I demand to see Professor McGonagall, Pauline Creevy shouted. We stared at him in disbelief. Did he really think that just because his professor was present, it would erase the fact that he secretly photographed girls and kept it quiet? Gryffindor loses 300 points. Evidence is conclusive. Colleen nearly fainted. It was an understatement. Things were about to get much worse. You're a muggle, born. You should understand portrait rights, shouldn't you? Don't worry, the Malfoy family has employed plenty of muggle lawyers. Your troubles are just beginning. Draco looked down at him with cold superiority. I'm still a minor. Muggle laws don't support sentencing, Colleen blurted. Do you think we'll spare your guardians? I'll report to the Board of Governors. Soon enough, you'll receive a notice of expulsion. Hopefully by then, some muggle school will accept you. This effectively excluded Colin from the wizarding world. Without a Hogwarts diploma, how could the magical community ever accept him? Colin slumped to the floor, stunned. He had no idea a single poor decision could affect his entire life so profoundly. The mastermind behind this is Miss Ginny Weasley, Snape said, glancing at McGonagall, whose face was pale and anxious. Severus, you shouldn't have used Veritaserum on students without ministry approval, McGonagall argued. Where is it? Lucius emerged from the fireplace, coming to my side and reassuringly patting my shoulder. In his other hand was an official ministry-issued investigation order. He slammed the notice on the table. It bore Cornelius Fudge's signature. Headmaster Dumbledore, I trust Hogwarts will handle this fairly, Lucius said pointedly. They're all still children, Dumbledore said, clearly troubled. He removed his crescent-shaped glasses and rubbed his forehead. Mr. Malfoy, the Board of Governors is not a place for you to wield unchecked power. Mr. Weasley, having learned that his only daughter had been harmed, rushed over from the ministry without hesitation. Let it be clear the victim is my daughter. Lucius raised his voice. I propose that Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevy be expelled immediately. This, Dumbledore tried to smooth things over, but Mr. Weasley reacted first. Why? Because your daughter has already confessed to her motive for the crime. At that moment, Gryffindor's hourglass had turned completely black. Their points had long since been deducted, now plunging into negative numbers. Everyone knew something serious had happened. Ginny and Colleen sat side by side. Colleen, still somewhat conscientious, curled up in his seat, never imagining the consequences would be so severe. Selling my photos had already become an open secret. Although Hogwarts tuition wasn't a concern, from third year onward, students could visit on Saturdays with their guardian's permission and bring back snacks or treats. Colleen himself wasn't yet old enough, but he had plenty of upperclassmen in Gryffindor helping him run errands. Naturally, he sought some extra income. Secretly photographing students wasn't going to make him rich, but compared to peers, his allowance was already top tier. With Ginny subtly egging him on, the two quickly found common ground, confident this batch of photos would fetch a good price. Who knew they'd be caught red-handed? Lucius, students can only be expelled for serious misconduct like Hagrid back in the day, Dumbledore reminded him. This is about a student's character. Must someone die for it to matter? Have you considered whether Aurora could bear the rumors if her photos were exposed? If she breaks under the pressure, anyone from the Weasley family will pay. Lucius shouted. I knew he meant it. Lucius, calm down. Nothing actually happened. Dumbledore wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. If it were Ariana, would you feel any differently? Lucius interrupted harshly. Ariana, Dumbledore's younger sister, had tragically died after a mishap in his ongoing dispute with Grindelwald, leaving the already fragile girl gone. Dumbledore's conciliatory demeanor shifted instantly. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked on Lucius, and he remained silent for a long moment. Ariana was his untouchable sore spot. It was also a wound that would never truly heal in his heart. In his deep blue eyes, an unspoken pain seemed almost tangible. I knew Dumbledore was particularly indulgent with Gryffindor students. On one hand, he himself had graduated from Gryffindor. On the other, he was well aware that this house's students were notorious for their impulsiveness and love of adventure. Now seeing them, you could put righteousness in quotes. Originally prepared to smooth things over quietly, he began to hesitate. Albus, please, Ginny acted on impulse. She never imagined it would get this serious. Mr. Weasley pleaded. As an adult and someone on the fringes of the ministry, he had learned to read the room. He had thought that, given his devoted service to the Order of the Phoenix and his slight familiarity with Dumbledore, today's incident wouldn't weigh too heavily. He assumed, as usual, Dumbledore would act as a mediator, at worst giving Lucius a verbal reprimand. "It's just children's mischief," had always been his mantra. Without his tolerance, the Weasley twins wouldn't have created their prank inventions. Creativity required a relatively relaxed environment. But he hadn't anticipated that directing someone to consume an untested invention could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Like a peanut allergy causing shock or death in an unknowing victim, the twins' untested inventions were just as dangerous. Ginny seemed oblivious to the severity of the situation, still staring at me with a venomous glare. All of this unfolded under Albus Dumbledore's watchful eyes. I hereby announce. Chapter 319. Avada Kedavra. Students Ginny Weasley and Colleen Creevey. Dumbledore's sharp gaze froze them both. Effective immediately, you are expelled from Hogwarts. Your enrollment is revoked without possibility of reinstatement. Even the normally composed Professor McGonagall widened her eyes in shock, frozen in place. Mr. Weasley's face betrayed obvious despair. Ginny and Colleen were visibly terrified, unable to react. Dumbledore sighed, as if 10 years had been added to his age in that moment. It was a difficult decision. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place, facing Lucius and representatives of the Ministry and the victims' families. He could not openly show favoritism toward the Weasleys, loyal pillars of the Order of the Phoenix. Perhaps, years later, Ginny could take up a role like Hagrid's, guarding the Forbidden Forest. Soon Hagrid would be appointed Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, leaving the Forest Warder position vacant. I buried my head in Lucius' chest, shoulders trembling slightly, hiding the corner of my smiling lips. Lucius gently stroked my back to comfort me. "Please, Principal, sign here." Lucius, representing the Board of Governors, handed over the pre-prepared expulsion notice. There was now no room for negotiation. Mr. Weasley looked utterly defeated, and Ginny finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Weasley loved his daughter dearly, doing his best to console her. "It's all right, we'll try contacting Durmstrang." Durmstrang only accepted purebloods, but Ginny did have a chance. "I don't think Igor Karkaroff would want to wade into this mess," Lucius said with a forced smile. Igor Karkaroff, like Lucius, had once been a Death Eater, and the two had kept in touch. In the original story, after Voldemort's return, Karkaroff chose to flee and was killed by Voldemort. Mr. Weasley's face turned ashen. He finally understood what opposing the Malfoys truly meant. The entire family had almost been blacklisted by the wizarding world. Earlier, he had tried to strike back quietly, but the attempt was completely thwarted, and the Weasleys' situation only worsened. Their standard of living steadily declined. It seemed that originally Lucius had held back, not going all the way. Family was both Malfoy's weakness and his armor. Lucius looked at Dumbledore's signature, finally seeing the expulsion decree take effect, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Hogwarts had its own administrative system. Ginny and Colleen noticed that their crimson and gold ties and scarves had faded. Hogwarts no longer recognized them as part of its community. "Aurora, your father should go back to be with your mother now," Draco reminded me. Honestly, this guy jealous even of his own father? Lucius smiled gently. "Draco, take good care of Aurora." He personally placed my hand into Draco's. The gesture felt just like at a wedding. My eyes felt prickling, swollen with emotion. "Cousin-in-law, I'll take good care of Aurora too." Harry also came toward me. In front of so many Hogwarts professors. Really, no sense of occasion at all. I felt an unbearable blush rising. "You have 1 hour to pack your personal belongings," Lucius Malfoy, Hogwarts board member, reminded them. "And remember, don't take anything that isn't yours, though I know coming here might have been the highlight of your lives." I had thought Draco was sharp-tongued enough, but his father, Lucius, was even worse. "Father, please go back soon, Mother is waiting for you." I stepped forward again and embraced the father who had just stood up for me. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra required intense hatred to work. And Ginny, wand raised, aimed it at Lucius. He was opening his arms to hug me, completely unaware of the attack from behind. A blinding green light nearly seared my eyes. I was the only witness, and apart from Lucius, I was the closest to her. In a split second, I used apparition to switch places with Lucius. I hadn't thought about the consequences. I only knew one thing. I would not allow even the slightest harm to come to my father. A Malfoy always sacrificed everything for family. The expected pain never came. Dumbledore and Snape simultaneously intervened, knocking Ginny away. But the Avada Kedavra hit me directly. It was my own power, the ability to neutralize any curse that activated. This secret was known only to Draco and Lucius. They surrounded me, carefully checking my body. Madame Pomfrey came over to help. My Aurora Lucius's face was etched with relief after surviving the ordeal. How could you? What would Sissy and I have done if something had happened to you? His voice trembled with emotion. I want everyone present to witness this. Ginny Weasley is officially placed under ministry arrest for the use of the 3 unforgivable curses. Lucius looked down from his imposing height at the unconscious Ginny. Lucius, but I thought Aurora was fine. At this point Mr. Weasley no longer cared about Ginny being expelled. Once locked in Azkaban, survival was nearly impossible. Even if one lived, the torment would drive them insane. He fell to his knees, prostrating himself at the feet of his greatest rival. Arthur, the Avada Kedavra, just now it worked, Dumbledore said helplessly. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Poor families could also raise spoiled, headstrong children. Wealthy children were not necessarily selfish or cold. They too could sacrifice themselves for their family. But how could Aurora possibly survive a successful Avada Kedavra? Mr. Weasley insisted, unwilling to accept Dumbledore's judgment. Could the world's greatest white wizard be wrong after all? It's this that saved me. I produced the Slytherin locket from my chest. As a blood descendant of Narcissa, Slytherin blood also ran through me. Wearing the locket did not drive me mad. The fragment of Voldemort's soul attached to it had absorbed the strike perfectly. Remarkably, the locket gleamed as if brand new. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Miss Malfoy, may I see it? I obediently handed it over. This is genuine, the old man marveled. Of course, the Malfoy family never wears fakes, I replied pointedly. In the original timeline, Regulus had switched the Slytherin locket. Dumbledore had suffered greatly, even drinking poison, only to retrieve a fake. I knew I could not reveal my immunity to any curse, so I had to attribute everything to the pendant. The Slytherin locket was perfect for that. Even so, no more risking your life next time, Lucius warned solemnly. Father, I'm sorry, but I cannot promise that. Protecting you is instinctual, I said. Lucius sighed. Shortly, Aurors will arrive to process Miss Weasley's admission to Azkaban. He smiled maliciously. As for her sentence, it will likely be life imprisonment. Arrested in Azkaban without investigation or evidence. How can that be fair? Mr. Weasley struggled weakly. Didn't Sirius Black enter Azkaban back then without verification? And he stayed for over 10 years, Lucius countered. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black on the wall nodded in agreement. Moreover, the evidence is conclusive. Everyone present here is a witness, Lucius said sharply, turning to Dumbledore. Force, Dumbledore said this time, refusing to compromise. In the original story, Ariana's hair color differed from her brother Albus, Dumbledore's reddish-brown. It was golden blonde with striking blue eyes. Perhaps it was the similarity of my hair color to Ariana's, and the parallels in our experiences, that finally stirred some trace of empathy in him. I didn't understand it. Regardless, the way things were handled now worked in my favor. After facing ambushes and Avada Kedavra curses, my face pale, I was shielded by Draco and Harry in the center. Being frightened was inevitable. No matter how brave I had seemed moments ago, this was the first time I had faced a direct threat to my life. Claiming otherwise would be a lie. Cold sweat had already soaked my back, my bangs clung to my forehead, and my usual poise was completely gone. Every ounce of strength had been drained from me. I leaned weakly against Draco's chest, sipping hot chocolate, my expression pale and helpless. I'll take Aurora back to Malfoy Manor to rest for a while, Dumbledore agreed without hesitation. Perhaps my flustered state reminded him of Ariana when she was alive. Even facing a crowd, she had been timid. I, however, was reacting to intense shock. Father, I want to stay with Aurora too, Draco pleaded firmly. Harry opened his mouth but ultimately stayed silent. He had no right to insist on staying by my side. We rested at Malfoy Manor for a full week. In just 7 days, letters of concern and wishes from Hogwarts arrived non-stop. One could hardly ignore heartfelt messages from friends. Consequently, the work for the owls skyrocketed, and they began acting out. The news of Ginny Weasley and Colleen Creevey leaving school spread widely. Ginny, accused of attempted murder, was locked up in Azkaban, sparking heated debate. Some argued the punishment was too severe, she was a mere teenage girl, and to spend her life in Azkaban was unbearably cruel. Others countered that if she dared to cast Avada Kedavra in front of Dumbledore, one could only imagine her usual recklessness. Even without Azkaban, she could have been confined indefinitely in St. Mungo's under claims of mental instability, like the Lombard couple, which would have effectively been her lifelong fate. Regardless, her attempt to attack Lucius was unforgivable. A daughter of the Phoenix Corps, loyal to Dumbledore, using an unforgivable curse on her peers was shocking. The Daily Prophet ran a front-page photo of Ginny Weasley staring blankly through Azkaban's iron bars. Future Hogwarts beauty had fallen today. Even someone as striking as Bellatrix Lestrange or Sirius Black would struggle to survive Azkaban's torment. Congratulations, your plan succeeded. Long time no see. It was Cedric, holding the piece of Voldemort's soul embedded in the Ravenclaw diadem. Somehow, he'd gotten leave to visit Malfoy Manor, claiming he was concerned about my health. I think that's not the main reason, I prompted him to be direct. Fine, good intentions taken as nonsense, the boy frowned. Ha, no need for that, just tell me what you came for. I'm preparing to merge with Tom. He glanced at my shocked expression. So surprised? A mischievous smile crossed his face. How could Tom possibly agree? Of course it's a matter of mutual benefit, Crown didn't reveal any more. But once the fusion happens, you'll also be bound by my blood. Have you thought that through? I asked again, and there's always a risk of accidents during the process. That's exactly why I need you watching the entire procedure. Otherwise, telling you this would be pointless, wouldn't it? Crown's impatience with stupidity flared again. Tom was the same. Thankfully, in front of me, they always spoke plainly. No coercion or manipulation was necessary. When are you planning to fuse? Originally, when Harry fused with Voldemort's main soul, he had done so without any preparation. When your body is a bit stronger, he glanced at me. I'm fine already. Thanks for worrying, I said, still adjusting to the new dynamic. Of course you're fine. The one with a problem is it. Crown's hand gestured to my chest, where the Slytherin pendant box rested. Even though it had been struck by the Avada Kedavra released by Ginny, it remained pristine. The fragment on it is gone. Crown carefully examined it in his hand. Could it be that it destroyed itself to protect me? Impossible. Voldemort was the ultimate egoist. He would never sacrifice himself for someone else. Most likely, it took the opportunity to escape. Can you sense its movement? I asked urgently. Once a soul fragment slips beyond our control, capturing it again is nearly impossible. It's gone in every sense of the word, Crown said, noticing my doubt. He said no more, merely tugging at the corner of his mouth. It seemed no one had ever truly believed him. We had always assumed Tom was good and Crown was the control. We had never really trusted him. Perhaps the original story weighed too heavily on my assumptions. Being able to lower my guard and accept Tom was already the limit. At least for now, he hadn't harmed me or the Malfoys. In the original story, Crown was first pierced by the basilisk's fangs, and then completely destroyed in the fiendfire. His presence was far weaker than that of a soul fragment sealed in a notebook. I benefited from the original plot while also being constrained by it. Upon hearing I'd been attacked, Abrasax and Tom had rushed back across great distances. Even separated by miles, the Malfoys cared for one another. My Aurora, you were far too reckless. That's not Malfoy at all. Yet in Abrasax's eyes, there was only worry and heartache. I'm sorry, Grandpa. At that moment, I couldn't think of anything else. I just wanted to protect Father, I admitted. It was instinctive. You Abrasax could only sigh. You go tell him off for me. He gestured helplessly to me, pushing Tom forward. Chapter 323. Reflections in the Mirror. Abu, you can't even control her? How am I supposed to be useful? Tom said, exasperated, yet his eyes toward Abrasax were full of indulgence. I'm not joking. Aren't you usually so good at persuading people? Abraxas suddenly went silent, as if a thought had struck him. A glint flashed in Tom's eyes, but he chose not to expose his partner. I couldn't tell when Tom might put that persuasion to use. I noticed that Corvus's gaze never left Abraxas. After all 7 Horcruxes had once been part of Voldemort. Shared preferences among them weren't surprising. This is Malfoy family business, Ab. Abraxas's name coming from Tom's lips carried an unusual tone. You are Malfoy now, remember? Abraxas persisted. Only Tom offered him unconditional tolerance. Listening to their playful banter lifted my spirits. I didn't miss Corvus's envious glances. Perhaps he too longed for a home of his own. By the way, Draco's waiting for you in the practice room. Tom winked at me, and I took my leave obediently. Finally, I could stop being a 2-million-watt third wheel and breathed a sigh of relief. Next year we would be 4th years. 4th-year students at Hogwarts could attend school, organized balls. In the movies, Hermione Granger, played by Emma Watson, wore a pale lavender gown that stunned everyone. Even Draco couldn't find a word to mock her, showing just how striking the contrast was. Would I have my chance to shine at the ball too? We could use our time at home to practice in advance. Draco had already changed into his practice outfit, and the instructors were ready. Both instructors were professional ballroom dancers, radiating tension and control with every move. We had practiced ballroom dancing since childhood, but this special ball training was new. Draco had already started. His body was perfectly suited for dance, long limbs, a long neck, a small head, ideal proportions. His high-waisted practice outfit emphasized every line, every angle. Every gesture exuded aristocratic charm, almost leaving me speechless. He raised his arms and began practicing solo combinations. Guided by the instructor, he adjusted every posture until he noticed me entering the room. What do I do? I need to catch up or I'll fall behind, I said. No, I'm just early, he asked the instructor to pause and came over to me. A thin sheen of sweat lined his forehead. I stood on tiptoe to wipe it away. He held my arm gently. No rush. You'll sweat soon enough, especially training with me. Why? I asked, puzzled. I have to carry you, he said with a mischievous grin. Damn it. In ballroom, the man's main role is to lead. That depends on whether we're in sync, he replied. He guided me to the changing room. I've already prepared your outfit, hurry up and change. I'll wait outside. Watching Draco's precise movements earlier, I already understood. This guy had clearly done some extra practice to chase perfection. I changed into the form-fitting dance outfit and studied my reflection in the mirror. I pinned my long hair up, revealing the graceful curve of my neck. To accentuate the muscle lines, my practice outfit had an open back design. Thankfully, the slit in the skirt wasn't too high, otherwise Draco wouldn't have picked this set. A small smile tugged at my lips as I imagined his reaction when he saw me. I wondered if it would match what I pictured. I slipped on my dance shoes and adjusted the straps, making sure everything was secure. I had no intention of accidentally tumbling to the floor. The Malfoy family's practice room was spacious and bright. The floor could magically shift to suit different styles of dance. For ballet, it turned into a cushioned surface. For ballroom, polished hardwood. I moved to the bar to do a simple warm-up. Draco kept practicing without pause, watching me through the mirror. How could the instructor not notice his distraction? After clearing her throat a couple of times, the female coach stepped forward to take over my training. Thanks to the extra sessions, Draco's male steps in the routine were already well rehearsed. I had to focus intensely to keep up. But female steps were far more intricate and ornate. Absorbing so much in such a short time was stressful. Noticing my struggle, Draco paused his own practice and instructed the male coach to take a break as well. He handed the studio over to me, using the excuse of getting some fresh air. Master Malfoy is very considerate. The female coach winked at me. He remained silent but had arranged everything perfectly. I heard this routine is for the 4th-year dance. Both coaches had graduated from Hogwarts and knew the rules well. With your current level, attending the school dance will be more than manageable. I nodded. But I still want to perform my best. The female coach understood immediately. This is your first formal social dance, marking your coming of age, and there's the partner invitation segment. She exchanged a knowing smile with the male coach, clearly recalling their own first dance as a couple. It will be a wonderful memory. Aurora, who are you planning to invite? Me? Of course, my brother, I said naturally. What? Your partners? How you only came to us to practice? The two coaches exchanged an unreadable glance. Is it wrong for me to invite my brother? I asked cautiously. Not at all, but Aurora, you must be quite popular at school, right? Are you really planning to dance with your brother? It might make you seem unremarkable, even risk missing the homecoming queen title. The homecoming queen, the school's beauty queen. Every girl dreamed of that honor. I had once coveted it myself, but now, nothing compared to the joy of dancing with Draco. That's all just empty titles. I don't care, I told them firmly. I knew someone might be listening from the corner. The coaches exchanged a smile, clearly understanding their part in testing my intentions. Both were smart enough not to spell it out. The female coach continued personal guidance, and I stopped letting my mind wander, focusing entirely on the steps. Quick spins, head flicks, body tightening, waist bending into impossible curves. Until a pair of strong, solid arms wrapped around my waist. Draco. He gave me a steadying push at my waist to help me stand upright, but the force was a bit too strong, and I lost my balance, leaning into him. His body was like a solid wall of muscle, holding me firmly in his arms. Careful. You're clearly doing that on purpose. We usually moved in perfect sync. How could I possibly stumble and fall into him by accident? I caught the mischievous glint in his eyes. Aurora, you look beautiful. A single, seemingly random comment. The fitted practice outfit traced every curve of my body. The weighty whiteness of my chest bounced subtly with each movement. From his angle, the view from the top of the mountain was perfectly framed. You aren't allowed to look. All right. He slightly turned his head, but I could still feel his gaze drifting downward. I felt equal parts annoyed and amused, so I pretended to misstep and stomped hard on his shoe. The heel of his dance shoe was narrow. Ah, you little trickster. You really do retaliate for everything. Of course, who told you to pick such a dance outfit for me? Now that it's getting warmer, and with all the spinning, a tight outfit like this can be suffocating, he explained. Even though he had secretly commissioned it from a couture shop, custom-made to my measurements, he said it so casually that I almost believed him, if not for being a VIP client at the store. Fine, I'll let it slide. Since the outfit suits me so well, I relented. His eyes sparkled like stars, delighted that I liked the outfit. Glad you like it. Heat flushed my cheeks. The fitted practice suit clung to me like a second skin, highlighting every curve. I held his hand, the other resting lightly on his arm. We danced in the spacious practice room, skirts flying with every spin. In social dance, a girl must maintain a poised chest and waist, her long neck arched elegantly like a swan. The boy's focus must remain unwaveringly on his partner. I felt like prey, thoroughly observed by Draco, but he didn't reveal his intentions immediately. Slowly, deliberately, he left an indelible mark on my heart before I even realized it. Dance reflected the dancer. Draco's elegance and noble bearing shone fully in every movement. At the end of the dance, I rested my head on his shoulder, catching my breath. Your stamina's slipping, Aurora, Draco teased in my ear. Probably because you haven't practiced enough. At Hogwarts, with a busy schedule even needing a time turner at times, there was little opportunity for dance practice. How about twice a week at the room of requirement? Draco suggested. The room would transform to meet our needs. Okay. The dance gave us freedom to touch and move together, strengthening our synchronicity. He brushed my bangs aside and left a gentle kiss on my brow. Our eyes seemed glued together. The two instructors exchanged a smile and quietly left the room, announcing, "Class is over for today." They actually tried to make you change partners. Draco's expression was full of indignation. Who could ever replace you? The only response was the warmth of his lips against mine. Our secret dance practices, Draco had always gone out of his way, subtly or not, to keep them hidden from Harry. In the original story, Harry's fourth-year dance partner wasn't his crush, Qiu Zhang, but Parvati Patil from Gryffindor in the same year. The Patil sisters from India were said to be the most beautiful girls in Hogwarts. Harry's obvious preference for looks was on full display. From Qiu Zhang to Ginny later on, the school's beauties seemed to capture his attention effortlessly. Draco, by contrast, was far less concerned with his partner's appearance. In canon, his partner Pansy Parkinson was described as resembling a lion dog, quite different from the Pansy I knew. She had a delicate, beautiful face, large bright green cat-like eyes, and carefully styled black wavy hair. Even in Slytherin, she was quite popular. Unlike my own icy, aloof demeanor, her beauty was assertive like a rose with thorns. Just as I once suspected, she had some awareness of the original story. She seemed intent on keeping her distance from the Malfoys. Perhaps witnessing the Malfoys' post-war decline made her realize that choosing wisely often mattered more than working hard. She had once tried to get close to Draco, but I had stopped it in its infancy. Thinking about it, I was no different from the jealous Ginny Weasley, only the form of my jealousy differed. After years, she had become best friends with Hermione Granger, the very rival from the original story. Every time Hermione sent an owl, 2 letters would arrive, one for her, one for me from Beauxbatons. From the letters came good news. Victor Crumb and Hermione, just like in canon, had gotten together perhaps even earlier. I genuinely felt happy for them. Petty little Ron Weasley had never deserved someone as brilliant and righteous as Hermione. Crumb was an international Quidditch star, the best student at Beauxbatons, representing the school in the Triwizard Tournament, proven through the flames of the cup. Perhaps a girl in love eagerly wants her friends to share in her happiness. Hermione couldn't help trying to match-make me and Harry. This did not sit well with Draco, who had finally begun to soften slightly toward her. That Muggle-born's taste is awful, he complained furiously. Obviously, I'm the one who suits you best. All right. You do know we're technically siblings to outsiders. Muggles forbid marriage between siblings. I had always known the road ahead would be long and fraught with difficulties. Although I wasn't officially in the Malfoy family tree, outsiders had no way of knowing this. Yet it felt like a ticking time bomb in my heart, uncertain when it might explode. Because of Ginny Weasley, I finally accepted Astoria's good intentions. Originally, she existed as Draco's official pairing, and I had always harbored a vague worry that one day she might replace me as Draco's other half. Ironically, this only sparked greater resentment from Draco. That Astoria? She's obviously from the Greengrass family, groomed for a political marriage with the Malfoys. You know exactly what her purpose is. But she also said she has no interest in that side of things with you, I explained cautiously. Aurora, you don't feel, leaving a little. Draco's face flushed bright red, hammered, looking utterly unsure how to express himself. Draco, what are you trying to say? I asked, knowing full well the answer. You're impossible. He didn't want to face me. Brother, are you trying to make me jealous? I wrapped my arms around him from behind. I'm not. The moment he lied, his face flushed. Of course I get jealous, and my jealousy isn't any less than Dad's, I admitted sincerely. He turned to face me, his gray eyes locking onto mine. I worry your attention might drift to her, so I want to be better. Do you still like me even with a possessive, needy Aurora? What nonsense are you talking about? His eyes reflected me completely. A faint, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Do you think my taste is that bad? When I have the genuine article in my hands, who would choose a 9.9 free shipping version? Draco's way of reassuring someone was always uniquely his own. So, you're not allowed to focus on anyone else. Since childhood, I'd instilled in Draco a sense of male virtue, and clearly, the strategy had worked perfectly. The ones I should really worry about are myself, Draco muttered, almost to himself. Out in the open or behind the scenes, I have too many rivals. Please, those are all imaginary enemies. You know my heart belongs to you, I whispered, listening to his steady heartbeat. Hearing my bold declaration, his pulse quickened. So your fourth-year dance partner can only be me, he said, staring into my eyes, demanding my promise. Of course. Dad once told me, his biggest regret was never dancing the first dance of the fourth-year ball with Mom. Draco finally revealed the reason. So we won't repeat their mistakes, I declared confidently. All right, I'll trust you this once, Draco said, lightly brushing my nose. His hand traced my contours, gliding from my nose to my lips, then gently lifting my chin. We shared each other's breath. I felt a warmth blooming between my brows. Nothing mattered more than this unspoken connection. Even Dumbledore's favoritism was glaringly obvious. The position of care of magical creatures professor, just like in the original story, was again given to Hagrid, the gamekeeper of the Forbidden Forest, who had been expelled from Hogwarts. There was no denying Hagrid's genuine love for magical creatures, but his lack of restraint often led to frequent classroom accidents, and we happened to be caught up in one. In the original, the Hippogriff was still assigned by Hagrid as the main focus of the first Care of Magical Creatures class. Even the bite-prone textbook, the Monster Book of Monsters, remained unchanged. Few students had the chance to prepare in advance after all. The book spent most of its time biting anyone who tried to open it. If this were just a trial lesson, his performance might have been forgivable, but Hagrid was now a formally appointed teacher. To teach like this, it hardly satisfied the students. And let's not forget he hadn't even graduated from Hogwarts, making him a former dropout. A brilliant student like Voldemort, who had 12 OS and served as student council president, couldn't get a teaching position at Hogwarts, yet this expelled half-giant got one. Favoritism this blatant might as well cross the Pacific. But this time, it wasn't Gryffindor that drew the luck. Hagrid asked for volunteers to face the Hippogriff, naturally expecting those famed for their bravery, the Gryffindors, to step forward. Unfortunately, the massive creature stood on guard, its sharp claws capable of lethal strikes with the slightest misstep. Hagrid's eyes flickered with obvious disappointment. He had no choice but to turn to the group he considered descendants of dark wizards, the Slytherins. Harry? All his hopes were pinned on the chosen one, the savior Dumbledore had entrusted with so much. Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry. The black-haired, green-eyed savior shook his head, unwilling to be the first to break the ice just to satisfy Hagrid. Anyone else want to try? Hagrid asked, almost in despair. His towering frame stood rigid as the students' skeptical stares only made him more timid. Every professor at Hogwarts was renowned in their own field, yet here Hagrid was, struggling to command even basic respect in his own classroom. Even the seemingly mediocre divination elective professor, Sybil Trelawney, was a bona fide second-generation seer, not to mention Sirius, who combined both power and beauty, or Snape, a master of potions. Even the once acclaimed Professor Quirrell had been an outstanding student during his school years. And Hagrid? What did he have? It had to be said, he genuinely loved animals and understood them. But while work should be measured by its value, his current credibility was far too low to justify the position Dumbledore had given him. The greatest white wizard was simply too eager to elevate his own faction without allowing others time to accept or adjust. How could a student expelled from Hogwarts, or a former Forbidden Forest caretaker, suddenly transform without serving as a teaching assistant first directly into a full professor? Was Hogwarts' appointment process really that frivolous? Exactly. Otherwise, the original story wouldn't have included Gilderoy Lockhart, all show and no substance, relying on his exceptional memory charm to claim others' achievements as his own. Professor, may I give it a try? Draco asked, a sly, mocking smile playing across his lips. His words sounded respectful, but everyone knew the title was insincere. The Slytherins behind him erupted into laughter. Draco pretended to calm them, which only made the scene more chaotic. Draco, what kind of professor is he supposed to be? Zabini muttered, lowering his voice, though Hagrid could still hear. The unkempt half-giant's face went pale. You must show respect when facing a hippogriff. Look it in the eye, then bow, Hagrid reminded from the side. Draco said nothing. As an elf noble spirit of all living things, how could he bow to a magical beast? He stepped forward and locked eyes with the hippogriff. Don't blink. The creature glanced at Draco once, then lowered its head. Excellent. Bow to it, Hagrid's voice rang out in amazement. Draco's expression was inscrutable. I understood his intention. An elf, spirit of all things, could never bow to an animal. Yet, under Draco's commanding presence, the hippogriff knelt. Amazing, Buck. Beak is usually so proud, Hagrid muttered. Draco stepped closer, gently stroking the creature's head. Beak lowered his head submissively. You can ride him for a spin, Hagrid suggested. He hadn't expected the Malfoy heir to earn Buckbeak's trust. In his mind, Malfoy was a follower of the Dark Lord, someone to keep at a distance. But Draco's evident love for animals seemed to soften Hagrid's hostility. That is indeed my intention, Draco admitted. He mounted Buckbeak. The winged hippogriff spread its wings and soared into the sky. Other students' eyes gleamed with envy as they clapped and cheered, their applause echoing in waves. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Ron Weasley grumbling to Neville, "Damn it, and Slytherin gets all the glory." Funny, he'd been the quickest to dodge earlier. Always a bit late with his complaints. He was sensitive, clearly aware I was watching him. He radiated a sullen, bitter aura, his gaze full of resentment. Ginny Weasley had been the first of the Weasleys sent to Azkaban, but because of Professor Trelawney's prophecy, he dared not come near me. He feared being too close, lest his own fortune be drained. Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward, blocking Ron's view. "Thanks, Vincent Gregory," I murmured. Being stared at with malice was like feeling pins and needles on my back. Better to keep negative energy at a distance. Buckbeak, carrying Draco, drew closer. Everyone was waiting to witness the young man's triumphant arrival. Draco leapt gracefully from Buckbeak. He overlapped perfectly in my mind with the elven Prince Legolas in the illusion, though the prince rode a white horse named Arod, not a winged hippogriff. "Next time we'll take a ride on Buckbeak together," Draco said, coming up to me. "I was just worried you'd get into a conflict with the hippogriff," I added. In canon, Draco had gotten scratched by that beast before. His arm was bandaged, and from Harry's perspective, the injury had been exaggerated on purpose. Lucius had even invoked his authority as a board member to demand Buckbeak's execution. At the last moment, the trio had used a time-turner to release the creature. This time Buckbeak stood respectfully by Draco's side. Anyone familiar with animals would recognize this as a sign of submission. "Impressive, you even have experience training birds." Zabini stepped forward, reaching to pat Buckbeak's beak. "Don't he's very temperamental." Draco blocked him. "Really? You're protective of him too?" Zabini teased. Buckbeak's sharp eagle eyes fixed on Zabini, the creature's sense of danger taking over, and Zabini stepped back. "All right, just now Mr. Malfoy gave everyone a fine demonstration. Anyone else want to try?" Hagrid announced cheerfully. "Professor, shouldn't Draco's performance earn Slytherin some points?" Harry suggested, and the other Slytherins joined in. Of course, Slytherin gets 10 points, Hagrid said, smiling shyly. "Thank you, Professor," Draco nodded toward Harry. He knew that without Harry and the other Slytherins' encouragement, Hagrid might have let it slide. Draco couldn't continue his studies without addressing the connection to Voldemort opening the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Tom had pinned Myrtle's death on Hagrid, who'd been raising the head spiders at Hogwarts. And the Malfoys had been Voldemort's right-hand family. How could Hagrid treat the heir fairly? Not exacting personal revenge was already generous. Judging by Draco's expression, he didn't seem to dislike this big, seemingly simple man as much. After all, they shared the same passion. Elves, with the ability to communicate with all living things, revered nature. That was Hagrid's essence. "Anyone else want to try?" Hagrid looked again at the Gryffindor students with expectant eyes. "You can help earn points for your house." He was desperate to make a comeback. Unfortunately, with Draco's outstanding performance already set as the standard, he couldn't be sure he could do better, and hesitated slightly. After all, hippogriffs were described in the textbooks as fiercely dangerous creatures. "I want to try too." Finally, a hand trembled its way up among the Gryffindor students. People parted to make a path. It was Ron's voice. He had always been quiet and unassuming. Why would he suddenly step forward? Under the sneering gazes of the Slytherins, the red-haired boy's face turned bright red, yet he kept his eyes firmly on Hagrid. Was he trying to redeem Gryffindor's honor? Because of Ginny and Colleen, the house's points had dipped into the negatives. Draco's display with the hippogriff had been unmatched, and now Ron dared to step up, hoping for his own moment of glory. "Ron, it's very dangerous," Neville murmured, trying to caution him. "Don't stop me." The boy swung Neville aside, a mix of embarrassment and determination on his face. His sister had cost Gryffindor so many points that the whole Weasley family couldn't hold their heads high. Percy, talented and diligent, had more opportunities to earn points, but Ron, despite all his preparation, had gained none from classroom performance. Everyone except Neville had begun slowly isolating him because of Ginny's antics. He was eager to prove himself, thinking this might be his chance, all for the sake of the house's honor. "Doesn't know when to quit," Dean Thomas muttered. Ron tried to ignore it. Because of Ginny, he had to endure all of this. For the first time, a twinge of resentment toward his sister flickered in his heart, making life in Gryffindor harder. Even his family gradually received different treatment from Dumbledore. Once a gap formed, it only widened. This tactic of undermining from the root, it really worked. "You think Merlin, when he made the Weasleys, left something out?" Draco joked with Harry and me. Left out what? I asked knowingly. Brains, Harry delivered the standard answer. We all laughed together. Ron shot us a poisoned glance, then stepped up to Hagrid. Professor, can we start now? Hagrid gestured for the other students to quiet down. He's so biased. When you faced the hippogriff earlier, he didn't even control the situation, I whispered. Let him be, Draco shrugged, unconcerned, squeezing my hand tighter. Like Mr. Malfoy, look him in the eyes. Like Mr. Malfoy bowed to Buckbeak. Hagrid continued, using Draco's previous performance as an example for Ron. The boy, who had initially tried to follow orders obediently, now flushed with anger. Professor, Malfoy didn't bow to the hippogriff, he protested, deliberately correcting him. But, Hagrid faltered, unsure how to respond. His authority as a professor wasn't fully established yet. Don't show off, Ron, your father. As the son of a former Order member and fellow trenchmate, Hagrid felt a twinge of old loyalty. Ron stiffened his neck and stared at Buckbeak in silence, refusing to speak. Draco teased me softly. What's the matter with the red-haired skunk? Scared stiff? His voice was low, just loud enough for Ron to hear. I waved my hand, signaling him not to push the boy too far. What are you afraid he'll do? Worried about revenge? Forget it, we've already got them under our feet. Draco spoke that line quietly, almost to himself. 30 years up, 30 years down. Who could have guessed that the now struggling Weasley family, barely afloat, had once rivaled the Malfoys in prosperity centuries ago? Perhaps stung by Draco's subtle mockery, Ron, who had been staring at Buckbeak's eyes, abruptly turned to glare at us. Focus! Hagrid shouted. Ron's earlier gaze at Buckbeak had been anything but friendly. Magical creatures aren't fools, they can sense intent. Buckbeak flapped his wings in agitation. Hagrid rushed forward, trying to control the situation. Back, Ron, don't provoke him anymore. I didn't do anything. How is this provoking him? The red-haired boy had planned to show his face and maybe repair the Weasleys' reputation, but instead, he just made things worse. He froze in place, still hoping for another chance. Ron Weasley, Hagrid's voice rose. Buckbeak grew even more agitated and harder to manage. Hagrid hastily secured an iron chain around the creature's neck. The poor hippogriff. Any animal stripped of freedom by humans is pitiable. They are individuals entirely separate from us. Somehow, I felt a pang of empathy, as if, in a past life, I too had been bound, constantly demanded of by others. Aurora, what's wrong? You don't look well. Harry was the first to notice my change. You're breaking out in a cold sweat. He pressed a hand to my forehead and, unsurprisingly, found it slick with moisture. I vaguely felt his gesture was a bit too intimate and quickly searched my bag for my handkerchief. Is it this one? Harry held it out. Washed already, clean. His tone carried a trace of hurt. Thanks, Harry. I couldn't refuse his kindness. Merlin! Came Hagrid and the students' exclamations nearby. Buckbeak had finally broken free of his restraints. He knocked Hagrid aside, but did not use full force, surrounded as he was by layers of students, and sensing Ron's anxious, negative energy, he became slightly stressed. The hippogriff flapped its massive wings and headed straight for Draco. Ron, being the closest, was swept aside, landing hard on the floor, ears ringing with scattered laughter that left him utterly mortified. One reckless display had turned him inwardly timid for life. Ignoring Hagrid's shouted calls, he fled the classroom like a deserter. Buckbeak, with unstoppable momentum, lunged toward Draco. Draco! My waist tightened as Draco, in front of the entire class, caught me midsection in his arms. You scared me! Before I could recover, another wave of chaos broke loose. I was lifted onto Buckbeak's back once more, soaring into the sky. Below us, the crowd had shrunk to tiny black dots. Thrilling, isn't it? I heard Draco whisper in my ear. The afternoon sunlight seemed to drape our faces in a golden glow. I gripped Buckbeak's neck tightly, trying to suppress the urge to scream. You nearly scared me to death. Draco's laughter rang out, bright and unrestrained, and my back pressed closely against his chest. The resonance of his heartbeat sent a ripple through me. Not so tight you're almost plucking all of Buckbeak's feathers. Forgot? We already have wings. Don't worry about falling, he reminded me. He meant the brown wings that had sprouted when we transformed into our elf forms. Too bad we can't truly fly here, Draco sighed. We could never reveal our elf forms in front of outsiders. What if We were in the elves' sacred grounds. I asked, eager. On a full moon we'll go, and we still need to be polite to Hagrid, since he's the Forbidden Forest's caretaker, Draco cautioned. Of course, he's one of Dumbledore's loyal dogs, after all, I nodded. Just now Buckbeak attacked a Weasley, don't know if they'll make a big deal out of it, Draco murmured, patting the hippogriff's back to calm him. Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to get you out Malfoy Manor suits, you better. The last part was spoken to Buckbeak. The hippogriff whinnied twice, as if acknowledging him. I couldn't help but laugh. In the original story, who had used their father's influence to try and kill Buckbeak? And now, here we were, Draco and the creature, on such good terms they could almost share a pair of pants. Too bad we have to get back to class. Otherwise, this flying around feels amazing. Draco sounded genuinely regretful. Once we're back at Malfoy Manor, we can do whatever we want. Not really. Even at Malfoy Manor, we couldn't risk fully showing our elf forms. Potter Manor had reopened, and during every summer and winter break, Harry still had to live under his cousin's supervision. When we're adults, that guy can finally move out, Draco said with a sly grin. So that's what you've been thinking all along, I teased, dragging out my words. Well, not really. Can't let him keep interrupting our little world, Draco scratched his head. Our little world. Your ears are so red, Aurora, Draco said, gently pinching my earlobe. What, already feeling a bit impatient? Damn it, if I weren't afraid of knocking him off, I would have punched him. All right, no more teasing. The crowd below was drawing closer, and the classroom's energy was picking up. Just now, Ron Weasley's encounter with Buckbeak had become a minor spectacle. Perhaps because of Ginny's incident, Mr. Weasley lacked the energy to stir trouble at Hogwarts. This time, the one flaunting a bandaged arm was Ron. Unfortunately, no one sympathized with his plight. Besides Neville, no one cared to listen to his black hole-like complaints. The Crown, along with Cedric, had been invited to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor with us. The Diggory family had always maintained a neutral stance, politely declining the overtures of both the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. So, their only beloved son choosing to spend Christmas with the Malfoys was something Mr. Diggory couldn't quite understand. Said, could it be that you've taken a fancy to Miss Malfoy? Mr. Diggory recalled their meeting at the Albanian airport, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Cedric shivered. Don't go imagining things. Then why? I couldn't refuse the invitation, Cedric said simply, before turning his attention to the rare ancient tomes of the Diggory family. The young Voldemort had been extremely studious. As part of Voldemort once existed within him, the Crown too could not escape, nor resist, the thirst for knowledge. I heard your grades have improved dramatically this semester, Mr. Diggory said, both proud and relieved. We didn't want to burden you too much. You know, I just like showing off a bit. Cedric looked puzzled. I mean, you want everything I've said, every boast, to come true, but really, you don't have to, my son. Cedric was the typical other people's son, a constant source of pride for Mr. Diggory. As a ministry official, he had never achieved the grandeur of his ancestors, but in the next generation, he saw hope. And Cedric had never disappointed. In canon, Mr. Diggory would boast endlessly about his son leading Hufflepuff to victory in Quidditch, catching the golden snitch from Harry. With the Crown's core in Cedric, his grades had soared to first in the year. Said, sometimes, I feel like you, Mr. Diggory trailed off. Cedric, distracted, asked, what about me? You don't even seem like yourself anymore. That struck a nerve with Cedric. What do you mean? His gaze sharpened. Mr. Diggory patted his son's shoulder. Everyone says it must be the blessings of the Diggory ancestors that produced such an outstanding son. Cedric froze for a moment. He had never felt his father's affirmation before. When he had sought out the old Tom Riddle household, he had been thrown out immediately. Through Cedric's body, he was repairing the regrets of his past life, like a thief reclaiming lost ground. You take after your mother more, Mr. Diggory said thoughtfully. She was very popular at school. Boys take after their moms, girls after their dads. Miss Malfoy is an exception. What about her? Cedric asked, expression unreadable. She clearly takes after her mother, almost a carbon copy of Madame Malfoy back then, Mr. Diggory's eyes gleamed with memories. Oh, so you once courted Sissy? Cedric's interest was piqued. Of course, well, not really, Lucius kept a close watch, Mr. Diggory scratched his Mediterranean-style hair awkwardly. How can you call Madame Malfoy sissy? That's far too familiar. Are you saying? His face darkened. Cedric, ever sharp, interrupted. Don't imagine things. I am not interested in sissy. No, in Narcissan. Oh, in Madame Malfoy. Mr. Diggory's expression darkened further. Cedric Diggory, I will not allow it. Oh my goodness, there's absolutely no chance between me and Mrs. Malfoy. How can I make you believe that? Corwin was on the verge of losing it. First, he suspected something between him and Aurora, and now he was being dragged into a relationship with Narcissa. Both of them were his own blood relatives. Really? Corwin nodded. So, you're going to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor, and it has nothing to do with Mrs. Malfoy? Of course not. Only her daughter mattered. Mr. Diggory looked skeptical. I'll go with you. Don't let me catch you entertaining fantasies about a married woman, he warned sharply. The Malfoys are not a family we can afford to offend, especially the head of the house who plays both sides. Anyway, I'd rather you set your sights on Miss Malfoy, Mr. Diggory murmured to himself. The person I fancy is, in fact, also a Malfoy, Cedric said with a smile, clearly amused by the ever-changing expression on Mr. Diggory's face. You mean, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Draco? What a joke! Who would like that brat? Corwin's face flushed with anger. Or the head of the Malfoy family? That's even worse. That man is hopelessly straight. Mr. Diggory waved his hands repeatedly. I get it, you're just teasing me. That's one way to look at it, Corwin replied with a sly smile. Mr. Diggory ruffled his son's brown hair. Don't make jokes like that. Not young Malfoy, not Draco, but the elder Malfoy. For the sake of Mr. Diggory's fragile heart, Corwin didn't expose his lies and tests. Said, I still hope you'll marry a refined lady, preferably pure blood, he said, secretly watching his son's expression. Of course, half-blood is fine too, oh no, just as long as she's a girl. Cedric was the sole heir of the Diggory family. In the original story, his untimely death ended the ancient Diggory bloodline. Corwin agreed eagerly, coaxing Mr. Diggory into a beaming smile. I knew it! You were just trying to scare me. How can your mother's beauty go to waste? Dad, do you love Mom? Corwin suddenly asked. He had once asked Tom Riddlesar a similar question, only to witness such hatred that he lost all reason. His birth mother Marop Gaunt was not a pretty girl. Because of inbreeding in her family, she was quite ugly. Her eyes protruded and looked in opposite directions, her hair thin and clinging like dry grass. Once she stopped using love potions, Tom Asar despised her completely, and that disdain extended to their child. For 17 years, Tom lived as an orphan. Even with two nearly identical faces, his father remained indifferent, harboring only loathing. He never experienced a shred of fatherly love. Mr. Diggory, though not particularly handsome, powerful, or highly ranked in the wizarding world, was kind, easygoing, and doted on his son completely, a textbook case of favoritism. Corwin even wished Christmas, the day he would merge with Tom, would come a little later. He would then inhabit Cedric's body, and, as a son, finally experience the right to be loved. Aurora, I'm ready. When I saw the diadem again, I noticed his expression was far more relaxed than before. Have you decided to give up this identity? I asked, seeking confirmation. Once you merge with Tom, he might take the lead. I made it almost explicit. He would no longer retain his own consciousness, becoming a part of Tom. Of course, this body should also return to its rightful owner. And it seems the father has sensed something too. The diadem's smile was bitter. He understood all too well the pretense of Mr. Diggory. Day in and day out, with his beloved son by his side, how could a parent not notice such a seismic change? Yet it was all self-deception, a careful testing of each other. Eventually, the dream comes to an end, he said with a self-mocking smile. When the diadem split, he wasn't much older than Tom. He had just become the new student council president, brimming with pride, without the worldly cunning of a master soul. From his quest to find family, it was clear he still craved recognition and love. Perhaps this was one of the key reasons he wanted Cedric's body returned to its rightful owner. I didn't know how to comfort him. Dumbledore had always treated Voldemort as the greatest threat. Being a Slytherin student seemed to brand one with shame. People around him whispered constantly, "You'll turn bad, you're bound to turn bad." It felt as if fate itself nudged one down a preordained path. When success was declared, a look of pity would follow, as if to say, "I knew it, you're rotten to the core. No one can save you." This was entirely at odds with the teach-all, without prejudice mantra the greatest white wizard championed. The diadem looked toward Mr. Diggory, who was chatting animatedly with Lucius. He seemed still intent on boasting about his son's leap to the top of his year. Lucius offered timely compliments. The diadem cast a deep gaze at his temporary father. "Where will the merge take place?" "Follow me. Tom is already waiting." Beside Tom naturally stood Abraxas, beside the diadem only himself. He vaguely remembered Muggle ads showing a father pacing outside an operating room, anxious for his child in the ICU. Relief washed over the father when the boy emerged. Only when the merge succeeded would Mr. Diggory feel true joy. Before my eyes, the diadem's soul quickly departed Cedric's body. Tom closed his eyes beside him. "With my blood as the guide, heed my command," I silently intoned an ancient chant. This inherited memory seemed engraved in every unicorn's heart. The diadem's soul was faint compared to Tom's. He didn't drain Cedric's life force, he chose coexistence. At times, he needed to suppress Cedric's own soul. If he refused to leave, he would slowly fade. Cedric's soul and body would also be affected. Voldemort's Horcrux, the diadem could be benevolent? Unthinkable. The diadem's soul looked once more toward Mr. Diggory, offering a peaceful smile. Then it vanished into Tom's brow. Just now Mr. Diggory, who had been speaking non-stop, suddenly fell silent. "Amos?" Lucius asked with concern. "I'm fine, it's just a sudden palpitations," Mr. Diggory said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. "It's hard to explain." "Sorry, Lucius, where were we just now?" For the rest of the time, he remained absent-minded. Lucius, ever perceptive, clearly noticed his distraction and immediately ordered the house elf to bring tea and snacks. "For some reason, I feel like I've lost something important," Mr. Diggory murmured. "It happens all the time. Every day we gain, every day we lose," Lucius replied, sipping his coffee. Seeing that Narcissa had also lifted her cup, he tapped the table twice, and her cup was replaced with milk. "Hey! Forgot? These are unusual times," Lucius said quietly. "But this is too long," Narcissa grimaced. "A little sip won't hurt, right?" Lucius remained silent. Narcissa eventually gave in under his gaze, sipping the milk reluctantly, looking quite aggrieved. "When I've delivered, I'll make up for it. 10 cups a day." Narcissa swore silently, and Lucius smiled indulgently. "All right," he agreed with a gentle laugh. "I'll go check on my son. Your house is so big, I hope he hasn't gotten lost," Mr. Diggory said awkwardly. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, Lucius glanced at the closed door and exchanged a look with Narcissa. "Amos, no rush. The children rarely meet and have common topics. We adults shouldn't interfere." "But, by the way, last time you mentioned your son's grades improving rapidly. He's probably ready to learn from you." Mr. Diggory plopped down, cleared his throat, and resumed showing off his child. "I realized Lucius and Narcissa were buying me time. I had to hurry and guide the crown's soul fragment to merge with Tom." The moment the crown soul entered Tom's brow, he furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, seeming to endure immense pain. "Pain of tearing a soul apart is far easier than merging one," Abraxas explained from the side, gripping Tom's hand with concern. Cedric suddenly opened his eyes. He first looked blankly at the ceiling, then his gaze gradually focused. Beside him was his father. I remained fully concentrated on merging Tom and the crown's soul, unable to spare attention elsewhere. "Cedric, what's wrong? Studying too hard? How did you fall asleep at someone else's house?" Mr. Diggory frowned. Cedric shook his head, opening and closing his fingers to test his control over his body. Then he suddenly stepped forward and hugged Mr. Diggory. He didn't speak, knowing that if he did, his father would hear the heavy nasal tone and choked-up voice. "What's wrong?" Mr. Diggory tensed. His son's behavior was so unusual. Cedric hugged tighter, unwilling to let his father see his vulnerability. The situation was so bizarre, and I, having bound an unbreakable spell to him while the crown's soul had not yet left his body, ensured that everything he experienced would remain sealed in his memory forever, untellable to anyone. Said, "Father, I'm back." Mr. Diggory showed no sign of surprise. "Has he gone?" he asked cautiously. Cedric seemed as if his throat had been constricted, unable to speak. "All right, let's not talk about that. You're back, and that's what matters. I thought you might never." Mr. Diggory's voice choked off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Was it Malfoy who asked him on your behalf? Seeing Cedric remain silent, he realized he had asked a question he shouldn't have. Very well, I understand. Malfoy is and always will be our friend. Yes, father, Cedric replied promptly. You really are a good boy. What merit do I have to be granted the fortune of being your father in this life, Mr. Diggory sighed. Father, don't say that. Cedric felt unsure how to respond. The house elf led the two of them to the luxurious guest room. If you need anything, do contact me at any time. The elf bowed deeply. This is truly impressive, Mr. Diggory looked around. Of all the pure blood families that have lasted until now, only the Malfoys have amassed such wealth. As for us, even our ancestral home was taken over by the Ministry of Magic and turned into a tourist attraction. Father, I'll work hard. After graduation, I'll join the ministry. One day, we'll be able to return to our ancestral home. Cedric's expression was serious. You're thinking too simply. The ministry is a black hole that devours everything. The treasures in our ancestral home have long been divided up, leaving only an empty shell. Redeeming it could take generations of effort. But isn't that still something to strive for? A place with roots is what makes a home. Cedric's gaze lingered on the Malfoy family crest. Here lived generations of Malfoys. The family's history and honor were passed down through these objects. Before experiencing this with the crown, Cedric had never considered these things. Occasionally he could sense the other's emotions: resentment, pain, confusion, and extreme pride. The other's brilliance commanded his deepest admiration. He knew he could never reach that level in his lifetime. Sometimes he wondered, if the other had taken his place, would it have made father happier? There were no ifs. Fortunately, everything had returned to its rightful place. Finally, he could feel the world with his own eyes, his own arms. This was a relief after surviving a trial. The other even understood his innermost thoughts. His secrets. The soul fusion of Tom and the crown took an entire day and night. Abrarex and I stayed by their side the whole time. Aurora, go rest for a while. I can handle things here. You're still growing, Abrarex said, ruffling my hair. No, grandfather, the process is too dangerous. I need to watch constantly. My blood was the link that allowed Tom's body to exist in this world. If the fusion failed, I had to create a new body for him immediately. As for the crown, I had made up my mind. Considering his recent behavior, I was willing to give him this chance. The opportunity to live as an independent being. I just hadn't discussed this with Draco. He forbade me from using my blood freely. What was I to do? While I hesitated, Tom opened his eyes. I instinctively gripped my wand. Aurora, you're still so cautious, he offered a knowing smile. Are you still you? I asked carefully. He laughed, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. Who do you think I am? He threw the question back at me. I don't know, that's why I'm asking. By the way, what about Corwin? I ventured. He narrowed his eyes. There was something both familiar and strange about him. He was neither Tom nor Corwin, yet closer to the complete Voldemort than ever before. A surge of unprecedented anxiety rose in my chest. Had my choice been the right one? Using unicorn blood as the trigger, I had never tested this ability on anyone before. Everything relied on the unicorn's legacy. Whether it was truly bound by its constraints, no one could say. Aurora, have I ever told you? Whatever you think, it shows on your face. He folded his arms leisurely across his chest, still like a child who hasn't grown up. Abraxas, who had been silent until now, knocked the man on the head. Enough, stop scaring her. Aurora stayed up with me all night, just like I did with you. Sorry, and thank you. And you forgive your other grandfather? There was a mischievous glint on his face. Corwin had never claimed to be my other grandfather. I knew Tom had succeeded. He had absorbed Corwin's energy and memories. The law of the strong consuming the weak is timeless, and even soul fragments follow that rule. He knew that choosing fusion was a path to certain death. Yet, he went ahead anyway. So many things in this world remain beyond my understanding. Existence justifies itself. The next day, Abraxas and I had to rely on energy potions and beauty drafts just to erase our massive dark circles. Lucius cleared his throat, and Draco and I hurriedly apologized. Father, Mr. Diggory, sorry for staying up late opening presents last night. I blamed the late hour on Christmas Eve. Fine, they're just children, mister, Diggory replied, smoothing things over. He seemed somewhat distracted, searching for something. Amos, don't be shy, Lucius gestured that we could begin. It was our first Christmas invitation to anyone outside the Malfoy family. Technically, Harry counted too, but strictly speaking, his guardians were Lucius and Narcissa, so he was still considered part of the Malfoy household. At the table, mister. Diggory's expression shifted constantly, but I could feel him subtly probing through my father, trying to understand me. A strange feeling arose, as if Cedric and I were meeting the parents, while Mr. Diggory was tirelessly pitching his son. Even Harry and Draco noticed it. Mr. Diggory, we're still students. Some things are a bit premature, Harry spoke up, sounding like a headmaster used to meddling in young couples' affairs. It was hardly a peer's remark. Cedric merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. He was, as I had always known, a kind and gentlemanly boy. I hoped this life would let him live well and find happiness with Qiu Zhang. The main soul, the dwarf Star Peter, and young Bartemius Crouch had all passed away. The fourth-year Triwizard tournament promised to be worth watching. The day after Christmas, Mr. Diggory came to see us off, Cedric in tow. He mentioned that a doctor from St. Mungo's had already been scheduled for a full medical checkup. Thank you to you and your family for your hospitality. The boy's polite demeanor almost won over everyone. Almost, not Draco and Harry. The two of them seemed to have some unspoken pact, keeping a close watch over every possible interaction with me, as if on full lockdown. Is all this really necessary? Cedric already has someone he fancies, I muttered, feeling compelled to speak the truth. Who? I opened my mouth, but no sound came out right. How could I have forgotten this was part of the plot? See, I knew it. Draco scooped me up around the waist, holding me in his arms. Tell me, when did you find out? Find out what? Of course, that silly boy's little schemes toward you. What? I honestly didn't know. Seeing my panic, Draco finally relented. We hadn't gone more than a few steps when Harry grabbed my wrist. Aurora, what are you and Draco scheming lately? He asked casually, or so it seemed. In reality, he was listening intently for every nuance of our answer. I exchanged a knowing look with Draco. Harry, why are you asking? Are you practicing dancing? He cut straight to the point. I had expected at least a bit of preamble. Yeah, I was worried that if I didn't practice, I'd lose all my previous dance skills, so I asked Draco to help me every week. But how did you find out? I had thought we were hiding it well. The house elf brought laundry, including your practice clothes, and the dance shoes scattered around your room. They're wearing out faster. Harry's observation was sharper than I imagined. Aurora will be my partner for the fourth-year dance, Draco admitted openly. The dance is still a year away. Do you really need to prepare this early? Harry frowned. Of course, if you want to dance beautifully, you need regular practice. Draco took my hand. Even a few simple steps had Harry's expression shifting. Can I join you? I don't want to embarrass myself in fourth year. But with your current level, you won't be able to keep up with us, Draco replied tactfully. That's okay. There's still a year. So the room of requirement became even more spacious. To meet Harry's needs, we even set up a recording system for reference anytime. Naturally, we couldn't just stand by. Fortunately, Harry's coordination on the Quidditch pitch translated well to dancing. He picked up the steps quickly. But dance takes consistent practice, and flexibility isn't achieved overnight. He gawked as I lifted my leg over my head, and his jaw dropped when he watched me grab my ankle during a backbend. I couldn't help but laugh at his stunned expression. Relax. For the school dance you won't need these tricks. Superior flexibility just helps develop your body and handle more advanced moves. For some reason, my explanation made him thoughtful. Indeed, that's very useful. Draco's face darkened as he shot Harry a glare. Don't mind him, he's imagining things. Draco pulled me close. Be careful, don't let him lead you astray. What exactly are those two up to? Seeing my bewildered expression, Draco scooped me into his arms. You usually look so clever, yet you understand nothing at all. I vaguely realized that my earlier words might have sparked some wild imaginations. My face instantly flamed bright red. Harry, sensing the moment, shifted the topic before the awkward tension could grow. As if nothing had happened, he took my hand and led me into a dance. While spinning, I couldn't help but glance toward Draco. Our eyes met. There was a strange feeling, as if my heart were elsewhere while my body remained present. Harry seemed to notice my interaction with Draco. He skillfully adjusted his steps to block my line of sight. Tall with finely chiseled features, Harry had long since shed the baby fat of childhood. His vivid green eyes, unforgettable to Snape, were a perfect inheritance from his mother, the once undeniable Hogwarts beauty Lily Evans. In the original story, Harry Potter is told from Harry's perspective, so his appearance isn't heavily emphasized. But considering Lily's beauty and the charisma of characters like James, a blend of their qualities naturally made Harry quite handsome. His gaze was focused, and even the unruly hair of his youth was now neatly styled. "You styled your hair?" I asked. "Yeah," he seemed pleased. "You noticed?" "It suits you," I said, reaching up to touch his hair. Sure enough, it was stiff with a layer of styling spray. "You really know your stuff?" he asked. "I've been using it for ages. I even helped develop the scent formula for this particular hair conditioner," I said proudly, twirling a lock of hair that had fallen over my shoulder. Thanks to Lucius' marketing efforts, many Potter family formulas were repackaged and revitalized under Malfoy branding, performing exceptionally well in the market. Before Hermione went to study at Durmstrang, I had stuffed her suitcase with 6 full bottles. Even the usually unkempt Hermione had captured Victor Krumm's attention in the original story. Tidying her appearance slightly would surely accelerate their romantic progress. "What's got you so happy?" Harry laughed along. "I was just thinking about how Hermione's doing at Durmstrang," I answered honestly. "I see your friends aren't limited to Slytherin," he noted. "As long as they share common goals, the house doesn't matter. Even Gryffindor can have its rogue elements like little Peter," I replied. "And Ginny Weasley too," Harry added. "I really am a master at breaking up official pairings, dismantling even the most controversial couples. When that Avada Kedavra curse hit you, I almost wanted to take your place. It's all over now. I was lucky to survive. You should be happy for me. Next time, avoid Muggle stuff. The hair is so stiff, like iron wires." I bent a single strand, and it shot straight up like an antenna. "Huh, Harry, what's with that hairstyle?" Draco chimed in, joining the teasing. "Don't forget, you used to douse your hair in crazy amounts of gel too. If I hadn't warned you, it could have caused hair loss or a receding hairline." "Damn it." Draco and Harry towered over me, flanking me from both sides, cornering me with mischievous smiles. "Aurora, I think we've been far too indulgent with you." "No, that's not it." I shook my head, trying to push him away, but immediately ran into a wall of flesh behind me. "You too." Draco struck my side, while Harry's hand rested on my lower back. They both clearly knew I was ridiculously ticklish. "Ha-han. Oh, I can't." I laughed so hard I was nearly gasping for air, almost collapsing to the ground. It was Harry behind me who scooped me up. Being flanked by these two heart-throb-level figures, I didn't know how to react. My hands pressed against Draco's chest, and he used the momentum to pull me free from Harry's embrace. "All right, you're sweating enough. Come with me to take a shower." Why did it always have to sound so suggestive? Harry seemed unbothered, waving briefly as he said, "See you at the Quidditch pitch later." On the pitch, Draco and Harry worked seamlessly together. Slytherin's dominance was clear. Their team won several matches by a huge margin. Harry and Draco had agreed that until more talented players arrived at Hogwarts, they would alternate in the seeker position. This time it was Harry's turn. Facing him was Autumn Zhang, his first love from canon. Her long black hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she carried both the quiet elegance typical of East Asians and the lively enthusiasm of Westerners. As someone who had grown up in China, I would have considered her appearance unremarkable by traditional Chinese standards. But having lived immersed in Western aesthetics for over a decade, I finally understood why she was so popular. Westerners tend to value athleticism and the spirit of sports highly. Any Quidditch player representing their house naturally carried an aura of popularity. On top of that, the Western ideal of an East Asian face appreciates slightly more dimensional features than the flatter, finer features traditionally favored in China. Autumn's repeated Quidditch training also gave her a healthy, sun-kissed complexion far more admired than the pale skin that Draco and I could never tan. In their eyes, she was the epitome of Eastern beauty. Years of training had forged strong bonds among the Slytherin Quidditch team. They patted Harry firmly on the back. "Don't hold back later. See, the opponents are already playing the beauty card, don't go easy on them, one teammate joked. Don't worry, I won't, Harry said firmly. He spoke so confidently now. In canon, even Autumn's slightest smile would nearly steal Harry's soul. I watched Harry interact with Autumn closely. She gave him a shy nod, and if I hadn't known she had a thing for Cedric, I might have thought she harbored some special feelings for Harry too. Perhaps Easterners raised in the West express themselves differently than those born and raised in China. At that time, Autumn and Cedric hadn't fully gotten together yet. Choosing a more suitable, high-profile boyfriend made sense. She had the right to choose. She stepped forward to talk to Harry. From the stands, I was too far away to hear their conversation. But her delicate smile suggested that whatever Harry said, she responded warmly and politely. Draco watched the two of them intently from afar. Even though we were far apart, I could clearly hear his thoughts. What's Harry up to? He hasn't really fallen for some silly love potion, has he? I motioned for patience. Acting now would only alert her, it was better to let her fully expose herself. Amid the tension of the match, the two of them naturally didn't exchange many words. Their attention to each other was far warmer than a mere acquaintance. Before Draco could even ask, Harry took the initiative. Miss Zhang brought up Cedric in conversation. She's curious why he chose to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor instead of accepting her invitation. Wouldn't it be faster to just ask Cedric directly? Draco couldn't understand. I don't know, women are hard to read, Harry said thoughtfully. Aurora's simpler, she says what she thinks, no beating around the bush. She really doesn't have so many twists and turns. They both looked up toward me at the same time, as if on cue. Every move they made drew attention, and naturally the cameras captured me too. On the big screen, my expression was tender and shy, my blush evident, impossible to explain in words. People nearby offered friendly smiles. I waved at the two of them, shouted "Go Slytherin," and, like an ostrich, pulled my hood down. The two star players from Slytherin seem to have hearts already taken. Who will win in the end? Stay tuned. Lee Jordan deliberately kept things vague, knowing it would stir excitement. And stir it did. I could even hear whispers all around. Everyone was thrilled by this classic two boys vying for one girl scenario. Can we interview you, Aurora? Some audacious fans even waved glow sticks like microphones, nearly poking me in the nose. One got an ironclad defense, another got a sealed lips gesture from me, effectively keeping anyone from approaching. When people saw my cold expression, they muttered quietly, "Can't joke with her," and left me alone. Then, Pansy Parkinson, whom I hadn't seen in a while, appeared with a few followers. To toy with the hearts of two boys like that, well done. Miss Parkinson, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Please don't disturb my match. I brushed her aside. I had secured the best seat thanks to my father. Being distracted by idle gossip was not worth it. You, she suddenly sneered. It's useless. Everything you have now will eventually be gone. Enjoy your last hurrah. Having delivered her barb, she prepared to leave with her followers. After ruining my match, shouldn't you apologize? Has Parkinson family upbringing really sunk this low? I crossed my arms and stretched my legs across the aisle, blocking their path. You started it. Started it? Please, I didn't even bother with you. Differences in perspective don't require dialogue. Whatever you know, don't project it onto me. The whole world drunk while I stay sober beyond self-admiration, posing for what purpose? I grabbed the long hair she wore loose over her chest, and yanked sharply. She let out a sharp cry of pain, but I didn't flinch. Don't act like a know-it, all who's read the entire book in advance. Until you see the last page, no one knows if what they're reading is even genuine or a pirated copy. Her pupils dilated in shock, and only then did I release her. Pansy, looking pale and humiliated, scuttled away with her two lackeys. Clearly, my words had sparked some new thoughts in her mind. I noticed her cautious restraint, her subtle schemes, even her attempts to win over Hermione Granger's friendship, no longer clinging to Draco, cozying up to the post-war beneficiaries in the original story. She always thought only of hitching herself to someone powerful. Her reflection on the whole incident amounted to nothing more than realizing her family had picked the wrong side. She never considered using her own abilities to change her destiny. Pitiful, really. Perhaps everyone's perspective differs. Knowing the storyline ahead of time and planning early is a shortcut. But the fundamental difference between her and me is this: I want to hold power, strength, and even wealth in my own hands. The scene didn't record the exchange or conflict between Pansy and me. But Draco and Harry's attention was entirely on me. Not to mention, Draco was in perfect sync with my thoughts. He naturally heard my reply. Our eyes met, and his normally neutral gray gaze suddenly shone brilliantly. What I said wasn't just for Pansy, it was for myself too. Call it childish or naive, but how would I know if I didn't try? Perhaps beneath my cold, ambitious Slytherin exterior, I'm a fiery, impulsive Gryffindor at heart. I returned his gaze with a radiant smile. We were young, in the bloom of youth. In such a vast world, finding someone who truly resonates with you is rare. Harry, under the watchful eye of Qiu Zhang, caught the golden snitch, ending the match. He didn't spare Qiu Zhang even a glance, and was swiftly escorted off the pitch by the rest of the Slytherin team. Qiu Zhang was left standing alone in the wind, flustered. Don't blame yourself, Qiu. We just ran into Slytherin, the Ravenclaw captain said, patting her shoulder. He's even a year below me, his flying skills, his reflexes. Of course, they've got the funding, and a head of house who's absurdly biased, the Ravenclaw captain said bitterly. Indeed, aside from the holidays, the Slytherin Quidditch team practically booked the pitch all day. Other teams had to squeeze in between slots or rent the pitch from Slytherin. That, of course, was my idea. Inspired by ticket scalping websites, I sold the successfully booked Quidditch slots at a premium. A win-win strategy. Of course, I didn't pocket all the money. It was all used for team-building activities, sometimes distributed individually. Not every Slytherin comes from a wealthy family. Booking the pitch became a favorite pastime for the team. Everyone contributed effort and received fair compensation. No guilt, no regrets, clean and simple. Qiu Zhang, previously despondent, suddenly seemed captivated. Cedric was sitting in the Slytherin section. A fan, yet on the opposite side. Every little detail played through her mind like a movie, tipping Qiu Zhang over the edge. The tall, handsome brown-haired boy waved at her and gave a thumbs up. She felt a little flustered. Turning her head, she realized Harry was standing directly behind her. Cedric vaulted onto the field, offering sincere congratulations to Harry and Draco, but he didn't spare even a glance for Qiu Zhang standing aside. The girl awkwardly lowered her raised hand. She forced her gaze downward, trying to hide the disappointment in her eyes. Miss Zhang, Harry's voice came from behind. The dark-haired boy stepped forward, extending a hand in friendship. Well done, you flew brilliantly. The cloud of gloom that had hung over her moments ago instantly lifted. You're still more skilled, she admitted. All right, enough with the flattery. At the celebration afterward, they'll accuse us of showing off. Cedric, you too. Draco prepared to step away, looking forward to seeing you on the pitch again. Cedric, can I have a few minutes of your time? Qiu Zhang mustered her courage. Harry and Draco exchanged a knowing glance, then Harry patted Cedric on the shoulder. You two go ahead. Hey, where will I find you guys later? Cedric called after their departing backs. Harry will come get you, Draco said with a playful wink. Great. Sorry, Miss Zhang, what did you want to say to me? Cedric smiled, his expression as warm as spring sunlight. I wanted to ask if you're free this weekend. Maybe we could go to Hogsmeade together. Qiu Zhang stammered, unable to maintain eye contact. Of course, Cedric replied promptly, making her heart leap. Though, may I bring my friend along? He asked, earnestly. Of course. Qiu Zhang's hand trembled slightly on her broom. Seeing this, Cedric quickly took the broom and even pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Sorry, it's a bit melted. I always carry some with me. Thank you. Actually, I do too. Both were seekers for their respective teams, naturally giving them plenty of common ground. It's a Duke of Bees gourmet chocolate. Qiu Zhang unwrapped it. So expensive they say the wrappers are 24K gold foil. Really? I had no idea. Madame Malfoy just casually threw a few into my pocket, Cedric said, frowning. Madame Malfoy? I heard you spent Christmas at Malfoy Manor? Qiu Zhang asked cautiously, careful not to seem like she was prying. Yes, we were invited, and it was a wonderful holiday, Cedric replied, smiling warmly. I heard Malfoy Manor used to host grand balls, but for some reason, they stopped opening it to guests. I heard from Draco that Aurora was injured by an invited guest, so Uncle Lucius stopped holding large-scale gatherings, Cedric said, frowning, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. I seek, Hugh Zhang observed Cedric's expression, and her heart sank. A girl in love, her detective instincts now fully alert, could read every subtle emotion. Even when Cedric spoke Aurora's name, his voice softened. So we'll see each other this weekend? She instinctively tried to wrap up their conversation. Sure, Cedric waved goodbye to her. How about that? I told you he'd agree. Marietta, Autumn Zhang's friend, nudged her with an elbow. Lose a little here, gain a little there. Doesn't your Eastern proverb go something like that? Autumn's cheeks flushed bright red. He said he'd bring a friend, she said, a trace of disappointment in her voice. That's fine. He probably just wants you to meet his friends. Congratulations. That's a big step. And for a first date, you need a little backup anyway. Marietta was already daydreaming about Autumn becoming Mrs. Diggory and wondering what color gown she should wear at the wedding. Oh heavens, I'm not even close to thinking that far ahead, Autumn protested, though her words didn't carry the conviction of refusal. Don't I know you? Can't wait for the weekend. Cedric brings friends, so you better bring me along too, Marietta suggested. Sure. Autumn felt a warm glow in her chest, grateful for a friend who always supported her. What? You're inviting me to Hogsmeade this weekend? I repeated Cedric's words aloud, still trying to process them. The Slytherin common room was bustling with activity. Cedric had joined the celebration cloaked in Harry's invisibility cloak. But since he was the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, we couldn't publicly invite him, leaving him to remain hidden under the cloak. Cedric had lived with the crown for a long time and knew many secrets. His invitation to Hogsmeade left me momentarily speechless. How could I refuse? Hogsmeade had practically become a sacred spot for couples' dates. Could this be a date invitation? I invited some other friends too. Autumn, you know them, the Ravenclaw Seeker, who just played, Cedric said, sipping his butterbeer in small, careful sips, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. His skin carried the popular Western wheat-toned complexion. Are you inviting me as a third wheel? I teased. Would you mind? He didn't answer my question directly. Cedric had always seemed gentle and polite to me, but now he showed a hint of assertiveness for the first time. Welk, and I bring friends too? You know my brother and Harry, I asked. Cedric paused, then smiled. Of course, the more the merrier. Oh no, Autumn Zhang and Cedric's first date was about to be ruined by the three of us. When the weekend gathering finally happened, the scene was unbearably awkward. Girls, me Autumn Zhang Marietta. Boys, Cedric Draco Harry. It looked more like a matchmaking event than a date. After brief self-introductions, we started heading toward Hogsmeade. Aurora, look at what you agreed to, Draco whispered in my ear. I don't even know Cedric only said Autumn would be there, he didn't mention she'd bring friends. Now with 3 boys and 3 girls, each talking only to their familiar friends, it was obviously rude. I deliberately joined Autumn and Marietta's conversation, but I could clearly feel a hint of hostility in their eyes. Actually, it's easy to understand. As I've grown from a girl into a young woman, combining Lucius and Narcissa's superior genes, I've become a Western ideal of blonde beauty. Wherever I go, I naturally draw the attention of passers-by. Muggle talent scouts often hand me their business cards, promising free opportunities, all of which I politely decline. While I'm highly sought after among boys, my reception among girls is strikingly different. I don't have the innocent doe I'd look that wins everyone over, so I can't appeal universally. If it weren't for my consistent top O grades, I'd probably be dismissed as a big-chested airhead. This contrast naturally makes many girls see me as a rival. Autumn Zhang, by contrast, is a petite Eastern girl. Her small, slim frame makes her seem delicate when standing beside tall Western boys. I, on the other hand, am tall and curvy. Our physiques are completely opposite. Together with the handsome boys around us, we form a striking visual group. Even Marietta, who is less conventionally attractive, benefits from walking alongside us, giving her a bit of reflected charm. She looks extremely pleased with herself. Unlike her cold attitude toward me, she behaves oddly around the 3 boys, forcing her voice into an unnatural high pitch, as if performing some awkwardly affected persona. In the original story, Marietta, Autumn Zhang's friend, once revealed the secret of the Room of Requirement to Umbridge, earning a curse that left a rash on her face, later fading but leaving a permanent scar, effectively disfiguring her. She was also the reason Harry and Autumn Zhang broke up. Autumn Zhang did try to reconcile with Harry, but by then he was already involved with Ginny. Ginny's possessiveness would never allow Harry to reconnect with an ex. Autumn Jang, in response, immediately focused her attention elsewhere, walking beside Cedric and using Quidditch as a topic to stay close. Today, she had dressed up carefully. Her originally black hair was treated with smoothing agents, making it sleek and flowing. Her eyelids bore earthy, toned eyeshadow, and she wore color, changing lipstick, crafting a subtly strategic barely their makeup look. She wasn't in her school uniform, but wore a soft moon, white kipau. It made her look graceful and poised, radiating the gentle elegance of an Eastern beauty. Cedric kept glancing back. Aurora, Draco, don't fall behind. He had clearly noticed that we were deliberately slowing our pace to give the two of them some privacy, leaving them far ahead. Why is Cedric such a stereotypical straight guy? I muttered under my breath to Draco and Harry. Don't you know? Marietta's abrupt voice came from beside me. What do you mean? I snapped back, annoyed by her tone. Nothing. She didn't dare confront me directly. After all three boys were my friends. Strictly speaking, I was hosting this outing, and she wasn't even a minor participant. Miss Ackerman, we don't know each other very well yet. We'll be spending the whole day together. If you get bored we can split up, I suggested with a smile. That won't do, she snapped, refusing curtly. No, I mean, if we came out together, we should stay together the whole time. That's the fun part. Her words faltered as she tried to recover her stance. Hugh Zhang and Cedric seemed to notice the commotion behind them and surprisingly stopped, waiting in place. Useless teammates, indeed, always causing trouble. Marietta, what's wrong? Hugh Zhang asked with concern. The girl shook her head at her friend, looking upset. Hugh Zhang understood immediately. Miss Malfoy, Marietta is my friend. She gently nudged us with subtlety. We rarely get to go out together. Isn't it better if we just enjoy a pleasant weekend? Such a sly way of speaking. It's like saying nothing yet saying everything at once. Truly clever. She had mastered the subtleties of the Chinese language. Aurora didn't say anything. It's just that your friend is overreacting. Draco furrowed his brow and explained for me. She seems more interested in following you, Miss Zhang. Harry exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, ready to pass the burden back. That won't do, Hugh Zhang insisted. She didn't want an extra third wheel interfering with her interaction with Cedric. As a result, Marietta became the least welcome person. Her face alternated between red and pale, and eventually, Hugh Zhang shot me a sharp glance, pulled Marietta along, and led the way at the front. Feels like we're bullying her or something, I muttered, watching the trio ahead. Marietta and Hugh Zhang squeezed Cedric in the middle, and the boy kept glancing back at us, helpless. I couldn't help grinning at him, signaling that we wouldn't interfere. This is perfect. Let him deal with the mess he created, Draco spat, still unsatisfied. So, this is a date setup, Harry said bluntly. Looks like it. Not sure who the real winner is, I replied. Marietta's gaze toward Cedric betrayed a determined ambition. Compared to the reserved Hugh Zhang, the otherwise plain-looking Marietta seemed more proactive. Is this a difference between East and West? I didn't understand. How about the three of us do our own thing and not tell them? Harry suggested. Leaving without a word, wouldn't that be a bit rude? Ekmo just now wasn't exactly polite to you either, Draco said, defending me. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his pocket. Let's check out the Screaming Shack. Draco, thrilled, immediately agreed. For the villagers of Hogsmeade, the Screaming Shack was the famous local haunted house. On every full moon during the school year, Remus Lupin would come here to transform. Once a werewolf, he lost control, biting himself and letting out piercing howls. Over time, the villagers spread rumors, word of mouth, transforming it into a ghostly legend. Curious students, whenever allowed to visit Hogsmeade, would turn it into an adventure. Draco and Harry, unaware of the full story, were naturally eager to go. Aurora, don't be afraid, we've got your back, Draco said, patting his chest. All right. Soon, Harry draped the invisibility cloak over us. While the three ahead chatted animatedly, we sprinted off, leaving only a trail of footprints behind. Cedric glanced with the corner of his eye at the direction we'd gone. He gave a helpless smile, a trace of loneliness in his eyes. We'd left him alone to deal with two strangers. A pang of guilt rose in me. I resolved to prepare a small gift for him when we returned. Oh, Aura, we're here. Nearby the Screaming Shack, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Using the Chinese expression, the feng shui here was downright unhealthy. As for what it nourished, wise men would have their own interpretations. Do I have to go in? I asked. Scared? Draco's smile was smug. I heard this place is haunted, I whispered, deliberately lowering my voice. Though the wind was still, a chilling breeze seemed to sweep past. I instinctively huddled against Draco. Harry's expression darkened. Draco's pride faded in an instant. I quickly suggested, can we not go inside? I'll wait out here for you. No way. Outside is scarier, haven't you heard? We have to face our fears. Suddenly, Draco growled from behind, scaring me so badly I jumped onto him. I buried my face into his chest, my legs clinging around his waist, letting out a whimper. Draco's arms wrapped around my waist, while his other hand gently stroked my hair. It's okay, it's okay. You've been tricked, Aurora. Harry didn't hesitate to ruin the moment. You, annoying. I pounded on his back. Ha ha. Draco's laughter echoed through the empty screaming shack. I felt even more frightened. Aurora, maybe. I can stay out here with you, Harry offered. Really? That would be great. I tried to wriggle free from Draco's embrace. Then forget it. We're not going. Draco snapped, clearly angry. He held me tightly around the waist, refusing to let me leave his embrace. Why are you angry? I asked softly. Don't pretend you don't know, Draco replied, his face stern. I'm really scared, I murmured, letting my voice soften with a touch of charm. Draco said nothing. Also, if we used the Whomping Willow, it would reveal our ability to manipulate plants, I added cautiously. So you mean next time just the two of us? Draco's smile was sly like a fox. Absolutely not. I refused sharply, but seeing the disappointment flash across his face, I quickly added, I sense the energy here is chaotic, too unstable for long stays. That's exactly why I want to investigate, Draco said seriously. I feel something enormous is sealed here. Almost nothing grows, except the Whomping Willow. You suspect, he teased, raising my curiosity. Don't disturb the sleeping dragon, he said succinctly. The Hogwarts motto. You mean, there's a dragon sealed beneath here? Very likely. Dragons are magical creatures, but the one sealed here was no ordinary dragon. It had been imprisoned with extraordinary care. Hogwarts has stood for over 1,000 years. The dragon must be that old? I asked. Older than the basilisk, Draco said, his voice heavy with gravity. But shouldn't we follow the motto and not disturb its rest? This situation didn't exist in the original story. One wrong move could affect everything. I couldn't take the risk. Of course, I won't break the seal lightly, but every night I can hear its cries, Draco admitted, his face shadowed with worry. Being held in his arms, I no longer felt quite so cold. Far away, the Whomping Willow reacted to the slightest disturbance, thrashing violently at the ground. The slaps were loud, but subtle background sounds only audible to elves slipped through, high-pitched and sharp. We called off the adventure and decided to sit quietly at the 3 broomsticks instead. Seeing Draco's grim expression, Harry couldn't help but speak up. Next time when Aurora isn't around, I'll go with you. Harry assumed Draco was still upset about earlier. Aurora is my family. How could I stay mad at my own family? Malfoy always puts family first. Harry's gaze flicked between us, finally shaking his head in resignation. I guess I'll always be an outsider, he muttered. What are you saying? I grabbed his hand. I'm just staying here temporarily, till I come of age. The Malfoy manor will always be open to you, I said quickly, trying to reassure him. I hadn't even noticed Draco's furrowed brow. Thanks, Harry said, seemingly unconcerned with Draco's presence. That's enough for me. And so, with each of us harboring our own thoughts, our Hogsmeade outing came to an end. That night, Draco tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That voice, it's getting stronger, he murmured, pressing a kiss to my brow. His consciousness reached me through the depths of my mind. It was a roar that could shatter eardrums, a dragon's cry. Oh my God! Every day at Draco's side, it must be like this. No wonder he's been so eager to investigate. Why wait for a special day? Let's go check it out now. You're sure? Draco's lips curved into a teasing smile. Of course. How could I bear to let you face this alone all the time? Hold on tight. Draco activated apparition. In an instant, we were above the Whomping Willow. Why can we stay suspended in midair? I asked, clutching his arm for dear life. Relax, Aurora. You can too. We carry Voldemort's bloodline. He had a unique ability to fly without wings, without relying on any external aid. Seeing me reaching to remove the ring that concealed my elf form, he quickly stopped me. This is near Hogwarts. The headmaster has absolute authority, so we must be extremely cautious. But if we're in midair, won't we be spotted? I muttered nervously. Exactly why you prepare for a landing. Before I could protest, he plunged toward the ground. I screamed repeatedly. Are you trying to scare me to death? Don't worry. Around here, the wails of spirits and beasts are so common that sudden screams won't attract villagers. In fact, they'll just bolt their doors and windows to avoid trouble. You really know everything inside out, I murmured. Fortunately, just as we were about to touch the ground, our speed slowed. My back was soaked from the wind and sweat. You're way too jumpy, Draco frowned. He took off his coat and draped it over my shoulders. You faced Avada Kedavra without hesitation to protect your father. That's different. You know, no spell ever affects me. But have you considered there might be exceptions? Like now. He leaned down and kissed my forehead. His wand emitted a faint glow. A silent, wandless spell, a release of suppressed magical energy. Draco lifted me effortlessly. I found a way to communicate with the dragon sealed here, but it told me. It needs a sacrifice. I went pale. Could it be? Draco gently set me down, then drew a sharp knife and approached. He stopped in front of me. Aurora, what are you afraid of? Do you think I intend to offer you as the sacrifice? Before I could finish, he slit his own wrist. Crimson blood gushed forth, igniting the magic circle drawn on the ground. When was this drawn? How could I have known nothing about it? Draco seemed to read my thoughts and offered an explanation. It dates back to ancient times. After 1,000 years of wind and weather, the writing has become nearly illegible. My blood can awaken the remnants of its power, and even briefly restore the consciousness of a sealed dragon. He recited an ancient chant. It sounded like a beautiful poem, yet I knew that a single mispronounced word could plunge us into an abyss from which there was no return. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared, snaking across the floor. Something seemed poised to break through the earth. Draco held me tightly, standing unwavering in the center of the magical circle. His calves were already sunk into the ground. Aurora, don't look, it's all illusions. Close your eyes. I forced myself to synchronize with Draco, imagining that none of this was happening. We were still standing in place. The violent shaking and sinking had been an illusion. This is the first trial, Draco murmured. For some reason, the moment I closed my eyes, the vision shifted again. It felt as though we were traveling through time back 1,000 years. People were dressed plainly, speaking in Old English. This was a marketplace, where goods were regularly exchanged. The villagers' faces beamed with warmth, a scene of prosperity and life. Just as we tried to explore further, the vision vanished. Suddenly, waves of heat seemed to sweep over us. Hogsmeade at night was cold, yet now our nostrils were filled with thick smoke, making it impossible to breathe. Aurora. Draco pressed his lips to mine, passing air into me. I tried to resist, but under the pressure of survival, my body gasped instinctively for air. Then everything stopped abruptly. I silently told myself we had once again narrowly passed a trial. Yet the suffocating sensation, this wasn't the first time I had experienced it. Not only that, the burning pain on my skin, the continual oozing of burned areas, the maddening itch as new skin grew, I had lived through it all before. I looked at my flawless arms in Draco's embrace, a pang of disbelief in my heart. The parts scorched by dragon fire, before turning to ash, fused bone and flesh together. Even the 5 fingers could fuse. Why did I know such horrifying detail? I dared not think further. Draco didn't seem to notice the turmoil in my mind. He held me as he walked toward the Whomping Willow. The sheer force being released by the tree left me utterly powerless. Following him to the Whomping Willow was nothing short of walking to my death. I felt more desperate than Snape ever did. At least Snape had his wand. Draco's eyes were hollow and unfocused, as if possessed. What could I do? Who could save me? I gritted my teeth, shut my eyes, and sank my teeth into Draco's arm with all my strength. His steps faltered, and he hissed sharply. Deep bite marks remained on his skin. Hey, Aurora, how did we end up here? Wasn't it for you? Just a little, and we'd have been caught by the attacking, Whomping Willow. I scolded, unable to hide my frustration. I felt powerless in his arms, and while under control, he couldn't possibly use his elven strength to fend off the Willow's strikes. That was far too dangerous just now, Draco murmured, still shaken. I noticed cold sweat beading on his forehead, dampening the platinum strands near his face. His beautiful eyes were filled with guilt and regret. I thought the two of us could support each other and get through it together. Then why did you release that pine force on me? The way to activate the magic circle requires a sacrifice of elven blood. I was afraid your impulsiveness would kick in and you'd act before me, Draco explained cautiously, barely daring to meet my gaze. I wouldn't have argued with you at a time like that, I snapped. Then you'd rather side with your father. What? Even now, still jealous over Lucius? Ridiculous! How many times do I have to say it? I'm a Malfoy who knows how to weigh pros and cons, to consider and choose wisely, not some reckless Gryffindor. Hopefully, Draco exhaled in relief. Now, can you put me down, before your arm shakes so much you can't hold your wand? I teased, ignoring his sour expression. You're seriously underestimating me. I'm a professional Quidditch player, training at least 3 hours a day. Unlike someone who collapses on the bed at home or just sits in the library, the same 3 points, day in, day out. Draco was unmatched at bickering. If anyone could claim second place, no one would dare challenge him for first. He gave a sly grin, poking my pouting cheek, then kissed my brow and released me. The moment I regained freedom, I launched a flurry of attacks at him, though fancy punches and kicks would be a more accurate description. Suddenly, a young voice sounded in my ear, strangely familiar. I finally found you, the reincarnation of Legolas. The tone carried eagerness, mixed with a hint of nervousness. I gripped my wand and scanned the surroundings. There was no one in sight. No need to look, little elf, it's just us here. I'm communicating with you through the mindscape. He had immediately discerned my elven identity. Your choice is the same as before, the voice sighed. Aligned with someone who offers you no help. I didn't come here to reminisce with you, Draco snapped sharply. I didn't understand why he was so angry. Actually, the voice you hear isn't mine, the voice sounded slightly wronged. Stop with the theatrics, if not you then who? Draco snapped irritably. All these years, you've only trusted what you see and closed your heart. What do you mean? This time Draco hesitated, sensing the truth in the words. Don't you see? I am. You have half of my power and memories sealed within you, yet it seems you've already forgotten. Finally, I understood why his voice had felt so hauntingly familiar. Draco was in the midst of his voice-changing phase, yet that voice, it must be the sound of Draco as an adult. Draco's true form was a dragon. Only your blood can awaken me, the dragon continued, and the girl by your side is the key to breaking the seal. Draco instinctively wrapped me closer to him. What does that mean? If I'm right, in this life too, she maintains a bond with unicorns. I can sense a truly unique aura. The dragon's voice carried a subtle, almost beguiling tone. I had never heard Draco speak like this. Could this be his real self? I couldn't tell. I won't let you out, and you don't need to strain yourself, calling to me through your soul. I will sever the connection on my own, Draco said, unwavering. Oh, willing to remain incomplete, just to preserve yourself. Impressive, the dragon's voice cut through the air, chilling and sharp. In fact, once you've watered this land with blood, nothing can stop me. A shadow before me began to solidify. A colossal dragon coiled within it. It was immense. To it, we were mere ants, insignificant and fragile. Its inorganic eyes watched our fearful expressions with detached amusement. Why so afraid? Is this body really so detestable to you, that you won't even glance at me? It seemed furious. Yet, I sensed it bore no intention of harming us. It hated that Draco had abandoned it. I peeked out from behind Draco, curiosity prying me forward, studying its enormous form. It was beautiful. Platinum scales covered its entire body. Massive bat-like wings stretched behind it. Its tail could flatten this entire area with a single sweep. Its eyes were like enormous bronze bells, narrowed slightly, looking almost sad. Gulping down my fear, I stepped forward and touched its scales. It was so large I could only reach its toes. The platinum scales bristled violently, nearly cutting my fingers. I hissed, and Draco immediately grabbed my arm, apparating us away in an instant. The dragon barely reacted. Even as I vanished from its sight, it remained impassive. As we left, I thought I heard a long, mournful sigh. No one cared about it more than I did. Draco's half-form was a dragon, and it was deeply tied to Hogwarts' founding. No wonder the Malfoy family had been granted such vast privileges at Hogwarts. It wasn't just because Draco's previous life Legolas had been Salazar Slytherin's close friend. It was also due to the personal gifts Legolas had bestowed. My heart couldn't settle. Draco's past life Legolas, why had he abandoned the dragon's body? Dragons are immensely powerful. Their scales carry magical properties that can resist almost any spell, even Avada Kedavra. Truly a body that could be called an indestructible king, and yet he abandoned it. Let's talk, Draco. Though we had gone to bed early, our eyes met, and neither of us seemed sleepy. Aurora, this is the first time I've paid the price for my own impulse, and I never imagined it would feel so heavy. Why do you say that? My past life abandoned its own body. That sense of separation wasn't obvious until now, but after awakening it with blood, the fusion with it became inevitable. No, to be precise, it intends exactly that. Draco's striking eyes were filled with confusion. Why do you care so much about its existence? I asked the question I'd been struggling with for so long. Unlike the unicorn, which symbolizes luck and blessing, dragons are born with a curse. Too powerful, with no natural enemies. The rage in their blood boils like scalding water, burning their bodies day after day. So its greatest enemy is itself, I realized. Many dragons cannot endure the endless torment and choose to end their lives early. This lifelong pain can only be relieved by death, which is why dragons are nearly extinct. Nowadays, dragon blood just the size of a fingernail is worth a fortune. Not to mention the blood in that colossal dragon. Its worth could easily buy an entire Malfoy manor. Damn it, what are you thinking? Draco heard my thoughts. I will never let you take blood after the fusion. There's another reason, and the most important one. Draco suddenly held me tightly. I'm worried you might awaken memories of your past life. What does your fusion with the dragon's body have to do with me remembering my past life? I asked, confused. Draco just looked at me, sorrowful and silent. You mean separating the dragon's body from Legolas is closely tied to my past life? Draco nodded, his expression unreadable. Isn't that a good thing? Our fate is destined, I replied happily. Fool, I wish you could stay this naive forever, Aurora. Do you know, so many times, I feel like a thief, taking advantage of your sincerity. Because I know once you remember all the truth you wouldn't hesitate to abandon me. Draco's voice choked. What unforgivable sins did your past life Legolas commit? That fame, seeker. He'd never allow his reputation to be tarnished, Draco said disdainfully. Hey, that's you. I hate admitting he exists. Draco's expression darkened. Seeing my curiosity, he continued, he did nothing wrong in general, except, to you. He wronged your sincere heart. His arms felt like iron clamps, holding me firmly. Aurora, never remember. This is me, your marker, giving you the only command you must never break. You Draco, what are you doing? I gasped in shock. Close your eyes. His voice turned suddenly cold and commanding. I found myself completely unable to resist. My heart swelled with unspoken grievances. Blame me. I can't bear it the sight of you leaving once you learn the truth. Draco murmured. All night, I tossed and turned beside him, unable to sleep. By morning, my pillow was soaked with tears, yet I couldn't recall what had made me so sad. Mem, you're awake. Draco's sleepy voice accompanied a half-lidded gaze. Normally, I would tease him, trace the contours of his firm chest, admire his dreamlike features, kiss his soft lips. We would nestle together for long moments before finally parting. But why did a flicker of resistance stir in me this morning? Yesterday. What exactly happened yesterday? Where did we even go? Aurora, what's wrong? Draco's expression dimmed. He tried to hide it, but I could see through him. No, you're hiding something from me, I probed cautiously. Draco had never been good at lying. I leaned in, trying to hear his thoughts, and suddenly realized our mental connection was gone. Why? I grabbed his hand, desperate to feel it, to make the connection real again. Nothing. How could this happen? Tears streamed down uncontrollably. My head throbbed as if splitting apart. I reached for a clue only to feel it slip through my fingers like fine sand, leaving nothing behind. Aurora, it will come back, slowly. Don't be afraid. Draco held me close, his voice soft and soothing. He didn't seem surprised, not even slightly disturbed. Had he foreseen this? Was it you? Did you sever our connection? I asked, incredulous. I didn't mean to, Draco stammered, helpless. Do you know how happy it is to connect with someone's heart? I sobbed in broken hiccups, my tears tangling with my hair. I must look completely ridiculous. He didn't mind at all. Gently, he brushed my hair aside and pressed a soft kiss to my brow. Don't be afraid, try this. It feels a little better. Then I'll kiss you again. Don't take advantage, I murmured, embarrassed, lowering my head. But he continued. Aurora, I love you. Why, now? My chin was lifted, his lips brushing against mine. A surge of emotion washed over me. It was Draco's heart speaking. A new connection was forming again. Finally, I exhaled in relief. Though I didn't know what Draco had been hiding, I felt, like any girl in love, that I wanted to cradle this feeling carefully in my hands. Lie down or we'll be late, Draco whispered. Opening my eyes again, I saw the clock nearing 8. Oh my God, you didn't wake me up. Your sleeping posture is just like Crookshank's. Draco gestured to the ginger giant cat stretching at the head of the bed. I'm far more graceful than it. Ever since Crookshanks had claimed the corner of my pillow, 3/4 of it was occupied. And often, in my sleep, I felt a massive cat butt squashed against my face. Draco's barely suppressed grin gave me a bad feeling. Sure enough, he'd secretly snapped a bunch of photos of me asleep next to Crookshank. My carefree poses, they were uncannily similar. My cheeks burned with embarrassment. You violated my image rights. I'm telling my dad. I chased after him, racing through the halls. We barely made it into the classroom, just as the bell rang. Snape looked mildly displeased at our second entry, but as Slytherin top students and potions assistants, we weren't treated as harshly as a Gryffindor would be. Aurora. He nodded at me. I stepped forward to adjust the slides. Ever since the Malfoys introduced Muggle technology into the wizarding world, Hogwarts' teaching methods had diversified. The traditionalists stuck to the old ways, like Professor Binns, whose eternal monotone made lessons a deadly lull. Younger professors, such as Snape and Sirius, incorporated PPTs into their classes. The downside? The actual creation of the slides always fell to the three of us. Draco, who once despised Muggle gadgets, the soft and fruit nonsense, obviously small companies doomed to fail, in Draco's words, immediately changed his tune when he learned the Malfoys held over half the shares. Now he was meticulously assembling Snape's course slides. Of course, there were dissenting voices. Ron Weasley often loudly mocked Draco, the staunch pureblood, for his opportunistic behavior. But from our perspective it was just pragmatism. Many people, in a lifetime, never understand this principle. Respect objective reality. No one understood it better than Draco, or rather, the Malfoys. At this moment, I ran the presentation while Draco distributed the potion ingredients each student would need for the class exercise. This was technically supposed to have been done before class. Usually if we were late, Harry would fill in. But today... Right, Harry, where was he? Draco and I realized it simultaneously. We'd been so absorbed in our own world that we hadn't even considered our close friend or blamed him for not covering for us. Completely over the top. I felt deeply ashamed. After a chaotic night filled with tears and panic, we'd completely forgotten the task at hand. All I remembered was our last parting at the Shrieking Shack. The Shrieking Shack! Oh no, surely Harry hadn't gone there alone. We had even teased him earlier, goading him to scout it out. Could it be? No, he couldn't be that reckless. My heart pounded. It felt as if the entire mystery of the Shrieking Shack had been neatly boxed up. A voice in my mind warned me, do not go near. I drifted through the lesson in a daze, barely noticing Snape's glances whenever I delayed flipping the slides. The secret of the Shrieking Shack. The missing Harry. Aurora. I'm here, Professor Snape. I don't think Lucius has put too much pressure on you. I don't understand, sir. The frequent use of the time, Turner, is compensating for your vitality. Misunderstanding. I wasn't pushing myself that hard. Sorry, it's just that I kept getting distracted because Harry wasn't around, not because I used the time, Turner. Snape cast a cryptic, piercing glance at both Draco and me. He's excused. He didn't say anything further, but his eyes seemed to speak volumes, almost as if chastising us for our neglect of Harry. Guilt gnawed at me. Draco had been ready to go to the Shrieking Shack, and I had been too scared to join. He had stood by me, yet I hadn't cared when or even if he had returned to school. Aurora, Harry is our age. He knows his own limits. Draco frowned, clearly disapproving of me expending too much attention on Harry. Snape, clearly annoyed at our guessing, cut in. It was Albus who took him away from Hogwarts, so I expect the potions assistant to focus on the classroom. I'm sorry, Godfather, I hurriedly apologized. But where exactly is Professor Dumbledore taking him? Snape shot us a quick look. Clearly that was a secret. In canon, Dumbledore often moved Harry between various factions, invited the former Slytherin head and potions master Slughorn back, or ventured into the swamps to retrieve a fake Slytherin locket, step by step testing and trusting Harry, ultimately designing his own death to push Harry's growth. Everything hinged on Dumbledore's ongoing assessment of Harry. Philosopher's Stone in first year tested whether Harry desired immortality. The Chamber of Secrets in second year tested whether Harry's team could cooperate to solve the mystery. The Triwizard Tournament in fourth year tested whether Harry could withstand pressure under misunderstanding. All of it culminated in Dumbledore letting down his guard, choosing Harry as the ultimate weapon against Voldemort, even knowing the Dark Lord's fragment of soul resided in Harry's scar. But this time was Dumbledore taking Harry so early on the hunt for Horcruxes? I had no clue. Aurora, I don't understand. Whenever Harry's involved, you always care differently. Draco's tone sounded plaintive, almost wounded. He's our friend. How could I explain to him that we lived in a world derived from the Harry Potter series? That Draco, though privileged, was a minor character in a story centered on Harry? Not even a true antagonist? You care about him, more than a friend. Draco looked me in the eyes. Even though the connection between us was sporadic, his gaze saw through it. Aurora, my heart is small. It can only hold you, so will you try to match me? I leaned against Draco's shoulder. Why do you keep seeking reassurance, when you marked me first, made me yours alone, and a part of you is already in my body? I didn't know I could express myself this boldly. You know. Yes, that core, it's a part of you too, sprouting and rooting within me. You made me its cradle, and now you and I are inseparable. Aurora, will you ever regret this? Draco's eyes scrutinized every subtle expression, tracking my every movement. How could this be? I felt the seed inside me thrum with an almost tangible presence. Whenever Draco's emotions surged, it reacted like this. I knew that when I reached adulthood, it would only intensify. You've changed me like this. How could I ever accept anyone else? I buried my face against his chest. Good that you realize it, Draco grinned with self-satisfaction. Damn it, now you're smug too. You too, could you at least watch the place? This is getting out of hands. His expression was one of sheer disbelief. Through the crowd behind him, Cedric's gaze met mine. The tall, handsome brown-haired boy waved at me, a simple greeting. My hand, however, was clutched tightly by Draco, leaving me unable to respond. Cedric awkwardly withdrew his hand, masking the slight melancholy in his eyes. By his side, Autumn Zhang sat gracefully, her glance toward me tinged with a hint of pride. What did that mean? I was puzzled. Did she think, like her, I was interested in Cedric? In the original story, Autumn Zhang's jealousy was notorious. He would deliberately mention Cedric in front of Harry whenever he spoke of Hermione, stirring his possessive instincts. Yet naive, first, love. Harry never understood her subtle intentions, gradually eroding their bond. Who Cedric chose didn't matter to me. I leaned against Draco's shoulder, completely enveloped in a sense of security. Privately, we asked Professor Snape about Harry's whereabouts, only to learn he had taken a long leave. Where he went, and what he was doing, Snape would not say. Even when we mentioned it to Lucius, no useful information came. "Maybe I can try," Draco said one evening, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "How will you try?" I asked, curious. "Remember how elves can manipulate plants." "Well, plants are my hands and my eyes," he explained patiently. "You mean you can locate Harry by controlling plants?" "Exactly." He kissed my cheek. "Does that mean I can too?" I tried closing my eyes, imagining myself connected to the world. I felt as if I could hear voices from miles away. My awareness intertwined with Draco's, like a fish finally meeting water, shimmering with joyful energy. We split up to search, and finally this was it, the ancestral home of the Gaunt family. In the end, Dumbledore had brought Harry here to retrieve the Resurrection Stone ring. No wonder this place is so hard to find, completely abandoned, and it seems cursed. Plants and animals avoid it, Draco muttered, eyes closed. Only the most adaptable thorns thrived here, and through them, we were able to observe everything. In the original story, Dumbledore had been cursed by the Gaunt ring, leaving him with only a year to live. Aware of his limited time, he instructed Snape to kill him, indirectly aiding Draco in completing the impossible, assassinating Dumbledore. Destroying the Resurrection Stone, then, was crucial for the future balance of power. The Order of the Phoenix, represented by Dumbledore, had never been friends to the Malfoys, nor outright enemies. Their stance shifted subtly with circumstances. Is it worth saving Dumbledore's life? What benefit would it bring to the Malfoys? Would it risk exposing our identities, inviting unnecessary trouble? In just a few minutes, Draco had to weigh every potential outcome. He frowned. Aurora. His eyes were unreadably complex. "So this is how your precognition works." I had long noticed that whenever the original storyline was involved, Draco could not read my thoughts. But as our mental link re-established and refreshed, it felt like my inner world opened up just a little more to him. He began to catch glimpses of the fragments of the original plot in my mind, though they were scattered and incomplete. You know, I've been influenced by it, so I can't say it out loud. I can only wait for you to notice. So all this time, you've been bearing it silently. Draco pulled me into a tight embrace. "Don't get distracted." Dumbledore and Harry were about to enter the Gaunt house. Through the thorns, we could no longer hear their conversation or know what was happening inside. It was like plunging back into complete darkness. "If we go by what you've seen," Draco deliberately phrased it differently, "what do you plan to do?" "I don't know. There was too little time to consult the cunning head of the Malfoy family, Lucius." "You mean Dumbledore might be cursed, his lifespan drastically shortened?" Draco sought confirmation. "Yes, but," I hadn't finished my sentence before he interrupted. "There are mice in the Gaunt house." First he looked disgusted, then suddenly brightened with excitement. "I've thought of a perfect solution." "A way to do him a favor too," Draco muttered under his breath. I understood he meant that in the original story, Dumbledore willingly met his death, sparing dear Draco, who had just received the dark mark, from the impossible task of assassinating him. "It's hard to imagine your impression of me, so pathetic." He seemed genuinely dejected. "But as long as it's you, I'll love you unconditionally." For some reason, these bold, passionate words flowed out of me naturally, more freely each time. A small smile curved his lips. "If you can speak, speak more." "Enough. Back to the matter at hand." Though the phrase "as blind as a mouse" exists, mice actually have keen eyesight, as well as acute hearing and smell. We relied on them to scout the interior. As expected, Dumbledore was searching for the Gaunt ring. Harry stayed nearby, his expression shadowed and unreadable, lost in thought. Clearly, Dumbledore had shared the purpose of the mission with him. Faced with the temptation of the Resurrection Stone, Dumbledore found it difficult to resist. The usually sharp, clear-eyed elder could not hide the longing in his gaze. His eyes grew distant, as if swallowed by memory. Beyond Ariana's tragic death, his most painful moment had been his connection with Grindelwald, a chapter he regarded as a stain on his life. But which young man could resist 3 months of unchecked passion? Hormones surged like a storm within him. Harry tried to stop him, but was rooted in place. Even in his later years, Dumbledore's mastery of magic was formidable, feared by Voldemort, who dared not face him directly. We guided the rats to leap onto the table. In Dumbledore's eyes, there was nothing else. His gaunt hand reached for the gaunt ring. The resurrection stone glowed with an eerie light, as if capable of luring one into a hallucination. Even the rats we controlled began to twitch and scurry, drawn toward the ring as if by their own will. Clearly, the resurrection stone's allure wasn't limited to humans. Aurora. I understood immediately. I directed one of the rats to snatch the ring, while Draco. Good heavens, I had no idea where he had summoned his swarm of rats from. They poured in from all directions, a dense, writhing mass. Dumbledore was stunned. There was no way he could connect the sight of all those rats to his own desire. Taking advantage of his distraction, my rat merged into Draco's swarm. A shiver ran down my spine. My rat felt like it had been spotted not by Dumbledore, but by Harry. Even bound in place by Dumbledore, Harry could pinpoint my exact location. His eyesight was terrifying. Draco, noticing my thoughts, snorted coldly. What's the big deal? Compared to catching the golden snitch, this is nothing. I've got this. Harry, I'm sorry. Dumbledore released the spell restraining Harry, his voice tinged with apology. The usually vigorous old man for the first time looked exhausted. It's me, the one the ring called to. Professor, the ring. Harry lunged at the rat I controlled. His aim was precise, his technique flawless. He trapped the rat in his hand, intending to remove the ring from its mouth. Careful. Dumbledore moved to intervene, but saw Harry holding the ring securely in his palm. Nothing happened. No curse, no sign of harm. What? How is this possible? Dumbledore scrutinized the dark-haired, green-eyed boy. I don't know, Professor. It seems I wasn't affected by it, Harry replied earnestly. But from what I knew of him, he definitely understood more than he let on. The gaunt ring was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Naturally, it would not attack Harry, who carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Dumbledore's expression darkened. He must have realized something. So intelligent, he had surely long known the secret of the scar on Harry's forehead. Now it was fully confirmed. Harry had already become a vessel for a piece of Voldemort's soul. In other words, he was a living Horcrux, except for Nagini. Dumbledore's face softened into a gentle smile. Harry, could you place the ring into this box for me? The box was an alchemical artifact designed to isolate any magical item. Clearly, Dumbledore had come prepared. But Professor, do you still intend to wear it? Harry asked cautiously. I will control myself. Dumbledore's expression darkened, his smile masking the bitterness within. Here, contending with the greatest white wizard for the gaunt ring would have been sheer folly. Harry placed the ring into the small box Dumbledore had brought. Following closely behind the Hogwarts headmaster, I watched him leave. Before he disappeared, he glanced one last time in the direction of the mouse I was controlling. He was coming toward me. I could only see the soles of his feet inching closer, step by step. Finally, he stopped right in front of me. A mouse that isn't afraid of humans? Have you forgotten that humans are your natural enemy? His eyes were full of teasing. Then without a word, he mouthed clearly, Aurora, goodbye. How had Harry noticed? I completely forgot to react, just staring blankly at his retreating figure. Aurora Draco's brows were furrowed as he watched everything unfold. He gently brushed my forehead. Could it be that Harry can see this mark too? He murmured. The mark was shaped like a leaf. When your consciousness inhabits the mouse also carries the leaf mark, Draco explained softly. I felt a warm flush spreading across my forehead. This imprint has entered your soul. You will be entwined with me across lifetimes. I am happy about that, I quickly replied. Yes, I'm glad you think that way, but the fact that Harry can see your mark is highly unusual. Could he also have elven blood? That shouldn't be possible. He's not blonde with gray eyes. I hastily dismissed the thought. Draco shook his head. You haven't been an elf for long. There are many kinds of elves. Our ancestors were Sindar, while Sylvan elves vary in hair color. Any elf can see another's mark. There's also another possibility. Harry could be a descendant of the bloodline. In fact, the first of the bloodline, the progenitor, was also transformed from an elf. There's a branch of elves called the Dark Elves. They are usually characterized by black hair and blue eyes. Their lifespan and appearance are indistinguishable from humans, and they have no innate magical power. By drinking the blood of their kind, a dark elf can be transformed into a bloodline, gaining eternal life. But they struggle to control their craving for blood, so whenever a dark elf is born, they are expelled from elven sanctuaries, left to fend for themselves. So cruel, for some reason, tears ran down my face. Don't cry, Draco flusteredly wiped them away for me. Why am I crying? The surge of emotion left me disoriented. Draco looked deeply saddened, yet he didn't reveal a single word to me. Anyway, you mean that Harry's body might contain bloodline or dark elf ancestry? Draco nodded. After dark elves are exiled by the elf clans, some are rescued by humans. They look identical to humans, and some survivors live as humans. When they bear children with humans, most inherit the characteristic black hair and blue eyes of dark elves. There's also a saying, their birth brings misfortune, and they usually don't live long. No wonder disaster always seems to surround Harry. Since Harry can see this mark, he should also understand that you belong to me. Draco's gaze turned sharp, merciless. I had never seen him look like this before. Draco in Latin means dragon. And dragons are notoriously possessive. They crave lavish jewels and lives of indulgent luxury. Legends say humans often raid dragon lairs, lured by the treasures within. He hasn't said or done anything to me, I murmured. Of course, Draco replied, you carry the binding I placed on you. He can't touch you. Yet in his eyes, I glimpsed a madness I couldn't comprehend. The once cool, moonlit boy had changed so drastically. I felt an unexplainable fear. Yet, deep within, a yearning arose I couldn't deny. I longed to be loved by Draco this way. Realizing this, I blushed with a mix of embarrassment and desire, wanting only to hide like an ostrich, resting my head against his chest. My little unicorn Aurora, you can only be mine. A voice echoed in my mind, perfectly overlapping with Draco in the moment. It was the dragon. It was our past and present lives. The vision vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Aurora, are you okay? Draco asked, concern in his voice. I'm fine, it's just that someone seemed to have said something like this to me before. He kissed my forehead. Don't overuse your magic. Rest early. I knew he was keeping something from me, and because of it, we no longer shared the same effortless connection of hearts. Bitterness stirred in me. For reasons I didn't understand, Draco chose to bury that secret rather than remain open with me. That night passed without dreams. The next day, Harry returned to Hogwarts, appearing as if nothing had happened. Curious as ever, I decided to ask him directly. How did I find out? Harry echoed my question. His gaze flicked over my forehead, glimmering with uncertainty. Clearly, he had no intention of revealing his secret. Just as my patience waned, I heard him whisper, the scent. What? I asked. The fragrance of the soul. I mean, I can smell the aura each soul emits. I don't even know how to describe it. Harry ruffled his untidy hair. Potters made their fortune inventing potions. My ancestor, Linfred, was said to identify tens of thousands of potions by scent alone, and it seems I might have inherited, even surpassed, this ability. Harry's remarkable potion grades were proof enough. A dog knows, Draco teased. Such a rare, innate skill, and now associated with a dog. But it seemed that Westerners didn't view this as humiliating. Harry looked a little shy. You could put it that way. Both of them stared at me in astonishment, almost laughing themselves to the floor. What's wrong with her? She looks completely baffled. Don't mind her, carry on. Soul sense, I've never heard of that before. Draco was intensely curious. Then, what does my soul smell like? Herbal, like spring itself. Somewhat similar to your cousin-in-law's scent, Harry murmured after a pause. Though mystical. Draco's expression shifted, but he forced a smile. In Draco's past life, Legolas had been symbolized by a single leaf, while Lucius Thranduil represented a tree in spring. We had kept the true nature of the elves hidden, yet Harry could perceive these subtle details simply through soul scent. And mine? I asked eagerly, desperate to know. It's a floral fragrance, sweet, with a hint of creaminess, very much like gardenias. Harry's gaze softened as he looked at me. And yourself? I quickly changed the subject. I couldn't let him go any further. Somehow, talking to Harry in front of Draco felt like a silent betrayal. I couldn't resist the depth of his affectionate gaze. Some people's souls smell sweet, others foul. It was similar to the principle behind a potion. In the original story, Hermione felt nauseous after drinking a potion containing Bellatrix's hair. That nauseating odor was likely the soul scent Harry referred to. The world is vast, strange things are everywhere. We simply perceive it too superficially. Just as the limits of science led to theology, blind faith in science can itself be a kind of superstition. Dumbledore sent you to the Gaunt House just to retrieve the ring? Draco pondered. I suspect he isn't after the Horcrux itself, but the Resurrection Stone embedded in it. The Resurrection Stone is one of the Deathly Hallows, said to have been created by the three Peverell brothers. Harry had the invisibility cloak, Dumbledore had the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand together. These are the Deathly Hallows. Whoever unites them becomes master of death itself, able to bend life and death to their will. Professor Dumbledore borrowed my invisibility cloak, Harry hinted. The Elder Wand had been won from Grindelwald by Dumbledore. In the original story, only Harry held all three Hallows, now Dumbledore had them. Everything was coming into focus. Dumbledore's goal wasn't to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, but to seize the legendary Deathly Hallows for himself. Immortality is an irresistible temptation for anyone. And gathering all three Hallows grants more than eternal life. What does a supremely powerful white wizard desire? Perhaps to resurrect Ariana, or perhaps something else entirely. He's hiding it really well. Draco's expression was full of mockery. That's normal. Someone who's long been at the top cannot easily accept the sunset of their power. Naturally, they want to remain at the peak forever. To have something, and then lose it, that is the hardest to endure. From this perspective, Voldemort seems almost straightforward. Whatever he wants, he says openly, not like the so-called greatest white wizard, who always maintains a righteous public image. He has his desires, otherwise he wouldn't have been nearly tempted by the Gaunt Ring. Professor Dumbledore didn't destroy the Horcrux in front of me, he only said to hand it over to him, Harry replied after a moment's thought. With Harry's strength, there was no way he could have stopped any of this from happening. I'm going to write to my father, Draco said seriously. I had no inclination to tease him. This clue was extremely important. Lucius needed to know immediately. It could alter the course of the future. Even in the original story, when Harry possessed all three Deathly Hallows simultaneously, he had never truly summoned death. No one knew what it would mean to collect all three objects. It was a massive risk. Draco hurriedly fetched pen and paper, and the Golden Eagle waited patiently nearby, seemingly catching our anxiety as well. We need to let our parents prepare early. I held Draco's arm. Harry, thank you for telling us all this. His gaze lingered on our joined hands. Someone who manipulates others' fates recklessly, caring nothing for their lives, can they really deserve to be master of death? Harry asked with utter disdain. What do you mean? An excellent hunter often appears in the guise of its prey, Draco said, his tone suggestive. You mean, I encouraged him to continue. It's just death choosing the best ambassador among humans, Draco added. Great minds think alike, we exchanged a knowing smile. Makes sense. So, we wait and observe. Draco watched the Golden Eagle fly away, a look of admiration on his face. Living among human wizards, weren't we like eagles stripped of their wings? We could not reveal our elven identities. Yes, elves were powerful, but not against entire armies. Wizards were strong, but too few to match Muggle technology. It was all for the same reason. Only when the mother tree of the elven resurrection sanctifies a land, and the elven race grows strong, does true foothold emerge. Elves were classified as innate and awakened. Draco, the Malfoys, and I belonged to the awakened type, those transformed into elves through bloodline awakening. Innate elves, however, were born from the mother tree itself, naturally nurtured, formed from the tree's fruit. The mother tree did not just create elves, it also shaped the cycle of their reincarnation. When an elf passes from this world, its body decomposes to nourish the mother tree, while its soul is nurtured within the fruit the tree bears. Once the fruit ripens and falls, the elf is reborn. Life and death cycle endlessly, never truly resting, never truly perishing. Although an elf's life approaches immortality, it still has a natural lifespan. When the mother tree is revived, the elves achieve a form of eternal life. Only then can the elf clan continue to exist, generation after generation. At that time, we will finally be able to live openly on this land, without worrying about those with ill intentions attacking us. They will first measure their own strength. All concerns ultimately stem from insufficient power. Could the Deathly Hallows be used to revive the Mother Tree? Yet, negotiating with death itself is never easy. Soon, Lucius responded to Draco's letter, leaving only 3 powerful words, understood. It was clear Lucius already had a plan. Time flew. Before we knew it, we were in our 4th year. In the original story, it was little Bartemius Crouch's clever design that trapped Harry, eventually separating him from Dumbledore's protection via the Triwizard Cup key. Harry, having contributed the blood of his enemy, became one of the conditions for Voldemort's resurrection. And Voldemort no longer feared touching Harry. This time, without such conspiracies, did it mean we could finally enjoy the 4th year Yule Ball properly? The original story's forces were formidable. I dared not be careless. Had I changed some of the original trajectory and inadvertently triggered hidden events? Aurora. Draco took the latest catalogue from the Defon Bespoke shop out of my hands. You've gone through it all. Didn't you see anything you liked? Or do you think none of it suits you? Defon Bespoke could easily be considered one of the wizarding world's luxury brands. They gathered the most exquisite fabrics from around the globe, paired with masterful tailoring, earning the unwavering loyalty of old pureblood families. Their garments were outrageously expensive. Each season's newest designs, fresh from the press, were delivered to Malfoy Manor, giving the family the privilege of first selection. Professional fashion consultants arrived in a steady stream. Miss Malfoy, Madame requested that we come today to create a custom gown for your 4th year Yule Ball. The shop owner wore a wide, practiced smile. Madame says the 4th year Yule Ball is especially important. Apparently, Narcissa's dance partner back in her day was not Lucius. It was a shared regret between them. Therefore, no matter what, she wished for me to have no regrets and enjoy a beautiful evening. Aurora, have you chosen your partner for the Yule Ball yet? Narcissa looked at me expectantly. But my brother hasn't asked me yet. Who else could Draco possibly choose? She brushed the fringe from my forehead. You two are a perfect match. A warm blush spread across my cheeks. Indeed, I suppose it's my fault. Some sense of ceremony must remain. Draco took my hand, performing a flawless hand kiss. My dear Miss Malfoy, would you do me the honor of being my partner for the dance? Of course. Oh my, here I was, complaining in front of the person himself that he hadn't come to invite me. Aurora, I'm glad your first choice is me. He kissed my earlobe. And who else could I possibly choose? I murmured, dizzy from his kiss, barely able to stand, practically clinging to him. A triumphant smile curved his lips. The magical measuring tape from Duval's boutique was helping take my measurements. Compared to Madame Malkin's store, this tape was far more precise. Beside it, a magical quill was recording every detail. Draco kept sneaking glances with the corner of his eye. Don't look. I quickly covered his eyes. Bust, waist, hips, he muttered softly. Stop! I slid my hand down and covered his mouth. His stunning gray eyes locked onto mine. With age, his features had grown sharper and more defined, deep set eyes, sharp brows, a high nose bridged like a perfect Greek sculpture. His gaze was like a cluster of radiant stars, pulling my very soul in. His lips brushed against my palm. I tried to pull my hand back, but he gripped it firmly in his larger hand, enveloping mine completely. We stared at each other, cheeks flushed. If it weren't for Narcissa and the designer from Duval's boutique being present, we might have gone even further. Aurora. Narcissa cleared her throat gently. Mum, I hurriedly freed myself from Draco's hold and wrapped my arms around her slender waist. How could her waist be even slimmer than mine, while carrying a child? Do you have a style you like? She asked, handing me a lookbook. Mom, what did your gown look like back then? Narcissa studied me carefully from head to toe and smiled softly. It might just suit you perfectly. Madame, the boutique designer hesitated. We can make minor adjustments based on my design. You won't lose a penny, Narcissa said, putting on a mask of composure for the others. Thank you, madame. The designer's smile couldn't be contained. Aurora, come with me. Narcissa took my hand and led me to the master bedroom. The enormous walk-in closet, brimming with jewels and haute couture, truly every woman's ultimate dream. Mom, how will you find it in all this? With so many seasonal outfits, Lucius' reputation as a doting husband was well earned. Of course Narcissa flicked a switch, revealing a hidden door that led to another wonderland inside. It was a black mermaid gown, simple in design, elegant with no hint of exposure. Aurora, let me help you. Narcissa helped pull up the zipper at the back. Perfectly snug. One notch tighter and it would be tight, one notch looser and it would sag. Our physiques fit together almost as if made for each other. Mom, only after putting this dress on did I realize its true charm. Though it seemed modest at first glance, it was incredibly form-fitting, sculpting every curve. The fullness at the chest shifted subtly with each step. The fishtail design made every twist of my waist and hips accentuated. Could it be a bit too sexy? I glanced at myself in the mirror, feeling my heartbeat quicken. Too sexy? Narcissa's eyes sparkled as she teased. You're even more modest than Lucius. Really? I only wore this dress once before it was set aside. Luckily, now you get to wear it to the fourth-year ball. Consider it a kind of legacy. It's almost surreal. In the blink of an eye, you and Draco have grown so much. Mom, I hugged her gently. She smelled soft and comforting, and holding her felt so warm. Stop it. Suddenly, the master bedroom door swung open. Sissy? Lucius's voice came from behind. He stared at my silhouette, a hint of daze in his expression. So it's Aurora. He sighed, tinged with slight regret. Dad, Mom, I'll head out now. I lifted the hem of my dress, using it as an excuse to slip away. Make sure you return it. Don't damage it, came Lucius's voice behind me. Dad, Mom has so many gowns. Is it really a problem if I wear one? This dress has special meaning, Lucius said, unwilling to elaborate further. I knew well enough that not being able to share the first dance with Narcissa had long been his regret. Nervously, I returned to the hall. All eyes fell on me. Draco's gaze was full of awe. Aurora. Why so quiet? I gently brushed his cheek. Absolutely stunning, his eyes didn't know where to rest. I teased him lightly. Stunning where? Everywhere. He couldn't look away. I felt both shy and proud. Beauty was a weapon of immense power. I had never imagined that one day I could wield it so effortlessly. Master Malfoy, your attire's color scheme? Coordinate it with Aurora's dress, Draco whispered. He took my hand and led me to the open floor. Under his guidance, we danced gracefully, the skirts twirling. No changes needed. This dress suits you perfectly. I should thank Mom. Yes. The designer from the Dauphin Atelier spoke up. May we have Mr. Potter come over as well? Madame says we're responsible for his outfit too. Indeed, Harry needed a formal gown as well. I'll go get him. I excitedly knocked on Harry's door. The moment he opened it, I caught the fleeting surprise in his eyes. Harry, come with me. I grabbed his hand and ran. But the fishtail dress hugged my hips so tightly, and the slit was so low, that running was nearly impossible. I could only move in small, careful steps. I imagined Harry watching the sway of my waist with every step. Is this your formal robe? Harry asked. This one belonged to my mother. You look a lot like your cousin. The only difference between you two seems to be an expression. I can almost picture what you'll look like as an adult. The Malfoy family's remarkable genes. Even between mother and daughter, it's rare to be this alike, Harry said cautiously. What do you mean? It's almost like Muggle cloning technology. I don't know if it could be done through magic. But really, you two are incredibly alike. A chill ran through me. Such keen perception. By nature, I wasn't the child born from Narcissa after 9 months of pregnancy. Even my bloodline wasn't recognized in the Malfoy genealogy. As for why I was born, I vaguely remembered the Malfoys' conversation when I was an infant. I was the product of a reversal of fate. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't you noticed you also look a lot like Uncle James? Only your eyes resemble your mother's. I quickly deflected to avoid suspicion. That makes sense. Wizards really aren't comparable to Muggles, Harry said thoughtfully. Your dance partner is Draco? His question sounded certain rather than doubtful. Yes, he already invited me, I replied with a smile. I see. He masked the faint disappointment in his eyes. Do you have someone in mind as your ideal partner? I asked lightly. Close yet far away, Harry said, his gaze burning. I didn't know how to answer. I could only change the subject. Well, who told you not to ask me sooner? If I just hypothetically had asked before Draco, would you have said yes? He looked at me cautiously. A pang of sadness struck me. He could be so humble in front of me, all because of his feelings. I really was being unfair. I don't know. I couldn't meet his eyes. So there's still a chance, right, Aurora? His emerald eyes gleamed with hope. No, I mean I. Master Potter, your turn. Master Malfoy has already measured. Suddenly, the door opened, and Harry was pulled in by the designer. I was grateful I didn't have to say what I almost did. It would have been far too awkward. Why did you take so long? Draco's expression showed slight impatience, but his small, proud glance betrayed him he needed coaxing badly. Nothing, just discussing an unexpected topic, I said, signaling this wasn't the time for details. He nodded in understanding. I really don't want anyone seeing you in this dress. Draco slid his arm around my waist. The smooth silk hugged my hips, shaping a graceful curve. The slightly exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio accentuated my figure more mature and alluring than my face alone suggested. Looking like this makes me want to keep you all to myself, he murmured into my ear, his warm breath brushing against my earlobe. A strange heat stirred inside me. Don't. Harry was right there. For the first time, I felt the mix of embarrassment and thrill of being observed. Aurora. What? I never knew you'd react like that. Harry hadn't told us who his ideal dance partner was. In the original story, he first asked Qiu Zhang, but the girl politely declined. By then, Cedric and Qiu Zhang had already become the center of everyone's attention as a couple. Since I couldn't be Harry's partner, paying too much attention to his choice would be unwise. Perhaps the answer would only reveal itself at the Yule Ball. Lucius, as both a ministry official and a member of the advisory council, naturally received the news about hosting the Triwizard tournament first. And as a Hogwarts and Durmstrang board member, he was appointed by the ministry to oversee the competition. The real reason? Lucius longed to return to Hogwarts and appear alongside Narcissa at our fourth-year Yule Ball to witness Draco and me take the first dance together. Their old regrets would be fulfilled through us. Quite the clever plan. Lucius even arranged for Narcissa to have a matching gown, claiming it was to relive the old scene. Narcissa had privately asked me if I minded wearing the same dress. Most girls want to be the center of attention and avoid matching outfits with someone else. But since it was Narcissa, I had no such concerns. Her maternal love, passed down to me, made wearing a mother-daughter outfit something to be proud of. A young girl, wearing the same dress size as her mother in her youth time, truly bears witness to the changes of life. Father, the Triwizard tournament is said to be very dangerous. Why was it stopped for over a century, and why is it being held again this year? Draco asked, curious. Quidditch is also extremely dangerous, yet the number of participants never decreases, Lucius said, seemingly avoiding Draco's question, yet clearly expressing his view. Moreover, he continued, you are not eligible to register and should not even dream of being a candidate. Because of the danger, only students age 16 and above are allowed to enter. The Goblet of Fire can detect age-increasing spells. Father, why are you getting involved in this? Whenever possible, Lucius stayed close to Narcissa. He never sacrificed personal time for official duties, unless absolutely necessary. Aurora, you're very perceptive, Lucius said with the approving smile. I received your letter regarding Dumbledore's collection of the 3 Deathly Hallows. I intend to investigate at Hogwarts myself. He went on to explain, although I am a board member, I cannot overly interfere with Hogwarts operations, but attending in the capacity of the ministry grants me greater authority. It was ironic. The board member's power was subordinate to the ministry. But it made sense. Hogwarts is funded by the ministry. He who pays, decides. Very logical. So, will that leave Mother alone at home? I asked, worried. Not at all. I'll bring Sissy with me. She will stay in the Slytherin dormitory with you. Seeing the stunned expressions on Draco and me, his eyes narrowed slightly. What, you're not welcoming us? Of course we are, we said in unison. It's just, will there be enough beds? Draco didn't quite know how to react for a moment. Lucius seemed to read our confusion. Don't worry, the Slytherin dormitory can automatically adjust to our needs, carving out a new, independent room. Draco visibly relaxed. So this term, will you be traveling with us from platform 9¾ to Hogwarts? We'll go straight through Snape's office, Lucius replied. Ever since our enrollment, he had started overseeing Snape's regular cleaning of his fireplace. No more soot-covered faces. Even the Hogwarts Express, fast as it was, still jolted along the tracks not ideal for a pregnant Narcissa. Will Mom really agree to this? I asked. Narcissa was comfortably enjoying life at Malfoy Manor, why drag her into this mess? She worries about you all, too. Lucius' brow showed a trace of concern. As you can see, even Dumbledore cannot resist the temptations drawn by the Resurrection Stone. No one can say for certain what he would do once he possesses all the Deathly Hallows, even though I have awakened the power of the Elf King. In the original events, Lucius mostly appeared as a strategist by Voldemort's side, rarely showing his true strength. Now, as the reincarnation of the Elf King Thranduil, his power was far from negligible. Elves are spirits of all things, born from the accumulated energy of the world. As long as Earth exists and life thrives, the Elf King is immortal. But opposing him, death is an entirely different force. Lucius cannot control death's domain. If Dumbledore becomes its master, not just the wizarding world, but the entire balance of the world could shift. I finally realized the gravity of the situation. News of Dumbledore possessing the Deathly Hallows had leaked. Grindelwald was very interested. During their duel in Nurmengard, he had lost one of the Hallows, the Elder Wand. So, he still managed to get the stone in the end, Lucius said with a sly smile. Gellert interested in a wager? A wager on what? Whether your former partner can still remain true to their original intentions. The stakes? The wizard's purity party. Grindelwald's eyes narrowed slightly. You have quite the appetite, he remarked. Just going with the flow. After all, you've been considering retirement anyway, Lucius said leisurely. Draco isn't ready to handle things on his own yet. The Malfoy heir isn't limited to Draco alone. You mean, Grindelwald mused. You've always admired Aurora. Aurora will eventually become a married woman, just like your mother. Grindelwald showed a rare moment of vulnerability. I will ensure Aurora remains at Malfoy Manor forever, and she wants this too. You mean Draco and Aurora? Grindelwald frowned. The only way to remain at Malfoy Manor permanently is to become Mrs. Malfoy. That's how it was with Sissy back in the day, Lucius said, beaming with satisfaction. You certainly keep the benefits in the family, Grindelwald chuckled. I'll consider it. He vanished like a golden bird. You've even brought Gellert into your plans, Narcissa walked in. Only Malfoy carries his blood now. He deserves priority, and he's waiting for me to extend the invitation, Lucius said, tightening his wife's belt. Aurora and Draco, if they could truly be like us, that would be wonderful. But ultimately, it depends on Aurora's own wishes, Narcissa emphasized. Of course, as always, the choice lies with the young lady, Lucius added, pressing a kiss to Narcissa's neck. You make it sound so simple, but back then you clearly made the decision for me. I didn't have a say at all, she retorted. That was because you wanted it too, wasn't it? Lucius murmured as his kisses traced lower. You tricked me that way, and now you've passed the same method on to Draco, and clearly Aurora is our daughter too, Narcissa protested. Aurora and Draco share a deep bond. Even without our interference, their relationship would naturally flourish. Stop worrying about others, just feel my love, Sissy, Lucius said. As Lucius had promised, Slytherin seemed to respond to the news that the Malfoys would be staying here, opening up a larger room for them. I feel so nostalgic, Narcissa sighed. Hogwarts remembers. Still holds the arrangement of the rooms from when Lucius and I studied here. You two lived together even then? I asked. Yes, unbelievable, isn't it? Hogwarts is a magical place, and the Malfoys have many privileges here waiting for you to discover them, Narcissa said, glancing tenderly at Draco. I couldn't help but recall the school motto about undisturbed dragons, and that massive dragon. So Narcissa and Lucius had always known the cause and effect behind it all, while I had been kept completely in the dark. Mom, this feels amazing. As if we've always been at Malfoy Manor, I murmured. Narcissa had also brought her pet fox, arranging it to make the dorm even cozier. Crookshanks and Luke the fox had long been fast friends. The two little creatures now chased each other joyfully around the room. The fox, being a canid, was fiercely loyal. Narcissa's fox only clung to her side. It wouldn't bite any other Malfoy, but like me, it adored my mother above all. Draco suspected that Narcissus animatus form being a nine-tailed fox explained this. It wasn't humans choosing pets, it was the pets choosing their humans.